what an opportunity.
15% is actually higher than 14. That would be correct.
That's right.
I've never heard of anybody doing a 14%
yeah.
discount on anything.
Maybe you should do that though, just for the funsies.
No, because 15 is better. Like 15 is just objectively better than 14%
You know what?
on a discount.
And as a woman of the people, I will be asking for a 16% discount heading into our next LAN event. I'll do that just because I love our viewers so much, Jake.
Just 1% more than the base, but 50% off is pretty nice. I mean, it'll be great to see the fans coming out to Paris. I mean, last time we were in Paris for an Overwatch esports event, I was there. It was fantastic many years ago at the Overwatch World Cup. One of the stops. No, I was casting. I was casting at one of the stops in Paris, and the crowd was incredible. I mean, the engagement with the fans, the French fans in esports is really strong, and so I think this is going to be a fantastic year for the Esports World Cup. And for the midseason championship, I feel like the global competition has never been tighter. I mean, yes, Twisted Minds did go down in the grand final, but we had, I think, our best grand finals yet, maybe in Overwatch history in Japan. So I want to see that clash of regions, see if NA can somehow maybe find its way back into some global competition.
I don't know what happened to NA, but like, we fell off.
Japan, but maybe Esports World Cup can change that.
Listen, as long as the EMEA teams are doing good when we're having an event in the EMEA region, I think we're sorted. I think we're good, and we have strong contenders to take it to our, Korean teams, which historically have always been on top. Ever since Twisted Minds took over the reign, though, it's been very, very evenly matched between those two regions at least. You got there. You get there, NA. Don't worry about it. Your time will come.
Eventually.
But now,
Eventually,
yeah. Let's talk about our first series here. It's Virtus Pro and Katsuya. It's a rematch. Virtus Pro, as we said, they only dropped 2 maps this entire stage. They looked so dominant, and both these maps were dropped against Katsuya. They did talk to us about how that Al Katsuya comp just kind of tripped them up a bit. Now, obviously, that's 2 weeks ago. They had time to prep since, and like across the board, though, they've been looking so good. Kevster is playing the best Overwatch he's ever played. Ice Gnome had like the glow up of a century, just being so good. Like his Sigma is insane. Heck, his ball is insane, as we had to find out now as well. They've been flexing around in their last match. It's actually been really fun to watch.
I mean, I think he might be the best tank in EMEA. I don't even know that's really that like hot of a take. And I think when you think about the series that they had against Katsuya last time, Jake and I casted this. It was the first week with Xion. So it was like they came out of the gate with like Xion Vendetta. I think they kind of totally caught VP off guard. Like that's not going to be a thing today, right? Like they kind of have an idea of what potentially could happen, and the meta's kind of solidified that maybe it's not really going that way. So I think it's definitely going to be a VP team that feels a little bit more prepared against what Katsuya has to offer.
Yeah, I definitely have high expectations for VP. I think kind of once they get their arms around that style, they can maybe mitigate it a little bit more effectively. And Kevster's been having, I mean, maybe one of the best years of his entire career on this VP team. It feels like they're really rising to the occasion at the right moment as a group. They came off that performance in Japan, maybe not quite achieving what they had hoped, but definitely knowing that you could actually win it all with this team, right? Like really, they could go to the global stage and win it all. And I feel like that confidence that they built in Japan has kind of been oozing out of them here in EMEA in this regular season. So here in the playoff, high hopes for Virtus Pro. They want to put this one away dominantly and secure that spot to the Esports World Cup, get another chance here on the LAN stage.
Yeah, and clearly they're coming in with a game plan. They were the ones picking Katsuya, so they know exactly what they're opting in for here. As we said in the previous bout, Katsuya did really make it close though, right? Like they won Antarctic Peninsula, Circuit Royale, they fought back on most of the other maps too, making them somewhat close. And Matti talked about the composition that we saw from them, right? That Maga, Xion, perhaps with the Juno in the backline, that's something that you pointed out during the cast and how you actually really enjoyed that. The question then, which is like the secondary DPS to go with it. Vendetta looked really nice as an option there. You think this is gonna be what they're running out the gates with again today?
I don't think they're going to try and run it again today. I mean, I think they could. I just think there's going to be a much stronger response from VP over it, right? Where if you kind of look at how Katsuya's stage has gone, so right, they beat Telesi, and then they beat GK in the first game of the stage. Otherwise, like, against some of our top teams, they haven't really been able to pull out some of these wins, although in close series. So I think if you're VP, you still feel really confident, although Aiden and Taejong have looked really good in terms of the damage dealers, in this stage.
I didn't realize Sir
I've been a
Majed
big
was on
fan
the
of the
side.
Vendetta out of Taejong. I feel like his execution on
That's
it has
cool.
been really solid. This team, it feels like they are at least
Wasn't there two
finding
flex
some sort of,
players?
comfortable style for them in playing
Well,
this
listen, with
like
Sir Majed,
all-out
there's three
aggressive
flex
rush. And
players.
while VP might be more prepared for it, it might have the answers. I feel like, especially shifting the map pool, I think is good for teams who want to play really fast-paced here in the playoffs, want to really push the issue. Like you said, I mean, I think VP are going to be the heads-up favorites, especially now that Xi'an has been out for a little bit. Teams have had time to practice with her, see how she changes things. I think, VP are that team who feels like once they adapt, and they always do, they come out stronger than they were before. For somebody like Kevster, maybe they want to go match the aggression on some of these maps too. I think that's absolutely a fine option. I don't think that they're going to be scared to take that kind of a high-paced game. So definitely expect VP to be the favorites, but I want to see a real fight out of Katsuya, especially because confidence is big here. Win or lose, yes, obviously you want to win, you want to book your ticket, but if you lose, you want to be able to come into that next lower match and feel like hopeful, feel like we have something to build on.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that all these teams have played it so close, like looking at everyone but a VP. So that lower bracket match is gonna be a brawl as well, like rest assured. Now, if we're looking at predictions for this one, I have to give this one to VP. I do think that they've been just so very dominant. No real cracks in their armor. Yeah, Katsuya tripped them up for like just a few maps, but over under, like they still closed it out very confidently. They had time, they picked their opponent. And last week, really, like, it's not like they had to play against the teams where they had to invest a lot of like brain power into preparing for them. So all eyes on playoffs. They were able to really just work on themselves versus having to figure out other teams. And I think that will be paying dividends here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA has been very hard to predict so far this stage. I mean, some incredible upsets taking place in the regular season, but this one, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Virtus Pro have got this all the way. As you said, Zoe, they're prepared for this match.
I mean, VP's dropped 2 maps all stage. Those are to Cassia, and those are, games where we spoke to VP and they said they were kind of caught off guard, where I think VP has been clearly the best team in EMEA throughout this stage. So VP seems like a,
I don't really keep up with the EMEA stuff. Have they really been that dominant even over Twisted Minds?
All right, so we're getting ready for this one. The first match of the EMEA playoffs. The winner earns a spot in the upper final, and of course, their slot in Paris, France. So Jake, take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. And as we get into this one, I think folks have been waiting quite some time for the EMEA playoffs. It's been a fantastic regular stage. And with Nepal in the map pool, VP say, no thank you. We're going to go with Ilios and the dive style. I mean, I will say, actually, the way Ilios plays in this meta, it feels like flexibility is really what's being called into question with, Ball feeling good on some maps, some, very vertical, mobility-centered map types. Sigma also looking really good, which, as we've said, has been a real comfort for Eisnom, especially this year. I feel like he's kind of leveled up on that hero, and the team around him definitely feels very good on that style.
I mean, he's just kind of leveled up in terms of like his hero pool as well throughout the year, right? I mean, you think back to last year, they bring him in, but it's more to like play like Hazard and things along those lines. But now playing stuff that Vestola would have played for this roster at like a higher level. So it'll be a Maga ban here for VP off the rip. So I know we saw a lot of highlights of Vestola kind of playing that Maga. It'll be a Tracer ban here for Katsuya. So I think that's a little bit interesting in that, like, Psycho now, right, would probably want to play something like a Tracer, but maybe now kind of forced over to a Sim or something else.
Yeah, the Tracer ban kind of surprises me here. I mean, Ilios is a pretty solid Tracer map, but it's also one in which I feel Tracer is a little bit maybe more replaceable than other dive styles, where a lot of verticality on Ilios, not necessarily the most comfortable for Tracer. But maybe it's just, the threat of like, even like the ball comp, right? I mean, VP played that mirror into 1, 2, 3,
Tracer
4.
ball,
Okay, maybe they were just feeling like they wanted to
Tracer
play mirror,
ball comp increases the pace of the game
that's
by
a
like a good
genuine threat
20 to
on Ilios.
30%.
They could bring it out, and especially for a team that, if you want to play
If
like
they can
an all-in
execute
rush
that comp
it's
well,
pretty
it's
tough
super
when
lethal.
every single player on the enemy team can fly or, move at warp speed across the map. So maybe that's a matchup they just don't want to deal with. But taking out the Maga means, on some of these closer maps like Well and Lighthouse, it's going to be less of an all-out brawl, a little bit more time for VP's DPS to get to work.
And I think you've seen VP being able to like adjust to different types of styles throughout this season. I think like a large part of that, right, is like adding Psycho and Landon, just like great, like, in-game leaders, shot callers. I think you even see like TM miss Psycho, like his ability to kind of be in the game, or like a Yubi, right, to be able to kind of shot call at times for that team. So I think you're seeing that kind of payoff here for Virtus Pro as we'll start things off on well. We'll see what VP decides to go to in terms of that secondary damage dealer role, right? Obviously, Cat Bastion, you know, it's still available. It seems to make it through a lot now in EMEA, and I think some of these teams are a little bit more comfortable playing it.
You know, it's interesting. I think the Sigmazuki for a while felt like, okay, maybe there's a bit of an answer to Cat Bastion now. But then new complications entered the mix. I think the Wrecking Ball is genuinely one of them that has a pretty good matchup into that kind of a style. I mean, the Mizuki is pretty threatening with the chain, but definitely could be played around at times for Wrecking Ball, especially with those perks online. Both teams, though, gonna roll out with the Diva and looking at Cat Bastion, a full mirror now to decide this first round for EMEA playoffs.
Yeah, with Xion in the mix, so Xion does get like a hot fix this week, like adjusting, you know, I think it's the cooldown, not the cooldown charge, but like the kind of like comeback for the execute, like being able to kind of go back into it.
Holy shit, Bastion Cat,
you know,
dude.
Psycho right off the rip. I mean, just deletes Taejong. I mean, that is brutal there for Katsia.
I mean, this has been, I think, the biggest change in the Cat Bastion mirror is it feels much more doable to kill the enemy Bastion. Teams have been willing to get aggro first, and with a player like Psycho, his experience on DPS, this has been, I think, another strength for Virtus Pro as they move from strength to strength in this stage, is the fact that they can easily swap their DPS. Like, theoretically, Kepster's the hits gain on this team, but between Kepster and Psycho, they can each independently play the entire
no
game.
wonder VP's are good. They got, like, I think they've been at Kepster, actually.
Flexibility, and Psycho, I think one of the
I think Landon's new
individuals when it comes to the raw
I don't
tracking.
know, I'm a LARP. I'm an EMA LARP.
It's gonna give him a test.
Yeah, Psycho does take some damage there. The armor just gets kind of chipped down as this will be turret mode here for Taejong already, just trying to find anything. Ice Dome dangerously low.
Taejong is getting fucking blended. What is his positioning his Cat's putting him in?
Taking out the Cat in the Bastion here. You see Fixa just going in for the kill there, hunting down Vestola, as this has been a brutal start here for Katsia.
Yeah, I love the patient positioning there from Fixa and Psycho, playing deep into the backline. Eisnam, though, is trying to remech before the fight. Still 25% away. There could be a small window of opportunity, but he's getting that spam charge on Ilios. Well, it's so hard to avoid that, so he should be able to mech up before the team fight. But Katsia have gotten past the choke relatively easily.
Yeah, but I mean, we really haven't seen them being able to kind of like force the issue, right? We're on with 8 now, but 8 has not really been able to kind of get anything going against Kev. I mean, Kev already got the ultimate 8 at like 80%. And it'll be the rush here for Land and open things up.
Yeah, they want to keep the pressure on. Pushing
It's actually crazy. Like, the Cavs, the poison was Cavs, that's the first.
There won't be a push. Nice job with that choke point. Here comes Kepster, though, into the back line, lighting things up, finds one with the spree. Gala also finished off by Eisnam. Vestola going to be popped out of the suit. The cat ult from Fixa does pull one off the map. Psycho's going to steal that kill credit for himself, but an incredibly dominant round. Zox maybe can get a touch here on the cat, but it just seems so desperate. Xion, though, biking past those artillery shells, might just make it in. The touch is good, but instant kill onto Zox. Same fate for Aid, and as players stagger in here, Vestola is going to keep things rolling, but not for long. Virtus Pro making an absolute statement of this first round. It doesn't get less close than this.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Did you say it doesn't get less close? Yeah, I mean, that's that is super accurate. It is. Well, I think it's also kind of like probably why VP ends up taking like Katsia. Like maybe they feel like in these types of mirror matchups they have like a huge advantage. As we take a look, I know Kev using the Xion ult, you know, getting back, trying to like throw his cart back the other way. The cat nap there from Fixa just kind of dragging Vestola over the side. In a fight that was commandingly won by Virtus Pro, and around that is just you don't need an analyst to tell you this. I mean, look at the scoreboard right here. I mean, absolutely nothing from the Katsia side.
Yeah, that's brutal, and it really never even felt close, right? There was never even really a properly contested fight, with Psycho just winning the duel in the sky. I've given a lot of credit to Fixa. I think winning the positioning battle here on the Jetpack Cat.
Yeah, it was a large part of that was
to get some
I don't know where the fuck Zox is taking
playing opposite the point. Maybe they're going to go for an attack on Kepster. Kepster does get low, but the save is there. Landon more than ready to support. Cat Bastion duel always crucial. A little bit of poke coming in. The armor has been taken off Psycho. It's got to slow down just a little bit. Here comes the Bastion. Full commit. Like this move. Trying to get backed out, but the damage is good. Taejong cleans that one up, and finally, an opportunity for Katsia to get into the driver's seat in a team fight. Some nice tracking from the high ground. A lot of support needed for Kepster. Just needs to back out of this trade. Fade's looking for more.
A few times, Jake, where they've gotten Psycho like basically like no armor, and they've kind of gone in and went for the kill, and they haven't been able to get it. And then that's when Psycho's able to kind of use the turret form and come back, take out Taejong when not in a great position. But that time they're able to make it work. You already see VP kind of like back into the fight already.
No, listen, the opposite. No.
Committing to the point, and they're not
VP's
even going to get the flip.
fucking
Beautiful
fashion
touch from
cat,
Katsia, making sure VP don't find anything back in this round, and feels like a mirror image of well. Taejong winning a couple duels. Aizdom does grab a kill here, but feels like he's just delaying the inevitable. Don't think there's much of a genuine chance for a fight one, although wait, hold on. Aizdom has stayed in the suit. I almost can't believe that. I thought he was dead so right.
Yeah, Vix is still here actually on the jetpack cat, so kind of keeps him alive. This is one where
That's a
VP is
huge
actually
flip,
now able
too.
to put the point.
It's incredible. They stayed alive so effectively. The support working overtime on Virtus Pro, and Ketster still sticking around in this fight. Takes out his counterpart. Aizdom, ooh, just barely gets the touch. Nice attempted boot from Vistola, but VP still in control. Can Vistola repeat what the opposition did to him? Vix is running this one down, wants to be sure that this diva loses her suit. Vistola needs a little bit of ult charge to get that self-destruct up. He's going to back out for a mega, but that means Aizdom now free
That's a rush
to work.
from Gala.
Yeah, and he's already down, not even able to use the benefits of it. Cat up in the sky as well, can't follow through. And even Psycho beams down Taejong on the retreat. Virtus Pro look to be knocked down in that round, but they are absolutely not out, although Psycho maybe goes a little over-aggressive with Vixa.
Somehow they're in the lead. It feels like this has been a round that Katsia has definitely had their number. But VP able to kind of like stay alive for an extended period of time. Vixa doing a great job there with Landon keeping people off. This will be Kev using the ult, the catnap used by Zox. Doesn't really connect with anything there on the point as VP wins yet another fight.
Zox gonna have to take a quick reset onto this one. Ultimates coming in for great effect for VP. Katsia committed pretty hard on that fight too. They don't really get much of anything. Abe now called upon to find something with the Setsuriku spree, but feels tough here on the retake. Maybe Taejong can be the standard bearer. This duel in the sky, always crucial in the mirror. Vixa playing it slow and steady, does not want to lose his back in the fight.
And just a really nice sight line there for Psycho to play from as well, because now they start to get a little bit more aggressive here. Going for the kill on a Taejong, dangerously low, but now they lose Aiden. Now that's going to be no ultimate from the Xion as Kev just takes out 2 up on the high ground.
Massive performance from him. Catnap, if he catches the enemy Bastion, it's huge. Pulls him off, gets him away from the enemy Cat, but not even.
Because that's kind of a crazy predicted
Catnap. Zox there. The damage follow-up is just too good. And Virtus Pro in one of the quicker control maps I feel like I've seen. Absolutely run through Katsia. There's a couple players coming back in for a stall, so wait, hold on. This fight might just be in contest, but yeah, surely it's asking too much. Taejong artillery from the spawn puts a little bit of damage down, but no real impact felt. VP.
Yeah, that was just a belt to ass.
And that well round is gonna sting. I mean, that is something you want to put in the rear view mirror and quick for Katsia.
Yeah, I mean, the well round was brutal. I mean, they battled back a bit there in round number 2. I thought Katsia looked better, but in Kev 24-0, no, just dominating the Xion matchup there between him and Aid is Taejong started to put some pressure on the Psycho with obviously the help of Zox, but just not enough in that second round.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Kevster is making all the difference in the world here. Deathless on the Xion, and there were some hotly contested fights on Lighthouse. Like, that was not a free win. You know, you had to battle at times, make some comeback plays, but it feels like Kevster just has such a sick read on this character. You know, we were talking about Xion as she was released, like, is this going to be, a hit scan hero? Is it going to be a bit of a flex hero? And I mean, who better to answer that than a player like Kevster who says, who cares? Like, it's my hero.
Bit of both.
I'm taking over. Bit of both is, and that's Overwatch 2, right? Is the ability for these DPS to flex across roles and to play these, new school compositions. For Kevster, for all of his veterancy and all of his experience, he's always been a player that I think people have looked up to for that kind of a role, right? Somebody who can just play everything.
I'm curious where Katsia finds that they can get an advantage here, right? At least based off of map 1, it's not with like a Camp Bastion, and with how good VP has been with Sigma, maybe it's not there either, where you obviously don't want this to be a super fast series because we have some new drops. We have drops coming here. It's 2 loot boxes we got now.
Wow.
Double the loot boxes we had.
Yeah, finally, you guys are gonna have more than one loot box.
Oh, and those loot boxes are back-to-back. That's tough there at the end. So you got to make sure that VP extends the series.
You got to be locked in here for the playoffs. I mean, we're delivering for the people, the Overwatch esports team. We doubled up in 2 esports loot boxes. A lot of good stuff coming your way. So
It's
make
still
sure
saying it's 15 hours for a fucking esports
Check out
loot
that
box.
link. We'll be able to get everything connected. Start earning these drops. We got some MAGA skins, man.
Oh,
Skins for the summer.
Oh,
I'm here for it.
Neon Junction selection here from Katsia. Yeah, I mean, and also like.
I think Neon Junction is the better. I think it's. Well, maybe it's the new like recency bias because it's a new map, but. I do personally believe
Neon Junction. I mean,
it's the best feeling.
You know, a different pick.
Hybrid
Obviously,
map
it's
in
the
the
first
game
time that the map
currently.
is in the pool. If there's one way to kind of throw your opponent off a little bit, maybe it's for a map that they're not as well practiced on. So let's see what kind of Katsia has planned here for this map. I've been playing a ton, and I'm sure you have as well. And we cast this in Japan. What's your sense on like how this map plays? Like what kind of comps you think we'll see here?
My view is that really, I think dive is pretty weak. Maybe Cat Bastion. I don't
Yeah,
really
that
like
feels
Cat
like
Bastion
it
map. I feel
rewards
there's
a lot more.
little bit. You
Like
know,
like
not the best
Poke
angles,
Brawl
but too much
hybrids.
vertical cover for
Yeah,
that
I'd
to work.
say.
So I don't think we'll see dive, but I do think we could see a very aggressive rush look from Katsia, which I think has been what has been their most successful style this
Pretty
stage.
good sim map, I think, potentially.
Oh, I agree. Sim looks pretty good. I think the Sigma poke styles could also look very good. So I think this ban base is going to be pretty crucial. And Katsia, they ban away the Sigma. So they're worried about that kind of a threat. And this signals to me they want to go aggro. VP are going to kind of take some wind out of the sails, though, by removing the Juno, where you can still play the Lucio, but, for me, in this MAGA style, the Juno just feels so powerful, so much direct healing when you want to rush and overwhelm your opponents.
Yeah, so it would tell
Lucius
you that
also
they
just
want
so
to
much
play
weaker,
some type of MAGA, right, with the Sig gone. And I love the Juno ban, right? Juno, the orbital ray with and obviously the speed in combination with a MAGA, just like a great tool to have. So we'll see what VP decides to go to in terms of tank now that the Sigma is gone and MAGA makes it on through.
Yeah, without the Sigma, it's interesting because, conventionally you might go to Ramatra as the backup for Sigma, but MAGA can give some trouble to that matchup. So for Ice, definitely a bit of a question now where he wants to go. The Sigma has been maybe his most comfortable pick this stage, but that's not even what we got to know Eisnam for as a player, right? I mean, he was, I think at first it was Diva, Hazard really felt like his bread and butter. It's been a long time since we've seen him on some of those high-paced heroes, although it looks to be a bit of a MAGA mirror here. Maybe Virtus Pro saying, hey, look, without the Sigma, maybe we're better off just matching you and bringing the pace. I mean, this is kind of what they did to 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You want to run the Wrecking Ball comp, be cheeky. We will just do it better.
I don't think 1, 2, 3, 4
stage. VP are
I hope they
not
do
scared
that. It'd be
whatsoever.
funny.
And committing to both the Reaper and the Xion, I mean, there is not much more aggression you could bring.
Yeah, as we'll see
what
Katsia decides to do. He's got the sled emote out, just kind of 3P
he's
in
just
there.
chilling.
Yeah, using some tech 3P around the corner. That'll be a bike tucked into the spawn. So we're actually going to get a mirror matchup from these two teams where, I mean, look, if Katsia has hopes of winning this series, a mirror MAGA matchup is kind of a map they need to win, right?
Yeah. Must win. You'd even say Taejong now looking to poke a little bit here. Try to posture on the statue. Neither team wants to make the first move. No one wants to make that mistake. Everybody's looking for that little bit of extra damage. Pistola takes a nice little off angle. Big Curie headshot there onto the opposition. Should slow things down. A charge forward. Eisdom, though, gets super low.
In trouble.
Saved, but he just gets overwhelmed. Good connections from Katsia. Psycho grabs a kill right back, though. Virtus Pro, they still have a chance in this fight. Finding that one onto A. The supports here regrouping in the side room. So Katsia are going to grab maybe 1 tick, maybe 2, but I think there will be a retick attempted here by VP.
Yeah, it looks like Taejong quite low. Backs out. It's going to be Ice Gnome getting back up onto the point. So that looks like before the second tick comes on through, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Nice off angles from Pistola, finding great advantage in this MAGA setup. Now, the Kitsune rush out from Gala, and it's just going to overwhelm Landon.
That is a
just
crazy
a few
early
percentage points
Kitsune.
away, but that makes all the difference in the world. They're just not able to step into the plate in time, and Gala, good decisiveness with that ultimate. It does come in and lock in that first point. You can definitely feel the comfort from Katsia in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great start from Katsia, right? You get first point, rather easily, I would say. And now, I mean, you had to use your Kitsune rush, right? But this looks so comfortable for them in terms of how they want to play. I'm curious if we see any changes from Virtus Pro. Obviously not now with like basically both support ultimates coming online, but a great start. You're rooting for Katsia here as the next fight probably take part underneath this subway area. Psycho though, right off the rip. That looks like just being like a double headshot there, maybe an execute on an off angle.
They're still gonna fight with the rush. They refuse to back down. But without the Reaper, your aggression's a little neutered here on the rush. You put a little bit of damage down, but there's no real threat for a kill. Here comes the repush, but Aizdon wants to double down, pushing the pace into the enemy backline. Satsuriku's free is out. Beat comes in as well. Virtus Pro throwing absolutely everything into this fight. A did pop the ultimate at the same time in the trade. Aizdon looking for some of these cleanup kills. The Reaper is going to go down. Heavy investment though from Virtus Pro. And
yeah, I was gonna say that's a big
scary,
investment.
right? You're up against Blossom and Cage on the other side.
Yeah, I liked the way that Katsia played that, right? Just kind of getting out of dodge when that Kitsune rush came down. They actually got that first kill on a Psycho. Kind of allows them to get back in the fight there towards the end. But yeah, like it was a huge investment there from Virtus Pro, but it felt like one they absolutely needed to make.
Psycho trying to brawl, but the beat comes in over the top. Katsia rolling up in the ultimates. Close that one out nearly instantly.
They beat it as well. I mean, I don't think he needed the beat, right?
I agree. I think that was kind of a wasted beat from Zox. We would have loved to see him hold that, have the double support ult advantage. They do still have Rush Edge, so you'd still feel good about them closing out here.
I mean, maybe they thought that Psycho was going to end up using the Blossom, that like he has it as well, right? So while they're inside of the cages, now that Icezone drops his cage as well, maybe there's that Death Blossom that comes in from Psycho in response. You want the beat to make sure you absolutely win it, but no, obviously, hindsight is everything, right? It looks like they most likely didn't need it at all, as it'll be Kitsune rushes from both sides here, as Taejong takes a ton of damage, backs on out.
BP getting the better end of this trade. Icezone gets so low, but they can't quite finish the kills. Kevster, though, will do just that, dashing forward, trying to clean this one up. Bikes in. Couple trades attempted, but nothing found, and Virtus Pro getting the better out of the rush trade. It feels like that beat from Zox would have made all the difference in the world in that kind of a moment.
And I mean, now you have what Fix obviously now gonna have Sound Barrier. It'll be matched up with Zox as well. So Psycho's still holding on to this Death Blossom, and then Kepster will have the Xion ult. I know this was like above 5 minutes on the clock here for Katsia, and I know we're about to be below 2. Right, so you're looking at what, 2 good fights here, maybe 3 if you're Katsia.
Shouts traded. Icezone starts to drop low. May force an ultimate. Yeah, here comes the beat from Fixa. See if Katsia can disengage from this. TP out is good, but Kevster finds the 1v1. Gets in a little bit extra damage and Satsuriku's free. The beat is going to come up from Zox. It's a nice big stomp onto Icezone, but Icezone still has the shout. He's going to turn for the trade. Taejong finds his opposite number, though, in the chaos. Cage fight necessary.
Zox is so dead.
Lucio. Keep the player advantage relatively even. Here comes his hold, trying to charge in. There's a Blossom behind him, but Taejong gets run over here by Icezone. That'll be cleanup crew now. Virtus Pro moving forward for more, and Kevster with that opener onto Aid. Feels like they made all the difference in the world when the beat came out. Aid a little too dead to receive it.
Yeah, now here's an interesting fight that's going to be coming up, right? Katsia, they will end up having like Rush, Death Blossom, Cage. You do have Psycho being able to kind of like use that Death Blossom inside that cage. They had Sound Barrier for it the last time, and Katsia ends up investing it there. I wonder how they kind of weather this storm here, if that's kind of what comes to be, right? So a minute on the clock. You see Kevster already on a flank here above Katsia, just kind of over by that subway area.
Stop connects, cage fight as well. Heals struggling to come through. Resources just not quite enough. Still, it's a 2 for 2. There's actually just a chance, but Vistola with 2 supports behind is going to be so hard to bring down here on this manga. No one can challenge. And he chases down these supports as well. Touch needs to come in.
The supports are alive though, and they leave the recontest. Like, it's not over. They're entering last fight territory. Ice Gnome's about to be back.
dangerously close to a capture. The Tracer is in. The mutual knockdown keeps Aizdom from getting too close to the payload, but hold on, Psycho keeping this fight in contest. Aizdom does drop Pistola in a desperate attempt to cap. Is going to fall short.
Time. I mean, they have not been able to kind of track
That's
down
actually
Landon. I mean,
that's kind of crazy. You could say, oh yeah, you cap that. They really needed to. You had to secure the kills on those supports. It's last fight territory at an all disadvantage.
Yeah, it would be the dream to end things here. The Reaper touch comes in, but Wraith form is out. He's going to be so vulnerable now in the trade. Shout is out. Beat is in as well. Kevster, it's inevitable that he's going to claim kills into this one. Sasorico's free, finds 2, and it's just the dregs for Katsuya. The beat just barely comes online for Zogs, but hopeless in this scenario. A 5v1 now for Gala.
Oh yeah, that was actually a crazy throw from Katsuya. Like that was a choke job of the century.
Clutches necessary to make the hold on second after losing first point in as many fights.
I mean, that is such a sick contest. Keep that alive there by that second checkpoint for Virtus Pro. I mean, Landon, Kevster, Psycho, just being able to kind of like juggle the point constantly. Vestola was alive with both supports, man. I mean, the Maga with both supports, that is so difficult to deal with. And they're able to make it happen towards the end as we take a look at some of the stats. Kevster with another good game. I know 18-2, almost 10k damage. You see 8 on the other side, 11-7, 6,500. As Kev has just been on fire, really, from Tokyo on. He has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the new hero, the new map, it feels almost too perfect for Virtus Pro as they are just charging forward to locking in their ticket to the midseason championship right now. I mean, it's been obvious, I'd say, from their performance this entire stage that that's absolutely where they're headed. But I will say, I didn't expect this match to be, I thought they'd win. I thought they'd be favored, but they're kind of running through the opposition. Like, Katsuya are getting taken to task in a lot of these just pure deathmatch moments where it's up to a DPS to find the first pick. Feels like it's always Kevster coming out on top in the duel. And, I mean, Ada's had a great stage in his own right. This guy's no pushover.
Yeah.
Well, they actually gonna run Cat Bastion? I play Cat Bastion. Well, Cat Bastion's probably strong in that corner.
Like, no. Kev has looked really, like, rejuvenated with this version of Virtus Pro. They've been awesome this year. So
I didn't even know there was a high ground exit to the spawn here. Okay, Virtus Pro showing me something new here. Like it's your no spawn camp.
It's built like somewhat like King's Row, it feels like, at least from the attacker spawn side. So
oh, big attempt from Vestola. He's in trouble.
Really low. What a nice
though.
Suzu, yeah.
Beautiful from Gala. I think the fight would have been done in that moment if the connection comes in. Vestola, though, still goes down. Psycho finds a second trade. Still an opportunity for Landon to fight alongside Psycho. The cleanse beautiful from Landon this time to turn things around. Psycho's finding so many kills in the chaos, and Katsuya, it's only Zox and Aid left to defend the point. Might be an opportunity to put some cap pressure on with the close spawns.
Yes, I mean, almost everybody back here for Virtus Pro, right? I mean, Landon's going to be able to TP back into this fight rather quickly, so see what this results in here. It's going to be first tick for VP already, as Psycho going pretty big in that fight. Nice Suzus and stuff from Gala, but it's going to be a stomp there from Vesol onto the point. Does take a little bit of damage as VP's going to back up just a little bit.
Huge pressure onto Aizdom and Psycho.
That was a TP.
Frontline goes down. Aizdom had to fully back out of that trade. Katsuya getting through even the shout lifesteal onto Aizdom. Great focus fire from them to be able to bully back that Maga and secure themselves a fresh start really on first point and with a ton of ultimates to bring to bear.
This next fight's going to be pretty impactful, right? You're going to have Kitsune rushes for both sides. Zox with a nice early lead, though, on Sound Barrier. Could be the difference, but really a lot of ultimates. It's going to be an early cardiac overdrive there from Icenom as he decides to charge on in.
Yeah, Beat comes
in from Zox.
That should seal the deal in this team fight.
Is that good for VP, though? Like the fact that, you end up using Rush, and in exchange you get Rush, the Shion ultimate, and Beat out?
Yes, is
extreme.
Right?
Use Beat
like,
too?
In the end, VP, as long as they cap first and get to that escort section of the map, they are going to be perfectly happy, and they're charging right towards that. I mean, this is the fight to win, though. They've got Beat. Vestola has to be very clean with the cage. Reaper has already raised for him, but here comes Vestola. They're going to go very deep in the spawn. Here comes the cage trap, but the Beat gets in exactly where it's needed, and Vestola just overwhelmed inside of his own cage. Just a little bit of stagger and stall.
Well, that's just knows
there's no winning this fight. Is going to just go right back to the spawn. Cage onto Tracer? Okay, I was going to say touching is pretty skeptical of that in this moment.
I don't think you're.
But
You may be able to make it. I don't think anybody else will be joining you. But
1v5.
I think. Look. I mean, Vistola, you have to kind of like probably take that fight like really aggressively, right? And maybe try and catch them off guard because you knew that they just had a ton of ultimates to work with. I'm a little bit scared here. It's okay now, right? Everybody gets charged up. I know, healed back up. I know, by Gala and co, but it's going to be, what, 3:30 on the clock here for VP. They probably need 2 to 3 fights to be able to take it.
Nice knockdown. Shout heal necessary, but Eisnom gets overwhelmed even with the rush coming down. Virtus Pro go out the most powerful ultimate in this composition, and they're just getting kited out. Taejong even in the back line could see an opportunity to re-aggress, and Virtus Pro smell it coming. They have to back out. Losing the rush fight that decisively is kind of the worst case scenario here. So Katsuya finding a really big fight with him.
Yes, Katsuya now ends up with both support ultimates yet again. So in another fantastic spot as Isom goes on in, and somehow they get Gala there.
How does Kempster do it? And he finds a second. There's no support in this fight for Katsuya. And they're not long for this world without sustain. Players dropping in the backline. Vistola lives for quite a while, but he's beset by attackers from all sides. And Kempster, I literally don't know how you do that.
Yeah, that's
Killing
crazy.
both supports first as Xion in the backline? That's absurd. I guess he flanks over the top from behind, but I mean, you just cannot allow that to happen. Katsuya now, we're in a one-fight territory.
I mean, when you had both support ults as well, right? I mean, you're not even going to get any value out of either of them because Kev just kind of rolls in with Ice Gnome and it ends up killing your entire back line. So it's going to be the Kitsune Rush. Huge damage there with the bite.
It could just be game. I mean, they still holding double support ultimate. No kills though found by Katsuya in this fight. Vistola in his own cage fight, but just doesn't have the support needed. Okay, the Blossom does produce 1 kill of profit, but Katsuya with the rush and the beat are gonna drop out of map 2. And I mean, this guy's going to land, Matt. Is there a mercy rule? Because this is brutal.
They never get it used to the beat, right? I mean, Zox has that beat for the entire...
Matt, he rushed on the rollout. I don't think we can give Kiri any, like, he rushed to try to touch an OT.
I mean, bro,
like, when you're rushing for the speed boost, it's rough. It's really rough.
Yeah, Kev just kind of absolutely dominating there. It feels like that second part of the map, Katsuya started to get like a, an advantage in terms of like maybe the ultimate economy, and then like not a crazy amount of time, left on the clock for VP to kind of play that slow. And Kev's are really just the difference maker there. Just really started to take over on the Xion. Finds both supports in the fight before the final one, and then towards the end just comes up. Huge splash damage with the bike into the spree, and that just seals the deal. I mean, a tremendous game from Kev.
Yeah, he is so solid on this Xion. It feels like the team overall. I mean, for Virtus Pro, it's really hard to pin them down for me as a team. I mean, typically when I'm watching teams, I'm thinking, okay, what's their identity? Where are they the strongest? Where do they want to go? And for Virtus Pro, they're like a chameleon, right? You just don't know. They have a crazy dive look. They are insane on the Sigma, as we well know. And then here too, okay, Maga, Xion Reaper, that's going to be an important strat in the meta. Okay, we'll play that too. We got Kevster. We'll be okay.
Well, what do you try and play now? I mean,
Junkertown.
Yeah, Junkertown. Yeah, sure.
It's brutal. There's no pick.
Like, could you just ban Xion at this point? Like, Kevin's just clearly like kind of farming, but then it sends him over to the Cassidy. It's not like he's been bad on the Cassidy. I mean, Kev just looks unreal there. So, VP looking to kind of secure their spot in Paris to our mid-season championship. And hey, if you guys want to come by, I mean, we got the tickets. Still available here with that code OW15. Just scan that QR code for 15% off. It's gonna be a good time. Paris events and events in EMEA have always been pretty awesome in terms of like the crowd and obviously performance of the teams, right? Just kind of feeding off of it. So this one's gonna be a pretty epic one, I think, Jake.
Yeah, folks have been following along through the EMEA stage alongside the two of us. We'd love to see you guys there. It's gonna be a blast. Always
we
lit.
have been EMEA, I feel like the entire year,
which is kind of ironic in a way,
considering we're the two NA casters. And we have two EU casters who cover NA. But hey, Surya Royal. So this is gonna be Sig, right? Sig Ramatra, you think? For Katsuya that they're gonna try and work their way into here, but I guess also this might not be the best Xion map, right? So maybe you can get away with not banning Xion here, saving it for like some of our maps that a little bit later. So it'll be Katsia getting rid of the Cassidy here. So that's a great shout. No, and then it's going to be the Kiri ban on the other side.
That does open the door to the Illari if you want to play that for Virtus Pro, or really for both sides. Historically, when Kiri gets banned, as kind of the hero we do see coming out on this map, that Captive Sun able to do terrible damage to opposing teams, and able to really get a point already. Yeah, often your mates. I mean, this one's been a whirlwind, but Matt, it's like, you know, Katsia's in a terrible spot in this series when we're talking about them banning Xion. Like, that was what they looked so good on, you know, was them hitting these crazy flanks with Xion, overwhelming that, and it's like, now we're banning Xion. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, sometimes I can read, like, I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be, they need to ban this. It's good for their style. I'm not seeing any win conditions for Katsia. To lose these first two, they've lost on the Cat Bastion. They've lost now on the Maga Rush Mirror, which was, I think, their real hope in this series. Now they go to maybe the Vistola Sigma for a little bit of hope, and while I think Vistola is still incredibly good on Sigma,
Ice has been
is right there. Exactly, he's right there. I don't think you're going to get a massive edge off of that. The Symmetra has actually looked quite good for Psycho. I feel like he's really improved on that role if they decide to go that direction. With Kiri banned, it does get a little bit more interesting, I think. Maybe an opportunity to play the classic, very greedy poke looks with Illari, with maybe even like a double hit scans, you know, some snipers coming through.
I was just thinking about how far we've come, that this time last year for Virtus Pro, Ice Gnome was playing Sim for them on Circuit Royal at times during the mid-season championship. And then now, like, hey, well, we don't need to do that anymore. Obviously, a total change. Yeah, a lot of people have just kind of deleted that from their mind. But yeah, no, I mean, he's awesome on Sigma. Like, it's a hero that you didn't really think, obviously, VP was picking him up to play last year. Now that he's the only tank, though, he is more than, you know, elevated his game to play it at a really high level. There's also, like, I mean, if maybe we see Cat Bastion make its way into this one, right? With the Kiri gone, Cassidy gone as well. Maybe this is like Cat Bastion. Do you play it with like a Ram or like Sig potentially? So Katsia already on their last legs, right? I mean, the brutal part here is, even if you win this map for Katsia, right, the picks and the bans really sway heavily, obviously, in Virtus Pro's favor, which would allow them to kind of dictate even more of the game.
Yeah, I mean, for Katsia, you can't think about the series as a whole right now. You just have to exist on this map. The series as a whole is like too dire to consider, too dire to, you can't imagine the way through. You got to just find it, put one foot in front of the other. And it all starts here on Circuit, a map where maybe individual performances have the opportunity to sway outcomes. Aid has done that before, hitting these big clutch moments in previous series. But to do it here, it almost feels like asking too much. And Mizuki is going to be the pick for Fixer. So not the Illari as I suspected it might be, but hey, maybe the Mizuki can also do pretty decently in countering the Illari.
A little ground Bastion?
A little May Bastion. So I feel like they are very much expecting Katsia to bring some kind of a rush, some kind of an aggressive, brawling style. To go May Bastion, pretty surprising to me actually on this map, but it also means I think an attacking Cat Bastion would fall completely flat. Like we've seen that before, where the defensive Bastion on the ground just looks up and basically beams the enemy Bastion out of the sky with a much more straightforward and strong support combo behind.
Unless they decide to play this hyper aggressive, we'll see. I mean, Zarya is an option here, unless they're gonna play Zarya Vendetta, maybe. Yeah, okay, so they're going back to like Zarya Vendetta. With Juno Mizuki here on offense. Dude, this is gonna be a really tough setup to dive, though, right?
I was gonna say,
they're gonna have to go back and make changes. I don't think there's any way you're diving May Bastion Bat Mizuki. Right?
This is just just beautifully picked from VP. They exactly read what Katsia would want to play. Katsia have to go back to the drawing board. They go with the Cat Bastion. I'm skeptical of this though, Matt. I think it's going to be pretty hard with Baptiste, Sigma able to really assist, and Kepster can put a lot of damage down up into the sky. For now, Bastion just basically playing the front angle, not really making use of the jetpack cat, and the frontline battle is not going well. Vastola is super low. He cannot really take this trade unless Cat Bastion makes some kind of space.
No, I mean, he gets walled off.
Oh,
That is a
Are you kidding?
what?
oh my god, dude.
Down,
That
son.
is
Oh
nuts,
my.
dude.
I mean, this fight is just brutal now. You're getting picked apart. All this spam from Mizuki and Sigma bouncing around in those small corridors. Sim in the backline, though, does get on top of Fixa. Grabs that trade before eventually going down, but goodness, that fight was painful, man. 8 is like,
Bro.
get me on. I'm done, bro. I'm done.
That
I'm off
chain
passion.
is nasty, dude. I mean, he got like flown in. It took like 2 seconds. He was like there, and then he's just drops dead. Now more changes here for Katya. So a soldier in play.
Artillery's gonna hurt. Oh, Landon goes down. The shell lands on Taejong.
Dude, and we're seeing Wu Yang Juno here with a Sig. I mean, it feels like they're just kind of searching for anything right now. Is Katya.
I don't totally mind the Wu Yang. Here comes the ultimate though. Pistola finds the lift. Baptiste though is going to be so valuable in this moment. Immortality ensures that nobody actually goes down despite a big flux connecting from Pistola. And just once again, Virtus Pro clean house. Katsia struggling, limping along here as we are past the halfway mark, and the card has not turned this second corner. I mean, it is rare to see a hold at this point, but it's starting to look like a very realistic possibility now.
Yeah, and I mean, what you have Raid playing right now, right? So maybe we're gonna get like a TP high ground. Yeah, maybe we're gonna see if we can force it to the low ground and then Ray. So it's gonna be the Orbital Ray already. It's gonna be the Sanctuary here for Fixa with the Blizzard drop down inside of it.
Looks like nobody frozen by the Blizzard, which is nice for
I was
Katsia.
thinking
They
just
do have the
trying
Simwall
to
work
hold
with,
that
so advantage for
space.
the attackers now as they start to swing this corner. Simwall, nice from Taejong, allows him to step up, get aggressive, trying to overwhelm Eisnam. A full backup from Virtus Pro. They're just trying to stay alive. You've got a lot of card time to give up.
What a
Taejong's
pick.
last shot does manage to bring down Landon, but Psycho, beautiful read from him. He is actually here stalling the payload. This will ensure, I think, that there is an opportunity for an overtime
another
touch.
fight.
Yeah, it's great from Psycho. He can come up on a fast hero and give them one last chance. Aid, though, with an OC and a very comfortable position. It won't be an easy retake.
Psycho
Sim
swap
swap
us
here
in.
from Psycho, so they'll be able to get that TP straight down out of the point. You're also going to have an Immortality field available from Landon up on that high ground and an Ant Matrix. So TP comes in, they get rid of it right away. It's going to be the OC as they just overwhelm Icenom. So there'll be an Ant Matrix used here. Kev was the large source of the damage that was being pumped through that E fall. So yeah, this should be Aid kind of cleaning it up.
I don't
It
know.
should be. Sim's still kind of cooking on this one. Okay, eventually does get overwhelmed.
No, I thought we were gonna have another crazy
Just a
fucking
little
stall.
bit too much there. The OC forces Landon to drone himself around the corner so they can continue to heal. But that means Eisnom just gets overwhelmed in the front line. So Katsia, they do get it over the line at first point. Yeah. They're not going to be going down so ignominiously as it seemed that they might with some of those opening fights. But VP still on a very comfortable look. Sim Bastion, monstrous damage to come in. If you get caught by an accretion from Eisnom, you are going to be in huge trouble.
Yeah, it's artillery charging up here for Cav. He's going to get in the corner, drop it. It's going to be the flux that comes in here from Vastola. Doesn't really connect with much.
Doesn't even force the Immortality field. Good hold from Landon. Recognizes there's no incoming damage, no threat. Fixa right up into the front line, very close to that Sanctuary. Double support ult still available for Katsia, but Kester somehow slips some damage in, shuts down Zox. The lift is good from Eisnom. TP into the back line, putting some threat down. Desperate for a trade, but seems that they won't.
I think the
find
worst part
anything.
about this
Kester
is that
lives.
Katsai
Support.
isn't even a
Keep
bad
him online.
team,
VP
but VP
stepping
is
right
just
up
in
to
a
the plate now,
whole
poking a little bit
separate
aggressive on the
world
spawn.
from these
And
guys.
this walk-up is not free.
No. And I mean, you weren't able to really kind of follow up on Vastola's flux, right? Because they have the artillery from the Bastion just kind of coming down, right? So you can't kind of turn the corner, walk right into those artilleries, or like use movement cooldowns to kind of try and chase some of those kills. So in terms of anything you can get there, it'll be 2 sim walls in play. And Ant Matrix used here early, and Taejong just explodes from the damage.
Oh my god, this is unholy, man. The beam comes through, everybody evaporates. Nice tracking from Kev. Punishes Zox. Once again, deathless for VP, enabling him to still hold these incredibly aggressive forward positions. I feel like the support from Virtus Pro, just do not make mistakes right now. They are playing on a level.
Yeah, that was a Wu Yang ult that used there as well during that fight. So Tidal Blast comes out. Didn't really see on the who,
I didn't
but
even
doesn't
see
get
it.
any value.
It
could've
died
been,
so
It could have been
fast.
on to Taejong, and then he just exploded, right? I mean, it is just overhealth. It's not like kind of makes you invincible, so to speak.
Simwall needed just to take the corner position, but Psycho holds his. Now advantage Simwall for VP. Aid has the OC, but it's so difficult to use this ultimate in the matchup. Try to pull back out away, see if they can kite as successfully. But it seems they can't. They just can't get away. He's still playing the beat. Goes forward, overwhelms Pistola. And Katsia, they just can't find anything. In these fights they lose, the fact that they can't get a single pick means just every single time it is brutally difficult. There are no easy walk-ups. There is no moment of respite. And with 10 seconds on the clock, they lose Pejong and maybe this attack as well. There's a cat over the top, but Zox, he's scouted out. He gives his life. I don't even think that triggers OT. They need to touch
it has to be like 3 seconds for it to trigger OT.
For the attackers, Virtus Pro lock it down on second point. What you see is what you get. The cart not even getting close to the end of second point. And I mean, they avoided getting full held on first. That's the hopeful sign here, but VP set the win con, and I have a feeling that we could call up the travel agency. We could start booking the tickets to Paris because Virtus Pro, they are playing so well right now.
Yeah, they look awesome. I mean, they just seem to have all the answers, right? Whenever there's a swap or something from Katsia, they just have the right responses always. Kev continuing a really strong series. Same with Ice Gnome. So VP in a great position to secure this series and then obviously kind of move on to the midseason championship, where I tell you, they're going to be tough on the international stage, right? They were really good in Tokyo. I think surprised a lot of teams.
I think they surprised themselves.
I think they've gained even more confidence from that event, right? They're now moving on forward.
Yeah, I think they came into out of that event still feeling like underdogs, still feeling like a team that had some of the pieces but was struggling to put them together, right? Maybe, you know, a few months ago, that's what we would have said about Virtus Pro. And now as the picture starts to coalesce, as the team starts to find their footing with some of these new additions, they start to look like world beaters. They start to look like a team where we're talking about a top 3 place in an international stage. We're talking about beating some of the best teams in the world from some of these other regions. And they're showing that strength here, not holding back whatsoever versus Katsia. And Katsia need a solid hold on first. They need to run this clock down because second point does not present many opportunities to make mistakes.
See what Kev decides to go with here in terms of kind of hit scan. So it'll be a Shion. So they'll actually just kind of almost mirror. It'll just be the Baptiste for that little bit of extra damage and survivability, right? Instead of the Juno.
And the Juno, some speed ring aggression, but less heals, less sustain than the Baptiste. Aid goes down, the cart rolling forward, some players on and off and using that teleporter, but I think wisely they elect to just jump in and sack, getting another chance to fight on first point. But
I mean,
feel like a broken record, Matt.
He's always been sick with Sigma as well, right? Like, you know,
I don't like this Juno, honestly.
I like the Juno if it's like a Maga, you're going to be quite aggressive, right? With the Sig, it doesn't really play as nicely, I would say.
No, and the drone, no, Taejong just dead to spam? Are you kidding me? Okay, first point's just done. I don't think you fight without Sim. There's some last second touches coming in. Landon trying to beam down the enemy support. Pistola feels like he has to take this trade, but without a Sim, you just can't play the game. I mean, you're just going to get beamed down and overwhelmed. There's no question of it. And this one is very close to done, Matt. There's going to be a huge ult fight to end the game for VP. I can't imagine them messing this up.
Well, you can also play close here with VP and use like an Amp Matrix on the walk-up, right? Like make it difficult for them to even get out of the door here. So a lot of options for Virtus Pro and how they decide to play this is going to be the TP back on out. And then they're going to go right into that Amp Matrix plus the flux. That is a lot of unanswered damage here.
I was surprised they only got one, to be honest.
But he will fall as well. That Immortality field comes in. Nothing you can do to ice. And that might be it, Jake. I mean, you do have Aid here who's going to kind of try and fight his way to the point, but that might be all, as that would be a blowout here from VP.
It doesn't get more dominant than this, and in disgusting fashion.
The car just did not stop moving.
Absolutely obliterate any. I mean, opposition is not. There was nothing from Katsia. They had no hope in this game. And that is, I mean, talk about a way to lose a game, to really feel like you're going to go out of this playoffs quick. Virtus Pro, send a message and qualify to the mid-season championship.
Yeah, to use the words of a wise man who said it about an hour ago, doesn't get less close than that, Jake, 2026. Now, this was This is rough, honestly, and we all wanted to see a much closer affair than
Yeah,
this.
that was a
On the
hard
other
watch.
side,
I
though,
mean, it
I
was
am
cool.
so happy
I'm a
to see VP
I'm a VP
dominating.
fan, so
Obviously, they came prepared for this one. They just showed that you can't really ban out Ice Gnome. Kevster on Shion is insane.
I'll be right back, everyone. Let me get
You know, if there
some
is a
water.
pick to be found on the server, they will be finding it. Overall, they just look like
from now.
That's fair.
I'm
That's
back.
fair.
I apologize.
Listen, every day is an adventure, and we love to be part of the journey. Smash it. Thank you so much.
You know, on top of the water.
And best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Grab some,
Thank you. Good luck.
Got some paper crackers.
It's great to hear
we have
from
to set up
Smash.
the fan
Interesting
because
to
it's
get
nearly
that insight as
120
well, right? In the
degrees.
scrims there, like one day they lose to GK. Obviously, they're not losing on match days. The officials are just dubs across the board.
He waved.
I think it's good.
It's supposed to rain all week,
in scrims,
basically.
but definitely like have some
Rain,
weaknesses
storm,
exposed so you have
etc.
something to work on, because I think it can be the downfall of a team if they're just never losing, Jake.
I mean, this is a team full of veterans, right? So I don't worry about them getting overconfident and kind of getting over their skis. I feel like so many experienced players, basically everyone on this team has been in world championship positions before, right? Has been in those very, very top slots, breathing.
Are they starting the game earlier then?
So I'm not worried about their ability to go very deep in this competition. That being said, I think Smash is right. The rest of EMEA is incredibly good too, and Virtus Pro's incredible regular season, it does maybe overstate the gap between them and some of the other teams here, not only in EMEA, but in Korea, around the world. So I think he's right to be humble and to keep grinding, but Virtus Pro showing such incredible strength in the opener. As much as a coach, you're always trying to improve, it doesn't get stronger than this. There's never a better opportunity to enjoy how far you've come as a team.
And also a little bit of insights into maybe why they went with Katsia, right? The fact that like GK and TM, like GK kind of maybe plays some similar types of stuff. TM is obviously TM, they show up and always perform on the day, but GK's got a roster of a bunch of it feels like wild cards, right? Like everybody on their team has like potential to just absolutely like go off at any time. It's just we haven't really seen it all click at one time, in one match, where like it's a dangerous proposition though to kind of like be like, oh well, we'll just pick them and then that's the day they show up and they all start to click, right? So I think this next game is obviously going to be a pretty nice banger. I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm perhaps a much closer affair than this first one was. Actually, I'm sure that we are in
I would bet it would be, yes.
It's a very safe bet.
I think it's safe to say it will be, yes.
Yeah, if I had to bet my channel points on something, that would be it.
Can we bet channel points now?
I want to give you all a quick PSA before we're heading into that second match, because peak this. How about this Fire and Tide Esports bundle that is available?
Oh my god, this bundle's ass.
Now you get to cop the Flamebound Hanzo and Mercy, the Tidebound Freya and May. Love those color combination. Also, those sprays and the name cards are exclusive to your bundle purchase, so make sure to grab them. Which side?
I think if you were kind of forcing me to choose, I kind of go with the Tide side, I guess. Yeah.
I go with Fire. So I mean, for me, this Mercy skin, and by the way, Mercy has ridiculous skin competition. There are so many amazing skins from this character, but I'm a big fan of this one. I dig this one.
What are your favorite Mercy skins?
I'm not sure how the uncropping shit works.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm one of the OG legendaries from the base game. I believe it's Dr. Ziegler. That's one of my favorites.
That's a good one.
It's iconic. But that is simple, it's understated. This one is a little bit more, fantasy, fantastic. Exactly. Which, you need both. Different situations call for different outfits. Matt always wears a hoodie, so he doesn't know.
This Mercy skin is like she's ready for everything. Like she could be featured in Diablo and she'd be doing fine. Like she just looks ready, and so are we. Quick break, and then we're heading into our second match here of the day. Twisted Minds against GK. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balance divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
I'll practice my Mizuki.
I'll decide my own fate.
You got the demon on your side.
I thought I missed Toshiro's son the first time I left him. But I miss him more now.
Hey, be careful, Juno. Your mother will be furious if I let anything happen to you.
Going into that was a choice. Yo, I can hit a shot with this guy, I swear. Fuck, man! No, get your... You know.
Didn't even hurt me.
But they started to find their footing. After making some changes, Yubi is back into the mix.
I did not get out quick enough. That was on me, that was stupid.
I have faith, so they're a very serious opponent on the other side. You know, I think Smash is actually right. This is a really challenging series to call because these two teams are actually so different. You know, I don't think you can say this is the meta, really, when these two teams are playing.
It's also interesting, though, that, like, you know, they kind of look around the lineup, right? You saw them in Japan, right?
Help me! Help me! Like, help me! And we're just letting the Hazard and Genji sit in our line like that.
It really took us on a bit of a journey. It's like so many back and forth. It's just a few points currently in a team like Force, whether a Bastion or Soul, like Force but overall, yeah, it's difficult. It's especially difficult to take over.
Down to try this.
Despite having spin it, but it did require them to like make adaptations.
Yeah, but we've seen this core do really well in the past, right? Like Ziad, Labda, Kellex, like we've seen them obviously have success. So last year, right, for the Katsia roster, and it's been in a few years in a strong position, right? But this is a team that went out there.
Let's see, my fat Malgo. I really need to be doing more damage.
Some changes. So we're looking at predictions for this one. I'm gonna give it to Twisted Minds, but
The spirits are breathing down my neck again.
vote here. It's really not a confident one. I think this might just go the distance once again with Twisted Minds. But again, I say there's a zero confidence.
You know, I'm going to withdraw. I you can screenshot this. You can screenshot this. I did it. Whatever.
The Genji's good. I swear I'm not this bad. I swear. Oh my god, I'm awful. Where is one of them?
Set this one up well. Twisted Minds, though, are going to take us to Nepal. Our new control map is
Yeah, I mean, it's not awful, but there's some room for improvement.
Themselves this stage as a team that injects chaos into the series, right? That wants to bring things into these more murky waters where they maybe drown their opposition. Jetpack Cat is going to be able to stick This is a great way to ensure that, you know, Symmetra has a little bit more of a comfortable game. Same for D.Va, which are two of the picks that, you know, for Twisted Minds are not exactly fixed, but they certainly want to be playing those characters as often as possible. And Vendetta having a great matchup into both, totally understandable why she cops a ban on a close range map like Nepal.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, I agree, you know, joking in the predictions. I do agree with you. I think it's going to be a very close series, and I think EK, like, you know, people may be sleeping on them a little bit, right? Because like the core of this roster last year was like basically the second best team in EMEA, right? You know, the entire route. So you obviously do lose Landon, you know, in that mix. So a huge loss there in terms of the back line. But you know, I think it's still a very competent roster that can put together a really tough game for TM. So for me, the matchup I'm really looking at is like, you know, Labda, and then on the other side, not exactly the hit scan counterpart in Quartz. I think Quartz is going to put together a really good game. It's like Now, how do they play with Yubi here is, it looks like potentially we're going to get a good old Sim Rhine scenario here. Is Simple will switch over and play the Kiri.
It's going to be very fast-paced here, but a lot of damage coming through on the other side. So Quartz, Yubi need to find the kills relatively quickly.
Oh, they got Yubi in?
Won't last long. TBNT,
I don't know if this will be as close as Jake and them say it'll be.
Taking the fight to the opposition, but the Rhyme Shield still holding steady. Quartz prompts Kelix, and without this Juno sustain really called into question, Ziad finds a nice crit stomp, keeping the game in contest. And actually, that kill from Finn means DK have found their way back into this trade, but Quartz here with double support behind, it's not someone you want to bet against. Bunny Astro finds the first, and more to follow. Cassidy, perfect for the cleanup crew.
Yeah, really
dude, Quartz and UB, Bunny Astro, like, this is such an elite team, bro.
DK kind of like they get
TBNT
Ziad
is
on
really
in. He
good
goes
too.
past
Like,
that Rhine
this is
Shield
such a
just
good
stomps,
team.
but there's just like the car wash of turrets just putting down damage. Nobody else really able to kind of move up into that position to get any type of follow through. As now it's going to be over the Diva here for TBNT is trying to make a play for Labda. Labda in a really weird spot. Going to get some help from the rest of the team, but Ziad dangerously low. And the point flips, actually.
Nice job supporting Labda there. I mean, it was a deep dive from Twisted Minds trying to catch him, but the team shows up to save him just in time, and they take point position at the same moment. Twisted Minds trying to get creative with the TP. That's their calling card as a unit. They have some powerful ultimates, but although they won the first fight, it sure doesn't feel like it, man.
Yeah, and I mean, the Juno Kiri very strong with the Maga. It'll be Kitsune Rush already.
Bike hits them all.
Oh, that's a bike. Yeah, the bike nails the TP. That is a nice play there from Labda.
Labda well prepared. Deadeye though being channeled in the room, and Ziad just cannot get out. The Simbal though keeping this fight in contest. EK gonna triple down in this fight. And with the Setsuriko's free, Alfie bringing in additional damage as well. TBNT threatening the cap on this point. UB will get the flip, but maybe only barely, right? EK coming back into this fight. Ziad gonna be coming off the spawn post haze. TBNT out of soup, not long for this fight.
Really well played.
How many teams qualify? Is it 3 for
right?
EMA
Even
and then
though
2 for
TM flips
NA?
the point there and it gets a little bit hairy, DK just takes a beat,
Are they doing
doesn't
3
get over
each?
aggressive, waits for Ziad to get back in the fight. He's on his way at that moment, and they're able to flip it right back with only giving up maybe like 2-3% as TP comes through. No bite connection there that time as everybody hightails it out for Twisted Minds as they'll get on the point here first. Going to be the wall here. They're going to be playing it into the cage and the orbital ray.
Oh, TBNT in trouble. Does get teleported out, but still going to have to pop that self-destruct to get back in the suit. Still, zones players off the point. Gets the flip for Twisted Minds. If they can win this fight, they're going to be right back into this round. Maybe Quartz can be part of that. Found an isolated target, but Labda maybe just slips away perfectly here on the Shion. So right back to the point. TBNT trying to hold this one down. Ziad with the shout, doing what damage he can. Now he comes in, swings in, dives on top of the Cassidy. The support, though, so clean from TM. They come in, bail Cassidy out of trouble. I cannot believe
How is the Maga
standing.
still alive?
The Maga mentality reigns supreme. And Twisted Minds, the last members have to hop off the side in hopes of a recontest, but I don't know if they're going to get it. Yike could go to the spawn right now.
I mean, dude, no wonder why we put a Maga skin in the drops. As
Oh, he
you
goes.
just see how crazy the Maga can be. That's the rush use as well here. It's going to be a Deadeye from Quartz. Gets up in the sky there, and he actually does find Labda. So Kitsune Rush traded out. Who can touch, though? It'll be TBNT who gets on it here. More Twisted Minds.
Like, Diva has to stay on the point. They're going to look to get the kills in the meantime, but Pause comes in at a crazy
This is the
moment.
Twisted Minds
Quartz
tech.
is going to die, right? I mean, look at where Alfie is at the moment.
Surely Quartz goes down, because the problem is TBNT has to cap. If he gets a point, round's over, right? There's no fight to be had. So they're going to force the fight without Diva into the mix, and this one's extremely contested. Like, I think this is the right move from GK. If they just get these kills, that point cap is not going to matter. Ultimate's not looking great, really, for either side, so it is going to come down to the deathmatch. But surely Quartz in the corner, surrounded by enemy players at 50 HP, even he cannot play his way out of that one, especially off of the pause.
No cheating, no looking at our Discord. What do you think the chat predictions were for this one?
I already saw. It was devastating. It was devastating in favor of TM.
I'm surprised. Only 17% believing GK, where this obviously very good series from last week, but
let's take a look
here at a replay. So
this is where we were This is like just off the
This is where I
pause.
think we're at.
So he's got
Yeah,
no
so-
roll. No roll. He is dead. He is dead without roll. No way.
Yeah, he's gonna be. I mean, what you have the Kiri and the Sim right there.
I don't know
right?
if the Suzu's out.
So-
Maybe he could get Suzu'd, but I mean, you need a miracle. You need more than a Suzu. You need an act of God to keep Cassidy alive. Maybe he could get a kill
during
or
the pause, just bashing the Suzu button, just getting ready to get back in the game.
yeah. I mean, Maga is going to be able to run through this fight. The TBT is going to cap in the next few seconds and then be able to come in and try to save. So there is like some chance if the cleanse is still available. It seems like we're able to get back into the action. And Quartz is dead before we
can even get back on.
Before we get back on. Ziad though gonna try and brawl this one out. TBNT gets the cap and is back into the deathmatch.
It's a winnable fight.
Trouble. That'll be a beautiful fight now from TM. Quartz maybe learns his lesson to switch over to the Sojourn, add a little bit more mobility into the mix.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I like that Soj pick. It's gonna Maga lets him farm rail pretty quick, so he'll just always have a rail up.
You're gonna have Simwall. You're gonna have
obviously
Xion ult. With Xion ult plus cage fight could be quite nasty. As we'll see how they kind of try and position here. No TP used just yet here.
Ooh, Labda gets scouted though.
DK.
But it's so hard to chase down Xion.
Out of there,
yeah, the bike plays around the TP really nicely. Twisted Minds without that crucial cooldown. They're going to commit Simwall, both traded on the point. It's allowing Twisted Minds to hold on to the control, but only barely. They really can't afford to step up this point. Twisted Minds knows they need to rally this capture time, but they can't quite do it. Here comes the beat, and Quartz always finds something when the team needs. Cage fight though from Ziad means there's still something to play for, but I think TM have done enough. Unless Labda has something to say about it. Comes in, the Sepsi Lucas finds two. Kiri's still alive, the clutch. So too in contest, Ziad healthy. Oh, what a comeback into that fight from DK Esports. Labda, I feel like Labda, he has been in the lab for this map, right? He was ready for some of those TPs, ready to throw his bike in and punish, like knew exactly how Twisted Minds would want to approach this map. And also being able to rotate away, like we've seen so many hit scan players try to get cheeky against Twisted Minds and just get obliterated by TP, Diva, speed boost, free kill over and over and over again. Labda is almost, I mean, I don't think he's ever caught that way this game. Like the Xion has this unique utility of, hey, the bike is one of the most insane ways to escape in the entirety of Overwatch. And so when you go for this heavy commit with the TP, you really risk a lot if you don't find that kill.
And also, like, with the bike, there is no way to, like, really mitigate that, right? Like, it doesn't get eaten by, like, a defense matrix. So, like, it's kind of like, you know, where teams are worried, like, with a Vendetta, right? Like, going into the TP and Vendetta, like, being able to kind of, like, you know, swing or then do, like, the, you know, being able to kind of, like, use the, you know, blade kind of, like, rotating to kind of go in and put some serious damage on the opponents. It's kind of the same type of scenario here is that Kellex will end up playing some Lucio here. Is going to be a push right on in behind Ziad, getting the Suzu there, going to be able to kind of keep him up for a little bit longer, but a lot of damage there focused on the Ziad. Is I think maybe the Sojourn in the mix has kind of changed things a little bit, right? That burst damage being able to be put down onto the Maga. Quartz cleans up 2 here at the end.
Yeah, one of the best Sojourn players in the world here.
One of the best hit scan players in the whole like history of Overwatch.
There's going to be cost
Put
to that,
respect
right?
on Quartz's
And that
name.
cost is going to come in the form of the railgun. This guy is too clean with it. You can see why Ziad needs to get aggressive, but it's also hard to do. Right? Again, Diva, Sim, these characters are really good at stalling the game out. Labda takes a lot of poke though on the off angle, needs a bit of sustain. Got to be able to come into this fight and contribute. Quartz already close to that OC, and Ziad just getting boxed out of the point. Even uses the over already. What a TP from Yubi.
Yeah, now that the map's opened up a lot, like they're off of a more closed off one, Twisted Minds gonna have so much more freedom with this than TP.
Doesn't feel like there's much hope for them.
This is more their bread and butter. This is very strong for them, especially on Flashpoint.
Somehow the flip comes in.
I mean, obviously control Flashpoint, they're very similar, yeah, but like sort of also Flashpoint. That's like Yubi's. That's the guy's map.
He finds kills before the fight even gets going.
Diva here?
I guess I would. I think it's probably better.
Yeah.
I think that the Sojourn is just giving you ridiculous problems right now.
Well, because like unlike the Cassidy, right, where like Maga, you know, without the roll, there really is no mobility. Like Soj can just slide out of the way of the Maga and just like nail with a railgun shot, and he is very close, you know, to leaving the game. So we'll see here. It's going to be a Kitsune rush from both sides. Advantage for the sound barrier from Twisted Minds. A huge sound barrier advantage at the moment. TBNT will get demexed. We're going to use self-destruct to get right back in.
Nobody dies from the bomb. Bunny Astro maybe he'll bring the beat, is holding it for now, playing deeper into the late fight. Here comes Astro with the beat on the board, keeps Simwall alive, but TVNT doesn't get the benefits of it. Of course, Simwall still being up makes that difficult. Alfie finds 1 kill and could be a key clutch factor in this team fight. Lucio comes in to rejoin Ziada. Beat comes in later from Kelix this time.
Yeah, Kelix just has
all
better
the
beat.
advantage that the team needs. Beautiful support from Simple, though, keeps Yubi in the fight. Astro plays his way out to the extremities. Twisted Minds, although they lose the flip, they're still in this engagement.
Twisted Minds is, holy shit, they're actually still holding
they're
this.
just dangerous. I mean, they're having to use every resource here to try and get Ziad anywhere near healthy. This is going to be a cage fight here. Ran onto the point by the Malga. Ziad just trying to do everything he can. It looks like a TP out from the players there of Twisted Minds. Is now Ziad going to back off of the point. TM just need a little bit more to be able to flip this, which they do.
Labda called into question. Alfie already down. Kelix grabs a kill back onto the sim, actually, and that's crucial for keeping DK into this. But Finn eventually overwhelmed Quartz with another OC in what, just a couple minutes on round. Disgusting performance from him on the Sojourn, and he will close this round out. Definitely Geekay gonna have to think about how to deal with the Sojourn. Maybe not something they expected in the game planning phase, but clearly an issue as Quartz just, I mean, he lights them up this round. I'd love to see the stats just from this round because, I mean, I feel like Quartz had, what, 12 final blows, 10, something
I mean,
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he had an incredible bounce back round. 21 and 4, 12k damage. I mean, just absolutely farming on the Maga. I mean, so does this next point, though, our final one here on Nepal, maybe play a little bit better here for like that Maga that comes into play?
I don't think so.
You know, Finn obviously.
I think maybe the point itself is better for him, but the map itself
better,
is
like
just,
sightline wise and fighting over
the map in
points
general
like
is
Xion
worse.
plus Sim versus like the Sojourn in this.
This whole like
Gonna send
central
it again.
area is
Quartz
really
already
good for
slides out
Quartz.
wide, takes a powerful deep angles yacht. Gonna try and come contest that immediately. Sojourn into this fight, needs some support now. Getting very low. Yubi though this time provides really the real damage. Labda though, quick kill back onto Quartz. Finn's still alive, but eventually gets overwhelmed. Doesn't have a second support behind. So Twisted Minds confidently take position, running through that fight.
Yeah, let's see if, well, you're going to have the Lucio back here. Kelix is going to go in here with Ziad as they want to try and clear the point.
Oh, that disruptor shot really messing with his position. Finn has to come in, try to save, but Quartz will have his head. Ziad not long behind into the grave. Quartz with another and maybe adding yet more to the tally. Picks up 3 in the fight. Stragglers, Kelix is the only one. He makes it back to spawn to get a nice taxi off, but running back to spawn really feels like the story of this game. Wait, Astro dies to spam. Okay, Kelix get the finish, but that had to be some team focus fire. A rare mistake from the main support of Twisted Minds will get EK through the choke pretty easily.
I also think if you're EK, you gotta try and consider some type of change here. I mean, Quartz just dominating at this point. There's nothing that really anybody can do against this. I mean, it's just looking so easy. I mean, I feel like you need to make some type of adjustment. I mean, Funny Astro dies at the hands of Ziad, but what really matters is Stagger is brutal here.
This is going to get very awkward. The Diva is going to delay him too, getting more clock time, and that's without any ultimates coming to play. Matt, you know, last time we casted Twisted Minds, I saw a Reddit comment on the match thread saying I praise Quartz too much. I'm sorry, but this guy's the best in the world right now. He just is. He's literally the best in the world on hit scan. And for me, I don't know how close it is.
Yes,
He
put some
just
respect on
takes
his
over
name.
every single
Put some
game.
respect on
It
his
was
name.
disgusting. OC once again available for him. See if he can close out this fight. He rips it. I've caster cursed him as brutally as one can be, and he still finds the connection. Kelix, 50% to beat. He's not getting one in this round of control if Quartz has anything to say about it.
This last round, it really, honestly, since he switched over to the Sojourn, it's not really been that close.
No.
And for whatever reason, GK just keeps kind of throwing.
See, this is about what I expected from this
grinder
game.
That is Quartz here.
GK's like it's like the side of it again.
Obviously,
DK's not a bad team by any means. But Twisted Minds is just.
To the Diva, trying something a little bit
they dominated OWCS the first 2 years, and even this year when they're having a slight fall off, they're still number 2 in EMEA and a huge threat.
And it is just a matter of time here as Twisted Minds, Jake, they take our first map.
I mean, that was brutal. You know, as a team, it really looks like these two teams are so evenly matched, and then Quartz just finds 1 to 4 kills per team fight. It's just like clockwork. It is insane. How does he do it every single time? I don't know, but it certainly looks like a team that's ready for LAN, that wants to book their tickets to the midseason championship. Quartz 34-5. Okay, sure, why not?
I mean, it's just a silly game. I think you see, like, obviously on the cast, it was much easier, I think, for GK to kind of, cause some problems.
Get on top of him,
for
right?
Twisted Minds. So, yeah, you just kind of, you were able to collapse on top of him, and like even the Shion's really good at kind of causing issues there. Once the Sojourn swap comes in, I mean, it's just kind of game over. It feels like without it, and it's game over with like no adjustments made from GK. So I think if you're GK and you want to kind of continue to play that same way, obviously the Sojourn going to be maybe at the top of the list in terms of bans, but it feels like you could have tried maybe something else in terms of comp to really give him some trouble, because like the second part of this, once he switches over to the Sojourn and we're on board with them, I mean, these are easy shots for Quartz, right? I mean, nobody really in his face the entire time, the ability to line up railguns, so nothing too concerning there for him once that swap comes through.
I mean, I see the vision, to be honest, from GK, right? That I think the Maga, I think the Xion, they both look really good at crashing into UB and putting massive pressure on the Symmetra. But then they just bring out this additional threat in the Quartz Sojourn. I mean, and they show no mercy here on this first map of Nepal. Twisted Minds, they want to book their ticket post-haste, lock things in, prevent any kind of shenanigans in the lower bracket. You don't want to deal with that. This is a team that not only wants to go to the midseason championship, but wants to pick up that trophy once again.
Yeah, and I know obviously the winning team here goes to the midseason championship, and if you want to go as well, hey, get 15%.
I don't really want to go
why not?
that much.
I saw you mentioned earlier, 15% is better than 14%. So why not? Scan the QR code, make sure you kind of get over to Paris. It's going to be a really awesome event. I think competition globally for Overwatch has really never been closer, right? So going to be an awesome opportunity to see that, and we're going to get Neon Junction yet again. So back-to-back selections here of our newest map in EMEA. I wonder if teams think this is like a pretty good aggressive like Maga type of map.
I think so. I think people are really reading this as a rush map. Question in my mind, though, is do GK want to deploy the sim ban here? This seems like a moment you could go for it. You could also just think, though, hey, maybe we can bring incredible pace and overwhelm you and not necessarily need the sim. I think Alfie was good on the sim, but in the mirror match, Twisted Minds are just so drilled. Like, it's not just Yubi's ability to play the sim, it's the entire team around him. They really understand the matchup in a deep way, and they're really great at making hay, while the sun shines, or while they have the opportunity to play this sim comp, they will leverage it. Question is, how does it work on Neon Junction? I would think this isn't the best sim map, because
what about
some close ranges?
What about banning Diva? What about banning Diva here if you're GK?
I like a Diva
protecting the Maga, forcing them to maybe even play a like Maga Sigma kind of like of their own. I think you'd rather have that, I think, if you're GK than the Maga gone, and then you're kind of playing a Diva head to head.
I think it's a good shout. I think the Maga is definitely the more comfortable look. You can tell from how long Ziad stuck to the pick that this is really what they've drilled, this is what they've practiced, and I think teams underrate just how significant TVNT is to the success of this squad. But
so
in fact, it's a deferred
first ban they gave up. Yeah, so they deferred over, and it's a Ramatra ban.
Interesting.
So I guess the Ramatra ban also kind of protects Diva in a way, but I would have thought
this one that makes sense to me is that that's a protect ban.
Yeah, potentially could be like Ramatra.
A little bizarre.
The Sojourn ban is great objectively for GK, right? They got absolutely annihilated by Quartz's Sojourn in map number 1, so not wanting to see it again.
Yeah, this is I like this a lot, because now this really clears the way to play the Maga. Like, yeah, the Diva can be a problem, but I mean, it was clear that the Sojourn was the genuine issue. Just giving a player like Quartz a reliable, throughout the fight way to get those rails charged up, that's always been Maga's weakness in this matchup. And given how much strength is in a player like Quartz, how consistent he is at finding those clutch kills, it's just not the matchup you want, especially with playoffs on the line.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, I think a massive map for GK. We'll see if they're able to kind of pull out the stops here. They looked great up until the Sojourn came in the mix. So we're gonna.
He's actually bringing out the Rhine again.
This is I'm a happy man. I may have predicted EK, but I've been singing the praises of this Reinhardt hero for, I would say, you know, the last couple months. I think teams have been underrating. Ryan is genuinely good right now. I think
he is, but nobody wants to fucking admit that.
Useless in Ryan.
Especially the Ryan player base.
And
why Ryan and Cassie players will not admit that their character is in a good spot?
Very hard to play green,
especially Cassie players.
Like,
he's one of the best characters in the whole game right now.
They are looking to play the Mizuki though. So
arguably,
well picked.
top 3 best characters in the game at the moment.
Nope. I'm thinking about it.
That character shuts down dive on his own.
To do once they have the Reinhardt on the other side, there may be some changes. So, yeah, it looks like they go back to the spawn. They probably gonna play Maga.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Maga with the interesting. So they're gonna play the Vendetta with the Xion into this.
They're gonna try and just blitz past the Rhine, get on top of the backline, but Funny Astro and Simple so rock solid on support. Not easy to bring down players early, and that means TVNT is gonna have a bit of room to work with here on the Rhine. TP up to the high ground. Okay, TM, I don't think I've seen this position before. Giving Quartz a nice sniper position alongside the Rhine shield. Someone's gonna come touch the point, but the lack of shields from DK makes that pretty difficult to do. Ziyad's gonna try and touch from under an immediate TP in. Now that the overrun cooldown is out, Quartz takes a wide angle back into the high ground over the top, raining in damage from above. Ziyad starting to drop low, needs that Maga shot, but doesn't lifesteal off the Rhine shield. Quartz just back and forth, hitting from all sides. Ziyad eventually goes down. Quartz finds another, and a beautifully played first team fight from Twisted Minds. They look drilled on this style.
Yeah, that is a nasty scenario to kind of TP up and down, and there's no real hero who can engage with Quartz from that position, right? Nobody can kind of take that high ground. I mean, I guess you can send the Vendetta out there, but like, there's no way that Alfie is kind of living through the Cassidy damage that's coming down as he's kind of flying up. So this is especially behind a Rhine shield, a nasty spot to have to try and commit to. As Geekay, what they were trying to do is like kind of like play underneath, right? Like take the point from underneath. That'll be the bike there up on the high ground, does some damage.
Catches them on the low ground, the rush, big opportunity now, but the Deadeye zone so many players away, they're caught in a terrible position. Funny Astro cleans up one. Quartz starting to get low on this high ground, but there's no one here to punish him as he does come in, but Zion just doesn't have the health to keep the fight rolling, and the rush trade goes
UB's
the way of Twisted Minds without even a tick to show for it. Geekay, they're caught flat-footed by this. They
like,
just don't know
Symmetra
what
is
to do
just
against this
Symmetra
at
a
sick
the
look
top
to
level
bring
of
out
game.
in a playoff series.
It's so fun to watch.
Oh, and I mean, you pick this map if you're GK, maybe you think that TM's not as drilled on it, but they look awesome being able to kind of TP Quartz around with all these different angles up on that high ground. And with GK, they have no one who can really engage with it. I mean, you can kind of get up in the building and maybe get close there and like put some pressure down, but as soon as they get under the point, they start taking some chip damage. Look at this, they just TP everybody around.
Nice stomp. Bike is good. Shatter is decent. Maybe enough. Finds 2 kills off the play. UB finds 3.
Big slam.
The beat from Astro is enough to overwhelm.
The beat plus the shatter there. They do get 1 tick for GK. As GK will come back, Cage plus Sound Barrier plus Sundering Blade. So some ultimates to work with as Ziyad gonna make his way over to the objective rather quickly.
GK, it's their opportunity with the beat advantage. How are they gonna press this? UB holding onto that Simwall, waiting for the aggression to come in. Here comes Simwall, isolates players away. Beat just in time to keep Ziyad healthy, but healthy maybe overstates the case. He goes down to overwhelmed as well. TVNT onto Alfie, he will stop this Vendetta's reign of terror. Quartz still alive, still healthy, with a Rhine shield in the front and a Kiri behind. GK have to retreat, have to regroup for one last fight, and UB is coming back on Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, dude, and all I was gonna say, I mean, you had this nasty spot to be able to kind of like TP him up to with the Deadeye, but now with the Bastion, I mean, this is a lot of damage for Ziyad to have to contest with.
Rush Cage is a lot, but Ziyad is getting so low. He has a ton of save they need to keep this Maga firing.
Holy shit.
Big Deadeye connects from the back line, finishes a 4th as well, and EK getting absolutely
see,
out on.
this is what I expected. Yeah, like Twisted Minds is just that team.
I mean, this attack is I don't think we've seen. We've barely seen
I really don't understand why they were saying this was going to be a close series.
Off of the ridiculous Sim Cassidy.
Now I think Geekay and Kasida, I think that'll be a fun match tomorrow in the losers bracket.
My bad on the Preds.
Because as I said, and I firmly believe this, I believe both those teams are good teams.
They're not making us work for our paycheck today, Matt.
But
they are moving quick today.
Yeah.
We just saw a full hold on Neon Junction.
I just
Quartz with a 3-piece high noon.
VP and Twisted Minds is
Quartz
also gonna be a good game
okay, no, he did
tomorrow.
die once. TVNT
Yeah, but I
deathless
mean-
though. Ryan is OP. In the year of our Lord
I don't
2026.
know if I'm willing to
Ryan
go that
OP,
far, but
bro.
Ryan is viable for sure. Ports, whether
Did you
it
see
be
that, Jay?
now the Cassidy starting to heat up. It was a huge shatter.
That was a fatty
That was a
shatty.
huge shatter.
That was a textbook fatty shatty. GK are gonna rock up with the Sigma. Matt, they're gonna lose first fight with this comp.
I think it's going to be
I
very
think they're
difficult
gonna
for them
get
to hold with this
run
comp. Yeah.
through by
'Cause,
Reinhardt right
like
now.
what? They'll just TP the Ryan on
Yeah.
in, and Sig can't really do like grabby hands with Sig doesn't really do anything there. And also you're getting hit with the beam.
Yeah, grabby hands
I
with
think
Sim
you're in a
kind
really
of
rough
doesn't. I mean,
spot.
It is
Sig
just
doesn't
over. This
really
is
do
this
anything.
is the comp that the Ryan exists to counter. And I think GK they're between a rock and a hard place. I mean, like playing rush on defense feels so desperate. Like eventually the economy is going to go against you and you just lose a fight. Poke maybe is the only way to win. I almost want them to play like, I don't know, some crazy greedy heroes. Maybe the Sim from Alfie can change something, but this TP from Yubi is going to be able to break the choke point pretty comfortably, get them deep into the back line. They fake TP and just run it down mid. Ryan Shield started to get low, but Sigma getting dangerously damaged in this team fight, although the poke hold on is pretty sick. They're struggling. They're trying to just regroup and stay alive. The heal's coming through from TM, but it's not quite enough for now. Still turning this corner. Feels like a bridge too far. A rock does connect onto Astro.
that was a
Lab
nice
will finish
rock,
that
yeah.
off. They want to keep peeking for more. They need every kind of a free cleanup kill they can get. And okay, my prognostication was deeply mistaken. The Poke
Prognostication?
overwhelmed.
You're a fucking
Twisted Minds
geek.
just- With the fake TP, they just can't cross the distance in time.
I think I mean, the fake TP obviously, causes a little bit of panic from GK, but I think you need to get the Ryan in position with like, a fully healthy shield like right away, right? Like not really kind of having this like long walk up. I think that's kind of why you need the TP. The TP gets dropped on the point yet again. They're gonna walk up the Sig getting dangerously low.
And they're just walking straight up the gut here, not really utilizing the TP, and it's GK actually who make use of that rotational power, ensuring that another clean fight goes their way. And I feel like TM maybe coming into this a little overconfident off the back of a sick full hold, like still winnable for GK Esports, especially after a couple, I would say, relatively free fights like that. They have economy advantage,
Well,
but TM with their ult bank finally coming to fruition, this is where we get to see the real point of this strategy.
TM, I think though, like trying to like, if you're TM, I think this is like kind of dangerous because you're not going to go over and play like a diva into this, right? I think it would be like pretty disastrous against like the Sig plus the Mizuki. This time they actually take the TP. A potentially huge flux.
Yeah, it's just a
down
lot of
comes on
ults.
down from Astro, keeps everybody topped up.
Quartz kills off Labda, has a bit of room to work with on the flank. Sanctuary
Is
starting
Quartz
to
gonna-
run
is
low.
Quartz
The
gonna hit
Shadow
another
putting up for
huge-
connection.
Okay,
Yubi
no.
finds the cleanup, but with the ultimates in play.
Yeah, but Yubi just
GK
cleaned up.
falling out of Neon Junction. Twisted Minds knew they didn't have to do anything special to close out this one after that rock-solid defense they just showed. And I think every other team in EMEA, maybe in the world, is taking a look at this VOD saying, we got to prep for that? What do we do about that? That high ground above point? I've seen Widows use that. I've not seen an entire team use it.
And honestly, the one time that they end up taking the TP, Twisted Minds there, obviously they have a ton of ultimates to work with, but they end up kind of taking it out in the end because, once that Ryan gets on top of the Sig in combination, I know with the Sim, it is just game over as this is the high ground that we were talking about. Made it literally impossible for the kind of rush style of play that GK was trying to do work. I mean, there's no way for them to engage with any of those heroes up there. They TP on through, they leave Quartz up on the high ground. He's able to just kind of consistently farm up. And that is a really great showing there from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty brutal, man. I'd love to see, hey, like a TM, if they do this attack, like TPing to the side, getting on that high ground room by the checkpoint, it really feels like this map with all of these close range corners, right, with tight angles, it really feels like the Rhine can be a serious threat here, especially with that Ram ban. I think now we see why, right, the Ram ban comes through because maybe that's the tank with one of the better matchups into Rhine, able to just kind of pummel him down in the front line, pressure that face tanking threat. But Twisted Minds, being the iconoclast this stage, the team that's willing to do what no one else is, play their own style, And it's brought them back maybe to the top now, because GK were supposed to be one of those teams who could give them a real challenge, really threaten them. Map 1, Quartz comes with the Sojourn. Feels like that completely answers all of the preparation from GK. And Map 2, you know, you thought, GK, you thought you were bringing, you know, Twisted Minds into your lair. Turned out the Rhine, very well practiced, very well prepared. TVNT already has brought this out a couple times previously, and when he does, it's I think it's always successful. I don't think he's lost a map on Rhine yet. And so I say again, Matt, Rhine OP. What now?
Yeah, I mean, hey,
what now?
Rhine looks pretty good here, you know, on Neon Junction, but you know, as we move forward, I mean, what? It's gonna have to be a reverse sweep from GK, and it's a pretty easy read here for Twisted Minds on what they want to play, right, on the GK side of things, and pretty easy scenario maybe for them to play in the rest of the series. Guys, if you don't know, we have that new Fire and Tide esports bundle in the shop.
We've already seen the dog shit bundle, alright? Like,
in the May skins, and the
what the hell am I looking at?
Exclusive to the bundle, so just get the whole bundle. Don't buy like the skin individually, right?
No.
Fire and Tide. Now we already heard from Jake. I know what his favorite skins were, just overall. He's more on the Hanzo Mercy side of things. I think the May and the Freya look pretty sweet. So
the Freya one looks alright.
Hey Jake, are you rocking these skins yet or what?
I rock the Mercy skin, man. You know I'd be grinding the Mercy. Get a little. You know, I actually, Matt. You know, I've been playing tank. I've been in my tank era. I hit champ on tank.
Isn't that when you threw? Didn't you throw like a Juby in a ditch to play Mercy and Owl back in the day?
Whoa. No, my Mercy's kind of clean though. My Mercy's kind of clean.
Or am I misremembering how that went?
That's a dramatic reading of the situation there, Matt. GK gonna take us to New Junk City.
He's never been found.
He's never been found.
I'm kidding.
All right. New Junk City is gonna be the pick from GK, and it's just like, where do you go? You know, it's like I don't blame them for this, because I don't know what other pick you could do. Maybe like a Dorado, if that's in the wheelhouse, could be something that changes the narrative of this series so far, but it's just a struggle bus so far for GK. I mean, they showed real life in the very first round of Control, but I mean, the trend since then is brutal. Getting full held on Hybrid, it's one of the worst feelings in Overwatch. It's one of the quickest maps, and they've banned
a Reinhardt
ban is silly.
They need
2026.
They need to, Matt. Yeah. Because Reinhardt is OP. All right, but any believers in the chat, my Reinhardt believers, I call upon you. They needed to ban the Rein. They couldn't deal with it. There's no counter. It's too strong.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, banning the Reinhardt, obviously. TVNT looked really good on it. You were talking about how Ryan is really strong, like into like Mizuki potentially, right? Like the Sanctuary, like he just does not care for it whatsoever. The Xion ban, that's obviously something that we've seen Lab to pick up a lot throughout this series, but Twisted Minds, Jake, on the verge of a really great showing here at 3-0 after this series last week between these two teams went the distance. So Twisted Minds always kind of showing up when it matters, it feels like.
Absolutely. Coming into playoffs, Quartz and UB side by side, raining down terror. They take away the Xion this time, which I do like. I think the Xion is really nice into Symmetra. I mean, that ultimate is great at clearing out clumped up enemies, breaking teleporters in the meantime, kind of following along, even if the Sim does try to kite away and slip past a shield or two. But taking it out of the mix, Lambda is going to be taking the Soj Mirror. Alfie considering a Vendetta look here, and is Yubi not on Sim? Do I have that right? Okay. It's going to be a Reaper rollout. Yeah. I don't mind this. I think Reaper is pretty good in this setup, and that means Alfie may struggle on the Vendetta to find a vulnerable target.
Yeah, not a great matchup, right, for Vendetta into Reaper. Those close quarter engagements.
I'm not really sure why some teams are really trying to force the Vendetta.
DK goes about this. It'll be
now he's in there with no cooldowns.
All the movement cooldowns, and he is dead. That is not really going to be able to kind of live through that. The Malga not there like at the same time, right? It looks like a little bit disjointed, so like no cardiac overdrive there. Rolling to try and help out the Vendettas. That is not what you want to see if you're GK in that first fight.
I mean, he got there, but I think TM just basically comp gapped them. GK were fully expecting a Sim. They were going to try and just overwhelm it, but running headlong into Reaper Juno like that, it's just not going to work. Alfie using instant swap to the Reaper, recognizes that he needs a little bit more of that frontline power. Should be a more comfortable matchup, though, for Alfie. But the Juno provides so much consistent field throughput. TVNT matches the overrun here. Trades coming in. Force always finds his man. This time it's Kellis. A TP into the backline for Alfie. Does create a bit of chaos, finds a connection, but Quartz is indomitable. Drops Lab. Alfie finds another in the fight, suggesting that there's just some shred of possibility, but with Quartz, with Astro behind, there's just too much stability here for Twisted Minds. And DK really starting to feel the pressure now. It feels like these fights have just been over in an instant, and the kills keep coming in from Quartz Sojourn.
And it's rough for DK, right? Because these are the types of comps that they probably would want to play. And feel like maybe they even have a little bit, of the edge in against Twisted Minds, but that could not be any farther from the truth here early on as Yubi will get back over towards the rest of his team. It'll be the Cardiac Overdrive used here by TBNT. It's going to be the Orbital Ray that comes in from Astro. This could be massive.
Oh, the Ray Blossom is so powerful. Alfie, great burst from him, though. Shuts down Yubi and finds some damage of his own. Quartz on the high ground, though, uncontested for the moment. Finds 2 kills, a third, and surely a fourth. No Labda does stop it, but there's just no resource left. And Kellick's just not able to get the sound barrier in time. Those early picks that Quartz able to find on him in previous fights now come in. The consequences are clear. Twisted Minds.
So Twisted Minds does have a pretty shit ulti coming right now, but
for them, Twisted Minds.
DK doesn't have anything like game breaking. Like overclock can be scary. Cage also can.
Scenario though here, right?
They have nothing to combo Cage with. Cage should be a selfish ult.
Sound barrier. It's going to be an early Cage here from TVNT. It's going to be the Cage plus beat in response for DK.
And they actually lost that too.
I mean, this is brutal if they were to lose this fight.
Quartz has a nasty angle. He'll find Finn as well. That takes out a lot of the sustain. Another connection onto Alfie. And the last remaining players with just little bits of HP. Quartz will have them all.
Dude, Quartz is just the best player ever.
TVNT in that fight into beat Cage. The supports from TM doing crazy work to keep him alive so long in the fight. And that time is all Quartz needs. He produces so consistently, has another rail coming into this next team fight, waiting for the proper moment.
That fight, though, may end up like this map may start to snowball for Twisted Minds, right?
Okay.
Our Quartz is dead, so he might be winnable.
Finding Quartz on an off angle, Kellick's dropping his OC as well.
Okay, good connections from Labda. Crucial, needed this to stabilize the game. The headshot on the TVNT should just finish the fight on its own. Ziad find the finish on Yubi. Labda connects another one onto Simple. And so Labda finds a nice way into that fight.
Massive.
Swings in on an angle that Quartz just isn't prepared for. Cuts him down early. And we see the difference, right? You lose Quartz early in the fight, it's a very different story, but so hard to make that play happen consistently.
I mean, that is a massive play there from Labda because it looked like this was starting to get a little bit out of hand, right? With the last fight that they're able to win. It's going to be a overclock here for Quartz. It's going to be also the Kitsune rush here that comes in from Finn. Nice job of Alfie just kind of running down that Sojourn. So now DK starting to pick up the pace a little.
Yeah, and Simple even responds with his own rush there. Alfie makes a huge difference so far on Reaper. I feel like this has been maybe the one massive change that has changed the tenor of the series so far, is that he keeps finding these kills in the chaos of the mid-fight. On first flashpoint, it wasn't enough, but he's undetected here. This Blossom could be deadly. Here it comes into the front line. Traded. The Raid, though, comes down from Astro before he falls. Maybe that'll be enough to keep this team fighting contest. The odd getting so low, but Kellex comes in, finishes off Yubi. Sweet little hiding play from Alfie. Drops the Juno before the fight can get underway. That'll be enough to earn DK a flashpoint. TVNT gonna just delay the inevitable here. Touching for the overtime, but he came back into this one now.
Yeah, they played that really well after losing that first fight, which I know they had that sound barrier Cage OC available for. Now they bounce back in a huge way. They get to this next flashpoint first, right? So they're gonna force Twisted Minds, kind of battle through this choke. You will have the advantage in terms of like sustain, right? With that sound barrier, nothing available like that on the side of Twisted Minds. So DK, it's gonna be Labda. Finds Funny Astro early on, so really rough now for Twisted Minds is Kellex doesn't even feel the need to end up using that sound barrier.
Bring Yubi back on the
in this moment of the match to really match one of the best Sojourns in the world, and I think he's been rising to that challenge. Gonna get a quick taxi off the spawn, and Twisted Minds are gonna make a heavy swap to a Cat Bastion look here. Try to disrupt their opponents, try to change what's been a comfortable battle for YK. Quartz up in the sky is not going to have much contest into this team comp, but the low ground players are going to be potentially hurting if Bastion can't produce some serious impact in this fight.
As TVNT,
he's producing.
Trying to get back to the rest of the team. It's going to be some damage put down from Quartz up on the high ground.
Kite the rush.
Finn doing a nice job. Yeah, they kite the rush, but everybody kind of doing a nice job. Just kind of staying alive on the GK side of things. Is nice Suzu there from Simple, keeps himself alive. No way he gets TP on out as TVNT loses the mech. So GK really started to figure things out. I think, Jake, as you mentioned, once they switch over to the Reaper, it took a little bit of time, like one full flashpoint, but I think Twisted Minds definitely a little bit concerning from their side.
Cat Bastion touching from behind, trying to put a little bit of pressure on. Transform is out from Quartz. What can he find from this? Some big damage on his Ziad, but Kelix holds his nerve with the sound barrier. Now the opportunity to strike Ziad deep into the backline, gets the beat at the perfect moment. Alfie finds a kill onto Simple, and now this is looking truly dire, even with the rush out on the checkpoint. It's just too much damage coming in. A Blossom from UB, but just overwhelmed. Naga more than happy to Fangs take that ultimate. Gike go up 2-1 now on Flashpoint, so after a pretty brutal set of fights on the first checkpoint, they're right back into this map, and a map here would be at least some wind in the sails for the overall series.
Yeah, I mean, definitely starts to get a little dicey there for Twisted Minds, as Alfie kind of lurking there with that Death Blossom yet again, kind of hiding in a corner. UV spots him out though, so it's going to be really difficult to play that Cat Bastion into, right? That poke with the overclock coming on in. Like a really easy target coming through the choke.
Nice dive from TVNT. It puts Labda back on his heels, which is an opportunity for Quartz to swing in with some aggression of his own. But under the point, they're nice and safe from the Bastion. Quartz not able to profit from the turret form just yet. Labda now an opportunity to re-peek. UB out of gas. The front line so vulnerable when you play this Cat Bastion. He wins even holding the OC. And honestly, Matt, I'm not a believer of the Cat Bastion here on New Junk City. It just feels like the angles aren't there. There's too much cover.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this from Twisted Minds.
The sightlines are kind of brutal.
This is not really good to be honest.
This is like really the worst point for it, right? I mean, you kind of have to like go into like their close quarter area, like some of the other points here on New Junk City, right? Like it's open air, where this is like a determined skybox by the room here, so pretty rough to play into.
Okay, Bastion just slips away from the flank. The OC is just instantly evaporated. So too does Kelix Pro. Early on in the fight, TVNT with the self-destruct elects to continue battling this one out. Is going to pop it alongside that artillery fire. The rush of the point makes it very scary to contest into Ziad, and players are going to be coming back in off the spawn. Ziad finds Simple, crucial find in the fight. Without the Kiriko, the sustain called into massive question. Astro struggling to heal, struggling to just stay alive on this Cat, and Ziad
there's no supports. That's basically the game.
Double support behind Maga. We've seen this story before. So brutal to be forced into an overtime touch against it. Finn, the headshot onto UB takes a ton of the clutch potential out of Twisted Minds. Sports considering even a Sombra has to come back fast in the Bastion. TVNT's getting a very decent stall here. Simple's close to rush, but it feels like the dregs of a competition just desperately trying to play this one out. Funny Astro caught in the cage fight on the Jetpack Cat. Astro can go right back to the point. Bastion up next. TVNT though, hold on, finds a carry back. UB finds another. The Death Blossom being almost completely eaten up, and actually somehow, some way, Twisted Minds have fought their way back in the overtime to just barely stay alive on New Junk City.
We're about to get a Twisted Minds comeback story
It takes them
on
about
New Junk City.
30 minutes to kill Ziad on the Maga, but yeah, they do finally end up battle back, right? You have to make some changes, right? You have to ditch the Cat to get back. You know, the Lucio back in action. As Funny Astro's going to go back to Jetpack Cat. UB switches over to Sim here, and that's going to get the Vendetta out from Alfie. No Reaper in plays. I mean, no way Alfie survived in that. That's a Cat Bastion right in his face.
Nice signature aggression from TM. They find one kill, maybe looking for more with the artillery fire into this hallway. It's brutal to try to evade. Big damage across the board on DK, but they're not dropping just yet. Finn somehow finds a kill back, but the health
Why is UB on
they try to go
Sim
for a
now?
rush, but it's desperate, and TVNT is ready to receive. And DK now, they were
Tracer. You want to play Tracer? Tracer has better solo survivability.
If they can win here, they can get to that last flashpoint. This Cat Bastion looks very winnable.
Yeah, I don't know about the Vendetta here, Jake. I mean, we saw it earlier, but
the crit does knock people to the ground.
It does knock people to the ground, yeah. It does knock the Bastion down, but just get picked up, taken out of dodge right away.
I mean, the pressure is really immense right now from TM. Despite their backs being against the wall, they aren't letting off whatsoever. Here comes another form. A lot of damage being rained down from above. Crucial cleanse, and Scott, hero for the team, finds a kill onto Yubi. TVNT trades it right back, but in these kind of low numbers fights, you always want to be the Maga. The rush on point starts to expire. Simple's out of the fight, but Quartz finds that kill onto Finn. TVNT just won't go down in the chaos. It's just Helix and Ziad trying to bear the standard here, but the flashpoint goes against them. They just don't see the chance to get with the cage fight. And TM,
come back story time. Come back story time.
Heroics required, but they deliver, and now they're coming into this next flashpoint with a full bank of ultimates. This is a nightmare scenario,
which is crazy. I mean, this one looked like it was going to be GK who was going to be able to come out on top. They started to click, and then this Cat Bastion didn't look good early, but somehow TM is able to battle back in a lot of these fights.
This is
come out on top as, yeah, Quartz going to use that artillery.
You are
here.
not safe. You are just never safe. Diva now coming to hunt down a kill. Can he find that finish onto Lab? The support needs to come in, keep that Sojourn alive. Kelix comes in for the assist, and they just barely make their way out, but here comes the Bastion, continuing to swing forward. They're hunting for these kills. The beat even comes out.
Lab just has a consistent Diva on him.
Lab eventually goes down, but the fight elsewhere looks much more comfortable for DK. Alfie making use of Ziad's cage fight, Raid forming out, keeping this fight going even through Simple's rush. They'll find the flip and maybe the team fight as well.
Yes, I mean, it is the point in control from GK. Is see actually Ziad kind of rolling in deep here, trying to make a play for Quartz. Quartz in turret mode, trying to put down as much damage as possible. Quartz ends up kind of killing himself there on Ziad's body, but they do get rid of the Maga. That's the biggest factor, though, right? Getting rid of that Maga, it's going to be almost impossible for GK to continue to fight this. So, although Ziad goes in deep, kind of trades his life for Quartz, it's probably not ideal there for GK. They'd rather have that Maga sturdy on the point.
At least they get through this open air by their spawn, which, strange to say, is actually a vulnerable position against this Cat Bastion. Slide forward from Lab, and needs a ton of support. He's trying to put pressure down, but TVNT is right up in his face. Quartz delivers the damage from range to find the next kill, and Twisted Minds, despite not being on the comfortable setup of this fight, they clean house. PK close to a lot of ultimates, but no real opportunity to leverage them. And
Twisted Minds gonna be coming up on ult soon. DK is looking better in the ult economy, but
the spawn doors, you are under fire from this Cat Bastion. It is brutal to play into this.
I mean, you can see that, like, EK not really sure how they should go about it, right? You don't exactly want to swap Alfie over to the Sim because you do have the Death Blossom to use here coming up, as a lot of damage taken there by Finn and Co. moving on their way in. It's going to be the artillery trying to deter them from getting to the point.
Alfie.
They do end up dealing with Quartz, though. That is huge.
How does he find that one? It's a crucial kill. Without the Bastion, this composition completely shifts. Now Yubi called upon to deal a lot more damage, and it's just not realistic. TVNT goes down. Big pick.
Yeah, so they have Blossom Cage coming up
in concert, putting some damage down.
Yeah, DK's looking good, looking really good ult-wise. This is gonna be a tough retake in Twisted Minds.
With that kill onto Quartz, it's difficult for TM to get back in on these retakes.
Something to watch. The last time that Funny Astro went for the catnap, Ziad actually just kind of trapped him inside the cage. Just kind of interrupted it, and then was able to deal with them rather quickly. So we'll see if he even kind of use that Jetpack Cat ultimate. It's going to be Bastion up on the high ground here, just going to firing down those mortar shells. Is going to be the cage fight. That's actually just gotten rid of rather quickly.
TVNT, if he stays alive, it's big. The beat comes out, though, just after the self-destruct, and it's just going to be overwhelming Twisted Minds without the resources.
There's no supports. No!
And despite a desperate New Junk City at times, they do just enough. Alpha's Reaper coming in ridiculously clutch to keep them alive in this series. Twisted Minds have more work to do.
Gonna say it's been a long time since we've seen a Twisted Minds 3-0. That'll have to wait though, because GK, they hold on strong at the end. That was a really well-earned win there for GK, as Twisted Minds had a really good New Junk City as well. But yeah, I think the Alfie switching over, playing that Reaper, right? 35 and 9 at a really strong game. I know with Quartz on the other side pumping out 21,000 damage on the Sojourn in the Bastion.
We see some of the promise of the style and the ability to overwhelm Yubi, who really struggled in this map, right? It's brutal to stay alive. You Cat Bastion are doing a lot in the back line, but that's a DPS and a support that are not playing in the main formation, leaving your other DPS often hung out to dry. I mean, you're not... It'd be great to be on Kiriko or Diva. Too bad you have to play DPS in that spot. We could see, you know, the real rush threat, and the fact that they can go up 2-1. Some of these fights on this flashpoint, I think, in hindsight now, seem even more crucial, right? They needed all the distance in the map to be able to fight back on that final flash.
So we take a look at some of the highlights. Now it'll be Twisted Mind's turn in order to pick a map. They'll pick actually the rest of the way here on out. Is, you know, we do see, I mean, look, it is really difficult for them to get Ziad when, you know, in the previous maps though, Jake, like we were like watching, obviously they were doing a good job with the Sojourn, being able to kind of like slide ports out, but for whatever reason they started to kind of, you know, get a groove, it seemed like, there on that map. And maybe it's like the Reaper, I know, in combination, I know, because like the Sojourn just slides away from the Maga, but then maybe the Reaper kind of gets right up in the face of the Soj, but definitely started to give them some trouble on that last map. But the swap over to the Bastion, getting up in the sky, no way the Reaper or the Maga really engage with that.
Yeah, I do think the Reaper is actually the crucial hero here. I think Alfie, if he doesn't find some of those kills on Quartz in the mid fight, in the early flashpoints, we could have seen a very different map, maybe an ignominious 3-0 going against GK, but they'll stay alive.
Why is
for
Call
now
of Duty
in this
Mobile
series.
collabing with
As you
Persona
said,
5
though,
Royal?
it's
Like,
not an easy road home. It's going to be two
Persona
back-to-back
5 just
map
collabs
picks,
with everything
four
that
Twisted
breathes.
Minds with band control as well. You gotta really battle to find your way through the series, and you know, I believe they could just protect the sim basically from here on out, if that's the direction they want to go. I will be interested to see which especially push map we go to eventually in the series, because you know, it's funny, although New Queen Street has been in the pool, ain't nobody has been picking it. It has been untouched, and it'll remain that way for now. It'll be Circuit that Twisted Minds bring us to.
I gotta tell you, Twisted Minds, like if they don't win this map, I mean,
it's a little scary.
You just defer the map selection. At that point, like, what do you want?
Oh, they don't ban Farah.
They ban the Mizuki here. So, does this like, is it a cat protect potentially?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, because I think when we saw from what Fixa showed us in the last series, right, that Mizuki has the playmaking potential to just obliterate a cheeky cat Bastion. And although that might be the theory here, it does leave you exposed to maybe a sim ban. I would think is the most straightforward look for GK. I don't think TM are going to give you that many chances to sneak a sim ban through when they have ban control. I thought for sure they were going to ban Farah to like really not only protect the sim, but to deal with one of those major threats that Alpha Yi is super comfortable on. So I think it's one of his signature heroes, one that, you know, with his big carry performance on Reaper in the last map, you'd want to put him on another hero that can really take over the game. And getting Sim out of the mix calls Yubi's hero pick into question here. Like, the Tracer, I think, has been his sort of reliable secondary, but doesn't feel like a good option on Circuit. I really wonder what he's going to go to.
Yeah,
I'm kind of surprised they kept UB in as long as they have.
A Reaper map, right? No, here coming on in. So yeah, like what will they go to in terms of?
It's probably the most straightforward.
Yeah, it's like you know, not gonna play like a Tracer, right? And it's not really a Tracer map. It's like probably more. And you think about UB's hero pool, right? Like it's kind of, you know, Sim, Mei, Tracer, Reaper, potentially. So that's probably, you know, what we're gonna see. I mean, with a Mizuki ban, I mean, Mizuki Sigma Mei is usually like a pretty nice combination, right? But obviously they kind of remove it for themselves.
It's also the thought, just a thought, but could be a consideration for teams to bring out an Iliari here. Maybe get a little bit greedier. There's no sim to like TP on top of you and just overwhelm you. You're gonna have a little bit more time to poke, which, you know, it feels like it's been a while since I've seen a true, you know, slow and steady poke matchup on Circuit. You know, people don't really go towards those heavy snipers anymore. The Ilari doesn't get picked that often in the EMEA. I think a lot of that comes from the threat of sim, from the threat of these like fast rushes, swinging corners on you. Now, at least one of the major threats out of the mix, Mizuki also is pretty good against Ilari, at least, you know, from an ultimate matchup perspective. You can kind of hang out in that sanctuary and feel comfortable. So wouldn't mind seeing maybe Simple bring that out here. He's pretty sweet when it comes out.
We'll see where we start here with looks like it'll be okay at probably DK on defense here to kick things off, as you know, we haven't really seen them play like much like Sigma throughout this. Like this map probably tends way more towards like Sig Ram type of setup. So it'll be a Sigma Mei with a Bastion here combination for GK. Obviously, a lot of time for Twisted Minds to make some decisions, but looking to be hovering that Cat Bastion at the moment.
I like this look. It's basically a hybrid between poke and rush. You've got a pretty massive amount of damage down range, like obviously Bastion, but of course Mei is pretty impressive as a sniper, you know, like it does more than I think a lot of people give her credit for. And they have good tools to fire up into the air. I mean, this is one thing we even saw, I believe it was actually at first, it was from Twisted Minds, where to deal with the Cat Bastion, they just played a low ground Bastion of their own, and he just fires damage up into the sky. And by committing a Cat to your Bastion, you really expect a lot of kills and resource to be created from that kind of a trade. A lot of his work cut out from here as he flies in over the top.
We'll see TVNT pick up the Maga this time. So how Twisted Minds decides to play around this Cat Bastion is Lab that does take some damage there from Quartz, as Quartz being very cautious, kind of using that turret form just yet.
The Mei could give this Sigma some problems. I think Yubi is rolling the car forward pretty comfortably right now. This corner, though, is going to be where the real test comes. Walls just zones players back, but the cart is still rolling. A deep commitment from TVNT, though, isolated by a Mei wall, bullied into the corner, boxed in by Xian. The punish is immediate from GK. Twisted Minds just try to back out, try to get the regroup, but Yubi is caught between a rock and a hard place. He has some tools to be able to play his way out of this, but just overwhelming firepower on the low ground from GK will clean this fight up.
Yeah, as Quartz gets some decent damage down on the Lab at the start, and like they kind of want to get aggressive behind that and take that fight, but it's a Suzu that comes in from Bin, saves Lambda, and then everybody at that point is it really deep for Twisted Minds, and no way they're able to make a play there. So see now, no Quartz getting this a really nasty high ground. No way they can really kind of play into this on the other side for GK, right? You're just kind of relying on Lab this damage, but he's playing very passive around the corner. So this just kind of poke damage here from Quartz, going to try and basically get that first corner there for TM. TVNT takes a lot of damage there, Jake. Has to back up, so maybe they thought that they were going to be able to kind of go in on that as TVNT now deep into the back line.
The Kitsune rush, though, with the Bastion is ridiculous damage. A big catnap, but the Flux still be able to come out. What a find from Xian, and the Blizzard ensures
that was actually a crazy
Flux. Is over. Maybe a bit of an ult dump from the defense, but Twisted Minds threw 3 of their own into that fight. Really, all they'll have coming into this next team fight is the Blizzard. TVNT, it is a struggle for him to get ult charge on Maga in this comp. I mean, you die quick here.
Yeah, no. Typically we see, that time, right? It's a catnap that grabs Xian, but it kind of brings him back towards the rest of Twisted Minds, and he decides to use that to just kind of pop that Flux. Get some serious damage down. It'll be a Blizzard available here for Yubi. Maybe you kind of use this in the follow-up of the Maga. It'll be some nice damage here coming down from Quartz as he's up in turret mode. As Labda will use the artillery, try and buy some time for the rest of GK.
TVNT isolated, dies before he can get the cage off. That means GK player advantage now. Twisted Minds getting overwhelmed on circuit, and with the 2-1 map.
No, perhaps I spoke too early. Maybe this really will be some like close series.
Slipping through their fingers and quick. TVNT over to the Zarya, asking questions of the fundamental style that Twisted Minds have brought into this map. It's just Yubi with the Blizzard, who has to find the clutch connection here, but with Finn holding on to that cleanse, it's not easy.
No, and they have not really been able to use these Mei walls to kind of split off Xian, right? Xian doing a great job here on the Sigma, playing a little bit further back. We're under a minute to go. It's going to be Kitsune Rush available here for GK as well. This is looking so good for GK to potentially force a 5th map.
Oh, the Flux is gonna hurt here. Mei in real trouble. Zarya as well. A lot of resources come out. They stay alive, but those are crucial cooldowns in the fight, especially when the rush comes in over the top. 30 seconds on the clock. Twisted Minds, they need to get out and regroup. One last chance now on circuit. Simple does die quick. Just enough time maybe for the touch to come in, especially with Cat Bastion.
The Cat's gonna have to touch over the high ground, but they know this is where it's gonna be coming from.
It's scary. I think it really almost has to be TVNT to touch. I think could make it. I think if Cat touches, you just lose. But TVNT should be able to get there. Bunny Astro takes a big shot.
You gotta wall this off, right?
Yeah, it's scary. Oh, just a little bit slow in the overrun, but the rock goes wide as well. So hold on, there's still a chance. TVNT gets the cleanse. The Ray is down, and a crucial find from Finn. Blizzard out now, forced into the objective touch. It's overtime. There's no room to back down. They're keeping that overtime rolling beautifully. The Catnap comes in as well, trying to pull May off the map. Ziad and Lab to work together to clean up that Kiriko, and so the day is not yet won for TM, especially with Quartz falling out of the fight. Rook connects well. TVNT is down, and it'll be a full hold for GK Esports, battling back in this series.
Wow.
If they can close out Circuit and take us to the promised map 5, we could see a massive momentum shift in this series. I dare say the momentum has shifted already.
It definitely has, as we take a look at this sick flux that comes on through. That also stalls out Yubi for an extended period of time. There's the Catnap that's just going to drag Ziad right on into a nasty flux combo.
This is going to be a rough
hole for
Twisted Minds.
Earlier in the series, Ziad just kind of dominating there, playing the Sigma. Now, I mean, Twisted Minds, right? Back against the wall for them. They do not want to see a 5th map. If serves us correct, right? It will be push. And new Queen Street and Coliseo. I mean, 2 really bizarre maps, right? I would say, like most teams just pick Runasapi or Esperanza, like whenever they're in the pool, and just ignore really the other map, quite frankly. This time you're forced to play one of them.
I
right?
will say Sim is very good on Coliseo in particular.
Yes.
Like, that is a Sim map from my perspective. The TP is the high ground. They're really challenging to deal with. And so TM, maybe they feel like, okay, Circuit, whatever, but you wanted to put some threat down on this map, right? You don't want to, you don't want to take chances and go to a decisive game 5, but you're on the doorstep of that now, especially this, like, see that golden box of victory? That actually makes a huge difference. You don't even have to really get it around the very final bend. It really is just that corner that is the win con. And GK rock up stock standard. Quartz on the Sojourn. He's asked so much, so often by this Twisted Mind squad, and they got to call upon him again.
It's Ken Lab to answer, though, right? A great Sojourn in his own right, as that's going to be the grasp out there from TVNT. A few players there for Twisted Minds, quite low, but they're going to stay quite aggressive here at this corner. TVNT gets hit with an accretion, gets knocked out of his kinetic grasp, and that's going to allow them to get that kill onto the Sigma, and everything falls apart after that.
Yeah, they take a risk fighting early, knowing that they want to get one more fight of one Astro kill. This would break the back of Twisted Minds, but he slips away. Okay, crucial movement for the Juno. And they need it. They need that speed ring, because this recontest is not assured. Being able to come out to this corner is very brutal, especially with the May either.
Are they even going to make it?
The pieces with the May wall as they walk up here. This is devastating. TVNT has no choice. Has to come up and get the touch. Oh my god, it is too close for comfort. The wall isolates the Sigma away. There's no support to come in. Now UB ice blocks, but he's just off the point. Not that it would have mattered anyway. GK with extreme prejudice crushed the opposition here on Circuit Royale. And we are going to map 5. We are going to push.
I mean, we were in, after the first 2, this one looked like it was going to be a clean sweep. And then even New Jung City goes down to the wire, but this one, this is a Twisted Minds map pick that GK just absolutely annihilates them on. I mean, only 2 deaths the entire game. And now we send ourselves to a game 5. GK on the verge of a reverse sweep. It would be a brutal way for Twisted Minds to lose, right? You kind of talk about the mental game, and then now putting themselves in a win or go home scenario tomorrow against Katsia. That is not where they would want to be, as Katsia still a very dangerous opponent as well. As honestly, a lot of highlights for GK on this one. Not much positive in the way of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I gotta admit, man, I'm not a fan of this Cat Bastion on Circuit. It just feels like you can't get into the back line the way that you can on a lot of these other map types, hitting from a completely opposite angle. You're just a Bastion up in the air, and it's like, well, what does that accomplish, really? Like, Labda is just able to put down damage from the low ground, force you back off the angle, and then back to focus firing the front line, and you committed a whole support hero, essentially, to have that position on Bastion. If you don't create massive value from it, you will lose.
I mean, the stats from the last game are just mind-blowing. So it'll be either Coliseo or New Queen Street. I think you assume it'll be Coliseo, right?
Wow.
It's New Queen Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess this is also a good sim map. I mean, there's a lot of verticality.
Pretty good for Reaper, though, right?
Actually, I think it's kind of bad for Reaper, right? Because there's a lot of high grounds. Like, you have to TP to get to the high ground, and there's a lot of, like, high-low that a lot of characters like Soldier can easily jump up to a lot of the high grounds on this map, where Reaper maybe can't follow as comfortably compared to a map like New Junk City, where there's not those, like, really self-stable positions. I'm a little surprised, because I would have thought, hey, Calcio's good, but just in mind,
it'll be TM, they'll ban Cassidy. So this kind of well, I mean, the Sojourn was banned on the other side. I love the Diva ban. The Diva ban is awesome.
I can't believe they've held that this deep into the series.
What were they trying to protect? They're trying to protect Bastion, maybe, for TM?
Oh, you know, that's it. That's why it's not even about the Symmetra. This is they picked this to play Cat Bastion. You know, and it's interesting because TM for so long with UBN, I've been thinking of them as a sim team. You know, before anything else, the sim is their calling card. Now, this stage, they have found a lot more success with the Cat Bastion, and that's where they're going to stake their claim. But I think the Diva ban, it bites into this comp, because I don't think there's another tank that can be as effective with low resources as Diva. I mean, the exception is Wrecking Ball, but I think Wrecking Ball's fantastic here, but I don't know that TVNT actually plays it. It's one of those picks that, like, even if you're a very good tank player, to play Wrecking Ball at this level of play is asking a lot. You need to be an expert. Like, you need to be one of the best in the entire world on this hero, because it just has so much specialty knowledge, especially on a map that doesn't see that much play, you know, competitively these days.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this one goes to Paris, right? The winner of this map. So the loser finds themselves in just what will be most certainly a slugfest with Katsia there for our final spot, with 3 of the teams here in EMEA going. Yeah, I mean, with the Diva ban now, right? You're looking at, like, Cat Bastion. Are they going to play Maga? Are they going to play Ramatra? Like,
I think it's Maga. I think Maga's the next best into this look, but I think the Diva's head and shoulders better.
Who's played the Maga better, you think, throughout the series? Like, the comp? Like, obviously, Cat Bastion.
I don't think TVNT has he played Maga? I don't know that he has.
They did.
Maybe they did
a little bit early on. Yeah,
they played it a bit on New Junk City, but they swapped off.
Yeah.
So I do think the Maga is certainly going to be more comfortable for the opponents. This is, though, as I look at it, a pretty fantastic Cat Bastion map. As terrible as Circuit Royale is, in my view, where it's so linear, it's so hard to, like, actually get to the enemy backline. This map is exactly the opposite. It is essentially free to play the skybox, to play over the rooftops, to assault the enemy from all angles. And so GK, while they give it to the Diva, which is an essential piece, they're still going to have to play very, very well to deal with Quartz. And I think that's the conversation right now in the GK comms is, what do we want to do? Do we want to play like a Sigmazuki poke? That would be my thought. I think that's maybe their best option.
Sigmazuki.
And also, if you kind of look at the bans, right? GK had already banned the Cat, so obviously, no way of kind of doing that again. But the Bastion's still available, and then Cassidy, one of the better heroes against the Bastion, right? So this would be interesting if GK decides to play like
I think GK have the edge.
Sim-based comp.
I think GK have a huge edge here. I think this comp is really good against the Cat Bastion. I think Quartz is going to be asked to find massive picks in this match, but Lab has a relatively straightforward job. Play in the main group, match the Bastion forms, keep Quartz honest, keep him, careful. And Yubi and TVNT have to do a lot with just the Kiriko behind, where Kelix is going to be able to make a huge difference in the front line. On top of that, Sigma does do well in this tank matchup, as we've seen for honestly weeks and weeks in this meta. So TM poking around from the outside.
I think
really want to find a way in early, maybe to generate some kind of a lead here on this final match of the series.
And I mean, for Twisted Minds, their team in Tokyo did not want to play this Cat Bastion. They did not feel they were great on it, but now maybe starting to come a little bit of a strength or a go-to here for them in EMEA, as we do see the turret mode used here. It'll be the Maga Stomp as well, but they don't exactly go in off of it.
Match form, back squirts off the angle. And the chase down coming in, big damage coming in. They need a lot of heals just to keep this Bastion fighting. Now the front line called into question for Twisted Minds. Ziad, though, also getting very low. The damage coming in. TVNT finds that kill, but he has to trade his life for it. Simple uses that Kiriko teleport. Bunny Astro deep behind here. This is getting wild and wacky, but I think Lab that just has too much resource behind him. Both supports find their way deep through the fight.
I don't see them sticking with Cat Bastion.
On the outside, cart rolling for GK.
And GK
I
is
think we
going
can
to
very
be
quickly here
what,
see
they're gonna
a
be suited with
port
like
swap.
Orbital Ray plus Rush here probably for this next fight. You will have the Catnap here for Funny Astro, so some environmental shenanigans could be at play. This will be Quartz going over the hot ground here, and they actually lose it. Yeah, oh, he loses the cat. I mean, that is huge there. You're not going to have to use any of these ultimates now. If you're GK, this might be checkpoint, Jake.
Oh, I think it is, man. I mean, maybe you can get back fast, but as fast as this Cat Bastion comp is, it needs
What
time
happened
to
to
work
Twisted
grind through
Minds
these
in the
setups.
last like
Lambda,
2 maps?
He's the one grinding through the
They've
opposition.
just started to
He's
fall
finding that
off.
Cat kill out of the air. It's backbreaking. I mean, the fight is essentially over. That's not a kill we often see because it's so dang hard to consistently hit that cat. Quartz gonna drop the artillery fire. TVNT gonna run in. They're gonna commit with the rush as well. But Lambda once again drops the cat out of the sky, beams through with help of that Kitsune rush. Quartz on the low ground, a much more manageable figure in the opposition, and Zion should be able to clean this one up even with the Kiriko assist. Yeah, Finn is there on the other side as well, and the advantage that's developing is starting to get seriously threatening.
I mean, dude, GK getting close to doing what many probably thought was the impossible, right? Doing the reverse sweep here against Twisted Minds. It's going to be the Orbital Ray here opening things up, and it's going to be Zion taking out Yubi.
On the Flux, just bites. TVNT crashes down to the ground. Zion gonna assist
Holy
that along.
shit.
The Symbol is out. That's another one of these key ultimates for the Cat Bastion style. Yubi goes over to the Tracer in what feels like desperation. I mean, Tracer could be pretty solid in this style, but the problems are mounting. The push is getting, we're at 82 meters, man.
You need to go off Cat Bastion, like, come on.
No, I mean, artillery here available for Lambda, not as impactful. You can't get that like extra HP. TVNT gets dangerously low, just gets annihilated.
Like, yeah, you can't be running Malga with this type of support line.
Dinner here on the Bastion, untouchable so far in the map.
Especially when your Bastion's not picking up value anyway.
Low, has to back out on the off angle, could even be chased down. Quartz retreating back to the spawn. We're pushing towards a potential full cap. GK hitting a nasty speed run so far.
Rush available for Finn.
They've gone so deep on this one though. Maybe too deep. Yubi finds that punish onto Alfie. TVNT finds another, and the push, it seems, will stop here for now, but I mean,
they are pushing their luck on this Cat Bastion.
115 meters to enemy territory.
I don't see them securing this.
You don't throw your rush away in a speculative fight. You save it to match later on. Twisted Minds need a hell of a snowball to get back into this map.
115 meters to 0. They're going to be very difficult for TM to find themselves back into this, as that's going to be the Kitsune rush here used by both sides. TVNT's cage already gone here, so you do have the Kellex fall, so you might end up losing Finn here as well, as he gets dangerously low, but the follow-up there doesn't actually get rid of Finn, as Quartz uses some of the explosions there, but has to just fire it into the shield of Ziad, takes himself out, as that is another fight. Does this set themselves up, Jake, to maybe actually close it out here, right? Flux plus potentially Ray and a sim wall?
I think they're going to try.
Everybody's here.
I mean, Simwall alone, brutal in this moment. Quartz does have that tank form perk. Here comes the Simwall. Immediate out of Alfie. TVNT overruns in. Full committed at this point. Does get the stomp onto one. Not necessarily an easy closeout gesture, especially with these artillery raining down. The overrun back up off cooldown ensures Yubi stays alive alongside TVNT in the backline, but the cart's going forward.
Team is so split.
Yeah, they're so
split right now.
They've taken full control. The stomp comes in, and here comes the Ray. Lambda about to turn with the Bastion form, beating.
Okay, they got Lambda though.
That kill in time. That may just save the day, but they need yet
what is
more.
Funny Astro doing?
Quartz will find it, but Ziad keeping pace, matching these kills. Kellex, Finn staying alive deep into the fight. TVNT solo on the Mago, just barely gets the shout, but shield in front of his face. He can't find a point of damage. Kellex finishes Yubi, and with the rush down on the checkpoint, Astro and Quartz have to desperately charge back into the fray, but you're asking so much, and Ziad is giving you every single answer. Hyper spears to the face, and DK
holy shit.
this one out in what, 3 minutes? Disgusting pace on New Queen Street. What a beatdown.
A reverse sweep, but not just a
DK
reverse
actually
sweep.
qualified, yo.
Beat them down the last 2 maps. An unreal turn there from GK, able to win 3 straight maps to send themselves to Paris.
Friends, I was so ready to make some jokes about Smash, somehow, some way, gaslighting Jake into changing his predictions. Alas, look, I did not see that coming, especially not after just how dominant Twisted Minds looked on map 1 and 2. But somehow after that, the momentum shift, Alpha Yi coming out with that Reaper, and then everything falls apart. Like, this is Just crazy.
I mean,
Like,
we're
I'm
fastest
actually
live mapper I've ever
baffled.
seen. Like by far.
Yeah.
This is like
so weird.
Somehow every map is a stomp, other than New Junk City, I guess. I could, you know, Nepal was not that bad. One side it was 2-1, but it was like so many stomps in a crazily in a
Yeah.
full
Ouch.
I mean, TM one flashpoint away from going to
So up
Paris.
next we got Space Station versus
losing that one in the
Lunex.
final flashpoint, and then just gets absolutely just ran through.
I
on
feel
the
like
final
Space
two
Station's probably
maps.
get a 3-0.
Just like,
To be
what,
honest.
they had 2 deaths on.
And Dallas versus Liquid, I
circuit.
think it's
And
probably
this
like a
one, I
3-1
mean,
type deal.
Closer,
At
but not
best.
like close. I mean, that's like a 5-minute time. I mean, they didn't even get a meter in terms of push, right? It was a 0 on the other side. I mean, this is
crazy. Again, especially after the showing that we saw from Twisted Minds on Nepal, and then also, of course, on Neon Junction, right? Like, I mean, it was the quad show on Nepal early on in the series, completely ran away with it. Like, that Soj just like demolished the opposition. And then obviously I got super excited as a Ryan 1 trick, seeing Ryan in action.
I forgot you're a Ryan 1 trick, Zoe. Oh my god.
I am Reinhardt, literally, and this just brought me joy. So I was so ready. I had all my talking points set up for how we're going to talk about the Ryan being the meta now. Alas, all of that gone, all of that forgotten, because somehow Geeky ran away with it. This is crazy.
I mean, I really think the Cat Bastion is just ill-advised into this Sigma poke, especially with the mirror Bastion on the low ground. I think that's what we learned in Japan, is that a mirrored low ground Bastion on a lot of these maps that are more straightforward just does too much, just deals with the enemy Bastion out of the sky, and then you committed an entire support pick to do what? Like lose a 1v1?
Yeah, the Cat doesn't really
DPS.
provide much else. Yeah, I mean, I also think you could maybe look back to New Junk City about like we were talking about, Jake, like maybe just kind of continuing with that Cat Bastion for too long, right? And some of those objective points that like are inside with like out the skybox.
I thought so, and then they were clutching, so I was like, I didn't believe, and then they were making me believe, you know, especially with that pressure right from the spawn door. It was like, okay, maybe this can work. It's unconventional, but maybe it can work. And maybe they they had to believe themselves. This has been a comp that's been really successful for them. But speaking of believing in yourself, man, GK to battle back, they lost a crazy OT fight on Flashpoint, and then they somehow still clutch out the map. But to come in so incredibly strong speaks to a real poise on this team in maps 4 and 5. There's not many teams that could be at that place in the series and still deliver such solid performances.
I couldn't agree more. The reverse sweep right happening there in front of our very eyes, and Kelleg's a player that was part of it and joining us for a quick chat now after this insane match. And we're kind of baffled, Kellex. Like, that was you took us on a journey there. You guys were down 0-2. What was going on in the comms? What was the talk like for the team in order to somehow shift the momentum and bring it back in this fashion?
I think it was classic there from the beginning. Then just didn't play the game, you know, so just said, let's just play the game, relax, and yeah, that's the first step, you know, fundamentals, and then we can work with that.
I mean, this is a big win for you guys. This books your ticket to the mid-season championship, and it's a win over
a road home. Hey, everybody.
For one time, it's been the #1 team. Real challenge for you. So you guys can get this win now to know that you are going to go to Paris and play on the land. I mean, I'm curious for you, like, what does that mean to you as coming into this in a relatively recent edition, you know, gelling with the group, to really now have a real vindication of that effort? Where do you guys see yourselves going, you know, not only here in this playoff, but beyond into the esports world?
Well, first of all, I'm happy to be back. Then again, last year was actually really fun. I liked the whole event, so first, that's really nice. I'm excited to play. And I think Europe as a region, we're pretty strong, so I'm confident that our team, even the rest of the European teams qualified, can actually do quite well. Yeah, so, you know, it's always super nice, exciting. Yeah, excited to play.
That's a pillar right there.
That's it.
Yeah, obviously you guys qualified for Paris, but stage 2 not over. You still have more games in this bracket. You haven't seen Virtus Pro since week 1. How much do you guys think you've grown as a team since then, and like, do you expect you know, a close game?
Yeah, well, the last few weeks we've experienced every day, so we kind of know what they're playing and what we're playing, and we go back and forth with the results. So I think it's also like a similar play style, so I'm excited to
do scrimp them a lot. The Smash shares the same thing as well in the post-match interview there. Were you able to like hold anything back? Is there anything you feel like you still have an ace up your sleeve heading into that upper round?
If I'm honest, there's no ace up the sleeve because we both play the same second up. Maybe we don't take that fashion, but they just rarely do.
Roadhog's so cool.
Everyone comes to the left.
I mean, for me, I kind of want to come back to the series to do something.
That character just doesn't die.
Crucial moment, right? You guys are down 0-2. Honestly, the first two maps are pretty brutal. Like, you know, Nepal is kind of close, but you guys get just demolished by the Rhine Cheese on map 2. Coming into New Junk City, even the first point goes against you. What is it like in the comms? Like, who is there as a team? Like, kind of take me inside of the team a little bit. Of how do you guys bring that back in that moment? Where does the, you know, the communication, the confidence, where's the personality of the team to be able to start the reverse sweep? Because that's the most difficult map, as you well know.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone does a good job of like bringing back the mental.
This guy thinks he has so much aura, bro.
You can tell they really care about it. The match because it's obviously against DM. Okay, especially left, like both left and center are really good at like bringing up the motivation and hyping everyone else up. Like, obviously, we also do it before the maps, but you know, in game you can really feel it from those two. Yeah,
That's awesome. I mean, like, you mentioned fortitude from you and the rest of the team, which is so impressive.
I only press W.
Can't wait to see all back in action.
Oh, fucking chills, I guess, man.
Oh, it's fantastic to be having a chat with Helix, an absolute OG back here at the very top, trying to come out as the champions here on the EMEA stage, the competitive region. What an incredible match jumping into that upper final. That is the EK match.
That was one of the weirder series we've had.
You know, like fucking heal me.
You guys,
I'm gonna pretend Jake's not here. I went to go look back at the chat because I thought it was interesting. Like, we started the third map at 2:45. Like, 3:15.
Fuck this cat.
Over the complete opposite direction. Like, how would you like it? Like, the last 3 maps are just like lightning fast.
3 out of 5 maps were like this way.
Yeah.
And for different teams.
Yeah, I know, for different teams. It's really bizarre series.
Alright.
I mean, that was an awesome.
That's just saying what we've done now. More champions in both the EA and so much for the remaining teams as well as yes, the team is now officially contested with the championship in the UK and one more team will be joining us to represent the race, finding out who that's going to be very soon. Matter goodbye. Thank you so much for calling this. Back in action tomorrow. Next, so please don't go anywhere. Short break.
Yes, a mighty reward.
What happens to the pin? Oh, shit.
Eyes on the sky! Lock and reload. Rocket barrage incoming. Enemy here! Enemy spotted. Enemy here.
Damn, 9 minutes between games. Where'd she go? Oh shit. Yo, Dave and Bake, you were awful at the game. What fucking skin is this? I've never seen this a day in my life. I'm not voting for anybody here, by the way. Cafe Cutie. It's all like cafe shit. What the fuck is this song, man? Wow. Oh.
Hello. Hi, Sam.
Gosh.
I'll find my own path.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective. Light. I'm so excited.
You know, I was gonna ask how, but I don't really think I need to anymore. I don't want to be there though. That was certainly a res. Oh, that's a Roadhog. Dude, this is gonna be awful.
Time to get clever.
Gotcha. Enemy over here.
Guys over.
Yo, why is my projectile game so bad today, man? Oh, hey, it's...
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Ah.
Thank you, Torbjorn. I've learned much from observing you.
Well, I'm going to be an excellent teacher.
I am the Empire.
I believe I've grasped what not to do in stressful situations.
You shouldn't believe everything Mercy says, you know. At the point! Now get over here!
Nice.
What a fight for this, guys. Is that over the team kill?
Liquid. Jefferson's managed to get tree down.
It's just gonna be an explosion of death in the hands of an Alice Fuel.
That was impressive.
One more time, no, you want to raise me.
Can they get the touch? Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off with the pickup. Under the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take over the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the OWCS stage. Blowout is over here joined by Jack and Johnny for NA. Now, guys, EMEA set the bar high regarding the entertainment factor.
Oh, no.
Of course. I hope
Gotta believe.
Map 5 here today. Space Station 2 might not go all the way to that.
I forget she is the fucking passive, that's what she.
Anything will do, anything. We're taking the pros. Now, guys, I mean, if we're looking at if we're looking at the standings here in NA, I feel like it was more predictable than EMA, okay? Like, I feel like everything kind of shook out the way we expected. The surprises, the smiles, the leeway high,
Didn't feel like it.
dominant, that was cool. Yeah, it did.
Like it felt like there was always like, whoa, like this Shion player is popping off. Wow, so unexpected. And then everything just kind of settled.
Oh, we're actually winning?
Kind of started to it. I guess Space Station, you know, we probably have to set this stage. That was cool. But besides that trio, set, I suppose, yeah. No need to worry, like we should just calm down.
That's right. Like, this is the safe zone, and it is a safe zone for a channel point betting. Okay. Now, if we're looking at our bracket here for our playoffs, SSG had to pick up the litter, and they went with Lunex. They met it with 2 animals. Quite frankly, it was a very one-sided affair. It was the only match, in fact, where Lunex didn't even win a map in the series. Other than that, they played it pretty close and pretty well against the other teams. That said, though, SSG kind of made everyone with his teams scrubby, so they're definitely going to get that.
Yeah, they look so good. 5-0 like this team. Like,
Using words.
If there's no words, there's only emotion.
Use emotions. We project our feelings. No.
NA therapy session. No, I think they've
As
looked
long as you let it out, this is
fantastic.
healthy.
It's gonna be a
guys.
good cast today, Josh. I'm feeling it.
It is. It's gonna cook. But they've looked good in like the old meta comp with the Cat Bastion. Also like the new meta with the Junk 2. It's just so sick, man. Like revitalized completely. Just do well at a land. Do well at a land. Do well at a land.
And I think that's the vengeance. That's the vengeance they're coming into, right? Because they kind of bombed out so roughly in Japan. Like they want to do better. They can do better. They have what it takes. They played the stage just really, really smart, right? The timings were great. The engages and disengages were great. It looked cohesive. They had a good grasp and good idea on the meta. And they started it. So, yeah, I think this SSG can be a contender for sure. And they definitely are having their eyes on the prize here because if they win their first bout, they punched their tickets already in the season championship. Now, also, of course, on the other side of the bracket, or like
back on Roadhog.
That is true. They are left with Team Liquid. They, of course, have also played their group stage. But yeah, that was back in
Oh, hey.
This was a one-sided affair. Team Liquid did steal away one single map, New Junk City, but other than that, it was pretty much just that.
Like, let's be real. Let's be real. It was one of those losses where you couldn't really take anything with you. You're just like, all right, go next. Like, we just got absolutely dominated on all maps. When it was Oasis, here in Dorado, everyone just looked silly in Dorado. Team Liquid, like, don't worry too much. They did win New Junk City, and I do think that the changes to the map pool are quite good for Team Liquid.
So cool.
Maybe they'll have a better time this time around.
Okay, I'm excited. Let's take a look at our map pool in case you missed it over in EMEA. We already saw a new map that has been added recently into our map pool today. What this sentence makes no sense. But the new map that has recently been added to the game and now has been added into our map pool. There we go. That's it. Took a little while, but that's okay. Yeah, here in Junction, we already saw it in action. It's going to be an exciting map, especially in this meta. Now, the bush chases could be a little rough when happens back in Junkie Town. I know Jack and I are
Alright.
What the?
We had a conversation pre-show with
nothing safe here.
No, we will be rehashing what we did on
some interesting way to make your hunt super back to the board. So I guess if you're a fan of double sniper, yeah.
I'm not a fan of Neo Junction though. I like less Levi hybrid. Thank goodness it was a hybrid map. I was so scared if it was going to be any other map type. Like if it was Control, I would have been so sad. But like, yeah,
Control is
okay. I like hybrid more than Control. Is that like a negative point? Is that a bad thing to say? No, no.
You can have an opinion. That's okay because ultimately this doesn't matter because it's just all up to the teams. Whatever we want to see. No. What I do want to see though is a good Overwatch in action on a stage in front of a live crowd, and we're gonna get just that in Paris. Very the mid-season championship is so very close to the end of this map.
Arriva la punizione!
I don't operate anymore. Anyway, end of the month, we're gonna avoid the flames, and you can too.
I mean, like,
definitely drop by.
sure, I guess.
Off 15, not 50. Flying.
That would have been a deal.
Yeah. That would have been a real deal. Alas, I can only offer 15%. Like, I actually make the offers of the deals here because I don't have that power. I have very little power. But yeah, and it's the argument as well. So, you're a massive factor.
Yeah, I've been once for 20 hours. I love it. And I was there for a Overwatch tournament. I lost, and then I went home to my Swedish village again. So that's been my time in France. But look, I'll say this, Zoe. Okay? Last year at Mid-Season Championship, the crowd was way more into it. They're like cheerful than I actually anticipated. Like they popped off in Beyond. They really made.
Yeah, look, buddy, having tanks when I fixed your 13 deaths.
The French crowd is the one crowd that I trust to kind of like rival that. The French crowd is always electric as well. So I'm really looking forward to the Mid-Season Championship just to see how the crowd can rally behind some of these teams. It's going to be great.
Yeah, the French crowd always shows up. Those fans are insane, and that will motivate those teams to do extra well when they are on stage. Now, let's find out which two teams from NA will be definitely going to joining us on that very stage. We're going to have SSG coming up first. They've been the upper dog in this region. They've looked like world beaters. They looked untouchable for any of those teams. So it's going to be a tall order to go up against for Lunix.
Yeah, SSG this stage have just been the team where you can't really point to them and go, okay, they're drastically weak in this position. Okay, this comp isn't very good. They've just not been tested in North America. And that, in a sense, I would say, because we've been very positive about SSG, but I'm going to be a little negative about SSG now.
Ooh.
That, I would say, it might be a little bit dangerous going into an international competition, because if you've been stomping a region this hard, then going into an international and playing against teams that you've not been scrimming, you've not been playing over the course of the last couple of months or so, it might be a tougher ask for SSG. Although, just in the taste test, just in the eye test, this team does look so good. We know they can do well. And yeah, I don't think there's going to be a comp or like a meta shifter anyway. So SSG, they're going to be locked in no matter what happens.
Yeah, that sounds about right. They did say in the interview, though, that they did scrim an EMEA team, and they kind of like underestimated how good EMEA was. So maybe that also helps, to your point, Jaws. Maybe that helps just like, wait a minute, like, we think we're goated, but we're actually not goated. So we gotta practice harder and keep learning even more. So that maybe set the bar a little bit for mid-season championship. But they gotta make it there first.
Yeah, that's right. But that reality check definitely came in time, and now they just have to best one singular team in order to qualify for the mid-season championship, and then the rest they can figure out after that, right? For now, though, let's take a look at the underdog of our first series here. It's Lunix. They might be the underdog, but this is the people's champion, okay? We want to see those players on LAN. They've been grinding it out for so many years. We've been part of all of their journeys for such a long time. So the opportunity is literally within reach. Maybe not in this first match, but then maybe in the lower bracket, because it's gonna be an uphill battle against SSG.
Yeah, nothing to lose though, right?
Right.
Absolutely. I think with them not having LAN experience too, if they manage to make it, that's going to be such a massive blessing for them all, I'd imagine. Like, having your first LAN be like that would be ridiculous. I think, like you said, Zoe, everybody's cheering for them right now, and I hope they do well. SSG, though, might not be the series that they win.
That's okay. It's just a warm-up, and then they battle through the lower bracket. I believe. I see it. I manifest it. That's the vision, okay? We want to see them succeed, but SSG has been absolutely dominant, and that's why for the predictions, you just kind of have to go with SSG. You gotta vote with the brain, not with the heart.
Yeah, same. That's it. SSG. I haven't really got too much other words to that. I've already kind of picked them up. I put them down, I picked them up. Yeah, it's SSG.
Yeah, SSG are the favorites. But you look, we've been surprised before. Like maybe Lunix got something up their sleeve. You never know with the new map pool. But yeah, SSG should be the favorites.
Never stop believing, Johnny. You're a good guy.
I like Hopium. I love Hopium. Addicted to Hopium.
That's right. Put it in our veins, straight in there. We're ready for our first series here in NA in our upper bracket semifinal. Lunix going up against SSG. Guys, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, Johnny, I will say your Hopium levels are almost like 2022 Yaki kind of Hopium levels, where everybody's like, this guy is the GOAT, bro.
Hello, can you explain, please?
Can I explain? When everybody was like, I also believe that Yaki was going to be one of the greatest players of the time, but unfortunately didn't live up to that. Sadly, yeah. It wasn't a great day for us Yaki heads, but
I can't speak to that. Like, no hate against Yaki, but I was not on board that train. So yeah, but there definitely was a community. There was a group of people.
Oh yeah, Avast was leading that community, and he bet the house on it, and he lost the house. So, SSG, they're rank 1 coming in, Johnny. They are number 1 seed. They are the top dogs. They are the strongest team in North America right now. Not dropping a series, barely dropping any maps. Lunix coming in the 4th seed, being chosen by SSG too. So straight thrown into the gauntlet in match 1 of playoffs.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Lunix, obviously, the way they've been winning matches is through the brilliance of Zomba, done tremendous work on the Xion, released ahead of week 2. And then also Seb playing this Orisa. That is
Seb
kind
is
of the
awful
ace up
against
their
anyone else
sleeve,
that knows how to
except
play
the
against.
ace has been on
knows how
full
to play
display
against
now
Orisa.
for months on end here for Lunex. And so for SSG, you know what you're going to deal with. Now it's all about execution.
He's an Orisa one-trick that struggles against.
Yeah, Cat Bastion for SSG. I like that point too, because Zeb has been fairly easy to target out on maps that Orisa is extremely strong. And if you're Hawk too, you're gonna be so targeted in the pick ban as well. There is a Tifa ban for Lunex at this first map. Popping that one really early. Good kill onto top of Sugar Free. Already taking the high ground, forcing the lamp out of the Baptiste too. CX10, she's rolling away in the distance there. Sugar Free is going to get piloted all the way to his backline now as they deal with both Zeb, Nemwai, and X10, who, well, she kills Hawk, but the point's going to be SSG's.
And the confidence from SSG is just unbelievable. The way they're navigating this Cat Bastion composition to get the most out of the turret mode, and Lethal just roaming on this Cassidy as well, dealing so much damage onto Lunex. It's almost like you got so much to deal with if you're Lunex. You're trying to protect yourself from the Bastion, while at the same time just being aware of everything else going on. It's a tough composition to face here for Lunex as they try to get a grip.
I love the left-hand high ground control with the Cassidy. I think it's just so important to put your Cass up here. Zomba, no Tracer, over to Reaper. Something that else can kind of counteract this Orisa coming out from Hawk, but also get in the face of Lethal too with that TP up to high ground. It does take a substantial amount of damage. Requires Admiral to pay him a little bit of attention. Lunex ended up deploying the lab, but it looks like Hawk actually ignored the front line of Lunex completely and just ran down X10. They do trade for Sugar Free, but SSG, they're in a decent spot still. Hawk's coming up on ult. Orbital Ray as well in 20. Ultraviolet's going to be able to steal this team home if Lunex aren't careful.
Yeah, and they can hold pretty here on the point for now. As long as Hawk kind of contests here, I mean, we got a Bastion in the sky to help cover Lethal here now. With the Deadeye, doesn't quite catch anyone here, but Lunex under so much pressure.
Yeah, tries to go for the Cat Noon. Z on the high ground. She's completely isolated away from the rest of the team. Like, the Orisa's going to be there to peel for you in some regards, but Z also wants to play a little bit more aggressive. You want to get on angles with Bap, right? You want to be almost like Ultraviolet in the way that you play Baptiste. Just go in for aggressive plays, but it's tough against this Cat comp who can just plop a Cassidy right in front of your face.
Yeah, and we saw in that previous fight, Zomba almost playing the indoors of the Lighthouse itself, and I feel like Lunex here, they don't really have anything to deal with all the damage coming their way. Here we go, Deadeye though. That's always an opportunity to get an entry into these fights.
Cat Noon, or Sky Noon, whichever one you want. X10 doesn't land the shot. Zomba goes down despite that orbital ray going off, but X10 gets flattened. But Nemwai actually, with a good catnap, kills Sugar Free. Admiral now alone, away from the rest of the team. Zomba and Zeb still alive, and they do cap halfway through that fight. Preemptive push there from SSG with Ultraviolet using the ray, and that's normally a fight winner, but it found nothing.
Yeah, and that felt like SSG getting a little bit ahead of themselves, right? Like they were positioned so far forward that it allowed Lunex to kind of rotate towards the point. And then, like you said, the Sky Noon made things real difficult for SSG as well. Still though, 99%, just need the one fight now to close this round out. And Lunex forced to make a bit of a move here. Try to get some value out of this Baptiste before SSG get aerial dominance with the Casbatian.
Well, looks like they're trying to set up the Zomba to use that Death Blossom. However, Z is already dead. You saw the idea there from Nemwai, looking at Zomba, just teleporting that Reaper straight into the backline, but the fight was already done. Now Zomba just dies with ults. There's the flip from SSG, Terror Surge from Zeb. The last hurrah for Lunex on this round. SSG capped the point, only 43% on the other side. There's, I think Space Station, Johnny, they're just playing at a different tempo. Like they're playing quicker than Lunex can react to.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Like, that was not close, Jaws. they absolutely dominated. And this has been SSG just like throughout this entire stage. Because I talk about Sugar Free, obviously having the aerial control on the Bastion, and then we saw Lethal flanking on the Cassidy as well. But in the middle of that round, Hawk was the one going on a flank and sort of pushing around the team of Lunex and finding that opening frag. And so they're just so confident in their ability to control the objective and then also hit Lunex from all these angles. So this is a team that is playing with full confidence, and I think throughout this series it's going to be a real tough task for Lunex to deal whatever Space Station is throwing their way.
I mean, there's been the same story for the whole stage, that confidence. You don't normally see the Orisa, like you mentioned, dive bomb a Cassidy. It's quite rare. Love this, though. Ultraviolet on the Ana on this map. I mean, putting the Ana on this high ground, too.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, you can't really pick the Ana, so you're just kind of forced to put pressure elsewhere here. But this is going to be the SSG. You can sit back here and just get so much benefit of this Ana. Like, they don't want to push too far away from Ultraviolet's sight angles here. Where you can see how much healing and damage Ultraviolet is pushing out here.
You can strafe as well if you're Ultraviolet. You can strafe hit a nade in choke. Looks like UV does end up just getting back down to ground. But it won't be a moment's notice, but Admiral can just pop him back up on the height if he so chooses. It's not like a sim TP. And yeah, there you go. I just said it. Oh, the Tracer's going to try and deal with Ultraviolet now, but instantly Admiral turning 180 degrees, helping out Ultraviolet, keeping him alive. And that frontline duel is won handily by Space Station. Yeah, this point is just so strong for Ana if you can get her in a spot where she's unkillable.
And this is also SSG recognizing that Lunex are not playing the Cat Bastion themselves, right? Because if there was a Cat Bastion on the enemy team, like suddenly you're really thinking the Ana being played at all here. But now, recognizing that Extend is playing the Cassidy, someone's on the Tracer, trying to put pressure here, but you know that someone's going to be here to help out Ultraviolet. Where is Admiral in a moment like this? Okay, they're pushing forward with the Sky Rune actually. Oh, and Lethal finds a pick.
Actually caught someone.
Yep, and
oh my.
That third shot was crazy. And yeah, all the meanwhile, Ultraviolet is dueling Zomba, who's extremely low. Both of them set each other low. And then UV gets healed. Zomba couldn't even use Pulse either, so... Let's look at Zomba. This is the same... We've seen the same clip 3 times, Johnny. Zomba in the same spot. He's going to blink up onto this high ground. Try and pressure UV.
Okay,
oh,
that works.
The stick this time.
I actually got a kill.
It works when you got the ult. All right, there's a player down now. Zomba goes low, hits the recall. High noon, Sky noon for X10. Over the point. Spear's been used by Hawk. Just ended up going down, though. Eventually fell. That golden giving him extra resist towards the very end of that. So it wasn't a guaranteed kill from X10. That's how you start the fight. That's what you got to do, Johnny. Just kill the Ana with Pulse.
Just kill the Ana for him.
Yeah,
it's that easy. It's honestly easier now when you have point control, because now the Ana can't really set up. Quite a smart X10 here. Okay, we're going to swap over to the Bastion. We'll be able to get back here relatively quickly too. But SSG now able to set up. Ultraviolet has this Nano in hand. I guess it's going to come out onto Sugar Free here with a ton of damage.
You'd imagine so. Yeah, there's the Nano Bastion. Whoa, Sugar Free actually just pops. Oh, a sleep onto X10 in the sky as well. Catnap, and then like drags UV off the edge. But it's a 3v3 now. Space Station still with 2 ults. Sugar Free in trouble. Pops the Bastion form though. And now Zomba, a quick kill onto Sugar Free. He's going to mean Lunex, the rest of the gang, are going to win that fight.
Do you think Sugar Free tried to like parry there? Because there was an orbital ray on the battlefield and just recognizing there was a lot of damage coming their way. Yeah, well, essentially, yeah. With the added bonus.
The Dark Souls parry.
Yeah, but come on, I like that terminology. I like it. Yeah, you got a little overhead.
I like it.
Lethal? What is happening here?
That was kind of insane, and that worked out.
X10 just throwing themselves into Lethal's ult bank. A little rough there from Lunex. They're just going to get run over. Again, the idea was there. X10 and NY get a 4 position, kill Lethal, but the high noon damage resist plus the heals. Yeah, that's not working out 9 times out of 10, unfortunately. Oh, and Zomba gets found as well. Touch has to come through for Lunex. They lost their Tracer.
Yeah, they need to make a move now. X10 has to come up big time here with the turret mode, but already SSG got control of the point. Seb's got a touch here as well.
Touches. Oh, an amazing terror.
Don't save Sugar Free. Oh, shit.
Sugar Free goes down eventually there as X10 is airlifted into battle. Zeb still has his Terror Surge too, so Hawk's going to succumb to that one, drag him out into the open again, where the rest of Lunex can focus fire. The Cat in the Skies gets focused down by Zeb, so actually Lunex, on what was a horrible first pick there for them, they ended up losing Zomba, come out on top anyway.
Why was Sugar Free so far in the front line? I think Hawk was obviously trying to do some work with the Terror Surge, holding people up like you said, but Sugar Free gets caught on the Bastion, and now 86% here. X10 looking for targets, but so tough to get value from that ultimate. Ultraviolet has the Nano. This needs to get value if SSG wants to win this round. Here they go.
Nano Lethal. Nano High Noon. I mean, what's scarier than that? Jump straight on the Cat, but the Cat's a little bit too quick.
Shots.
Then my dodges out the way. Lethal's got to hit a couple here. All right, it's up to the supports then, I suppose. Ultraviolet kills 2 in the end. That High Noon could have been the end of it all. Luckily, of course, Lethal has got the teammates to back him up. SSG 2-0 Ilios.
Yeah, that looked comfortable. That looked pretty clean. Although I will say, SSG, as much as we glaze this team because they've been amazing in stage 2, I feel like every series is a little bit eventful. Like they win all the maps, but
Yeah,
somehow the middle of the maps,
true.
the actual execution of the map wins. It looks a little shaky at times. Like, let's remember when they beat Lunex 3-0 in week 2. They went to overtime on Circuit Royale. It went the distance. Almost, or it did actually on New Junk City, and so they did play very close, even though it was an SSG 3-0. And I feel like we're getting the similar kind of outcome here. We'll have to see what they have in store for map 2.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that sentiment. It does feel there's something crazy happens in the SSG series, despite them not even losing a single one and losing barely any maps as well. Yeah, real nice stuff to start off with. I'm in it for a little bit of juice, honestly. I'm here for the random acts of violence coming through from Lunex.
Yeah, I mean, even Somba's pulse bomb, that will stay in the memory for a little bit. Just like so fed up with Ultraviolet on the ledge that,
Yeah.
okay, I'm going to essentially stand still, blink in, hit the pulse, and finally we got the honor down. We can win a team fight, 5 versus 4. So yeah, it's very entertaining to watch SSG dominate. It's always fun.
We got it, guys. We got another one. I'll tell you what you can get as well if you're watching right now on YouTube or Twitch is the new drops that are available currently. So make sure you link your Battle.net account to your YouTube/Twitch and start earning yourself some drops. A couple of esports loot boxes throughout our playoffs. So yeah, you're looking forward to that one, I'm sure. And the OWCS Malga. There you go. Malga's been played what? Not permanently, but he's peeking his head in there.
Plenty of Malga drops. Wow.
And the Winton holding the OWCS trophy. Oh no, that's Malga. Wait, they're just built the same.
They're built the same. That's
Dude, they're both like giant. Like, is this silhouette? My bad.
Yeah, no. I mean, Malga's beast. Look, okay, look. I know the Malga Reaper in EMEA wasn't everyone's favorite, but I have been liking a little bit of Malga here and there. You know, even with some Cat Bastion.
Yeah. Come on, we're not going to Neon Junction though. Come on, at least today. Or the next 2 days. Surely we get it. Me and you get it over the next 2 days. I really want to cast Neon Junction. There's so many little Easter eggs on the map. They did a good job of adding like so many little bits and pieces.
New map? No, Kings Row.
No. We go back to the map that was released in 2017.
It's
2016.
It's over 10 years.
Yeah.
So who cares about
map
the new
that came out 1 month ago, or the 10-year-old map? We'll take the 10-year-old map, please.
10-year-old map
with barely any change. Have they actually? Here's one for you, Johnny. How many changes have they made to Kings? I know they added the bus out of spawn. The big bus never used to be there.
You know, overall, like it's not been a Numbani kind of map, you know. Like overall, it's been pretty reliable.
And that's a sign of a perfect map. It hasn't had many changes over 10 years.
Yeah. It's
Sigma band
so,
and a...
The map is so old now that we have like Kings Row vintages of like which meta did he prefer in. We got the 2017 Kings Row, we got 2021 Kings Row. Like which kind of meta do you prefer? I did enjoy when attack used to be all double sniper. It's just like we're going to roll out, we take the high ground for free, and we play Widowmaker Hanzo. That was before the defense figured out that high ground is actually beneficial, and we're going to try to take it. But yeah, there's been some good vintages for Kings Row.
If you said that to someone in the Big 26, they'd be like, no duh, bro. High ground's good when you have it on defense and you can shoot down at people. Dude, the Romans weren't thinking that, man. Like, what are we saying, man? Even they knew about the high ground to the low ground. Come on, you ever read Sun Tzu, man? Come on.
Yeah. Some great tactical innovators back then for the Romans and the Greek. Yeah, they were.
Oh, I thought you were gonna reference Overwatch. Great tactical innovators grabbing the high ground, and also the Lucios not playing on the ground permanently.
I mean, the first Battlefield general that figured out that angles is good. I mean, we should just credit that general for like doing great work there, and I mean, it's bleeding into Overwatch in 2026. We're still deploying.
Deploying
our heroes.
They built castles that way. You know, in a castle, if you look outside some of the walls, especially in English castles, if you look from the inside out, the slits in the walls that you could fire your bow through, they're much wider on the inside than the outside, so you have room to move. But on the outside, it's just like a very thin slit with an arrow shoot that you can't like get through, you know?
I mean, come on now.
Angles, baby.
Now. Whoever came up with that, give them a raise.
Give them a raise. Give them an extra copper coin for their troubles. Inflation's here.
I mean, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I didn't even think of that, but they did way back when they started building castles. And someone had a genius idea. Yeah, that's great.
They weren't commentating Roman battles like me and you are commentating right now. They had better things to do, I think. A lot better things.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Well, King's Row, we're here. We're so back. Lethal jumping on the Ashe. Okay, we've seen a little bit more Ashe than I'm always surprised to see Ashe, actually, when Sojourn is available. But I don't hate it, especially on this map. Sigma ban and a Xion ban, you've got to get that out of the hands at Zomba, and I think this is a really good map to do it as well. There are a lot of nice little off angles you can take with that character, especially on this first and second point. Let's have a look, though. X10.
I'm kind of surprised to see Cat Bash.
Okay, interesting. Oh, 7 teleporter! Lethal, watch out! Okay, we're good. We're good. Zomba is not good.
Zomba. Sorry, I got the Bastion, though. Okay, no turret form for X10. And guess who's behind them? Lethal. Nice little flank. Little solo one. Yeah, with this Mei as well, it's going to be very tough for Lunex to actually contest this high ground. It feels like they're trying to stagger Hawk right now, but Hawk is having the worst time any tank player could possibly have. An Orisa behind him, a Bastion in front of him, both unloading clips, forcing him to hit Nemesis Storm. Hawk goes down. Lethal, though, ends up on a killing spree somehow, with Zomba coming back from spawn and immediately sent back on the Pharah. SSG, they've lost ground, though. Zeb is on the point capping.
It is noteworthy that they were able to kill a Ramatra who was blocking that way. So, take that into your rankings. Lunix here, doing some decent progress here, but gotta be careful here as this Mei kind of re-engages. They have a pretty stable composition here, SSG, but Lunix, they're pretty happy just poking from far away for the time being.
Mei's Ice Block charges her ult that much?
The ult from Ashe. Surely UV just gets out. Yeah, there's the teleport, there's the sidestep, no problem. Hawk hits the Nemesis form, and now the Bastion's in trouble. Instant freeze and a good headshot.
Oh, give him Sugar Brawn.
Good shots from Sugar Free. Yeah, the one thing you can't let the Mei do is just get behind your team like that. Get on that Bastion. That's a no-go if you're Lunex. They got 52% though. Only a single tick. 2 minutes to go.
So I think it was kind of noteworthy that Zomba actually for a quick moment swapped over to the Pharah, thinking maybe they can outpoke the composition that SSG has, because it is a very strong composition. The Ramatra and Mei playing together, lots of health in the front line. And so the options for Lunex are poke, or they don't want to wrap around and put pressure on the back line. Having a tough go at it at the minute. Admiral and Ultraviolet doing a great job staying alive.
Yeah, I like this Bob too, just being flung out on statue. You already saw the Orisa get dropped, basically. Oh, wait. Oh, that poor sad cat. Did you see the body of Nenwai fall behind the wall? Oh, that's rough. Hawk dead. No, good start. Lunex just needs to be able to up the tempo now. They need to just get in there. Rush is definitely going to help with that. Get Zeb in the mix. Get him in the back line. Get him hitting an ult. Lunex are going to get 2 ticks. Hawk's coming back in just a moment. There's another rush. There's a chance here for Space Station to touch, but they're not going to. They don't want to overexert themselves on this push.
Yeah, the time for Lunex to go was when Hawk went down. Kind of curious if Hawk overextended there for a brief period. Maybe following that kill onto Nenwai had an opportunity to retreat and just keep doing your thing on defense. But the Ramatra goes down, and that was go time for Lunex. We're now pushing on to the second point here. Looks like they can't quite get anything. Orbital Ray from Admiral.
Kidnapped Hawk there. Yeah, Orbital Ray from Admiral to save Hawk, who got dropped in the backline, but probably not the member you want to go for a kidnap on. Curious if it was aimed at Hawk or someone else, and you just accidentally grabbed the Ramatra instead. Here comes the Bastion ult yet again, but now comes the pain, the torture for Zeb as he has to fight against this Mei wall. They managed to get it out of him thus far, but Hawk does have an ult available in just a moment. They're even going to rush here to, again, just keep up the tempo plays.
So fuck up Zeb.
A couple of fights ago, meaning that
Cringe
Zeb
ass
not
Orisa
going to
one
have
trick.
Terror Surge used, and that's a quick back off from SSG as they fight and choke again.
I feel like this is so difficult for Lunex. Yes, they unlocked the first point here, but overall, Space Station's composition, it's relatively easy to play, putting a lot of pressure onto objective here. Lunex, they need playmakers. Can somebody be it?
already forced the teleport there of UV. I'm not sure the Suzu. Okay, there it is. Just came out. Blizzard now popped by Sugar Free, isolating Zeb in the corner. If they can get this kill, we have a really good look. But a quick Suzu is going to help Zeb escape alive. And now Zomba again piling on the pressure with the Tracer. But it gets shooting into Ramacha is just not a good angle here. Zomba needs to land a pulse bomb. The carry potential for the Tracer is just so damn high. But Zomba just needs to connect.
Zeb has to get Sooner Archer here. Is going to drop it actually. And this is Lunix making some progress here now. But this is She. They're waiting. Calm here as they build towards this double support ultimate. No need to kind of rush things here as well. Keep holding these corners. And nice pick from Hawk as well onto Zomba. And with the Tracer gone, like there's no one really here for Lunix to make that play, to win this fight back.
Still, oh, Nemwai goes in for the catnap, just gets shut down. Yeah, it was a right click from Sugar Free that connected with Zomba's face, then Hawk with a quick follow-up. Rocking what? Is that the Diablo skin? I think it is.
Hell yeah.
Precision Gaming has such a good Ultigami right now.
All right, a couple of swaps here. I actually quite really like the Sojourn swap here from Extend. You're going to get a lot of energy, and a Railgun pick could be everything you need here against an SSG backline. That is quite fragile, but gets so much value. Zomba over onto the Reaper as well. It's going to aid in that frontline duel versus Hawk and Sugar Free. A lot of ultimates here for SSG, and just a minute 15 to drain it here, Jaws.
Good hinder. Wow, Suzu really wants to make sure Zomba stayed alive there. There's the rush, splits the team up. Ultraviolet goes down, though. Ahead of the game was UV in the fight, but Lethal just sends it down solo. And with only a minute to go, Lunix got to make a choice. I think Zeb's going to try and make something of this fight, but Lethal's already found another kill with the High Noon. And a Blizzard to separate the team again. Just Zeb is just having no real conviction in this fight. There's not really a point where Zeb's in a position where he can succeed, it feels like, as Lunix are forced to reset.
Yeah, but I think you just have to take that fight loss. SSG, they dropped the Kitsune Rush, the Blizzard, and the Deadeye as well from Lethal. This needs to be the fight now when they've started building ultimates on after these compositional swaps. 25 seconds. It's going to be a long second point if Lunix are going to make this one. Oh, Hawk with so much pressure onto the backline already.
Yeah, forced both the TP and the Suzu, and now it's got the Annihilation. Extends dead.
Only
damage now is Zomba, realistically. I mean, he's been walled off. He has to shoot through
he's
it.
living.
2 silver bullet kills.
Winning nice and well.
Lycans right now. Lethal? That's a third one, in fact.
He just killed
another. That's a fifth. That's the ace for Lethal there at the very end. I mean, come on. There's like a bounty on each one of their heads, man. SSG. Gonna hold after that first point.
Everyone was just shooting the Ramada. It's like, surely. We can kill the Ram, right?
He will die eventually.
Right? Like, he'll die here. Surely. Surely. No? Lethal just cleans up everyone in the meantime.
Yeah. They're literally just shooting the Ram.
I mean.
And then Lethal gets an ace.
Even pro players are naive enough to think that you can actually kill a blocking Ramada. Alas. Mission
LeBron
impossible.
James, when he uses all his cooldowns on an altering Ramatra. Yeah, it happens. It happens to the very best.
Not even LeBron could block Hawk.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that is kind of disgusting, though. Lethal has just kind of been chilling throughout this entire series so far. Even on Ilios, Sugar Free, in the sky, on the Bastion, doing tons of work. And Lethal just on the Cassidy, just chilling, roaming, getting picks. 5k to wrap things up there on the defense.
I think that is the Cassidy player mindset almost. Like, the ranked Cassidy players are just kind of, they're vibe maxers. They're in it for the ride. They're going to click a couple of heads, maybe get a cool clip. Like, straight chilling.
Yeah, if someone mains Cassidy, I feel like that's a green flag.
Oh, yeah. What's a red flag? Who they made for it to be a red flag?
Oh, we can't talk about this.
Oh, we have to.
No, we can't talk about this on the Overwatch Esports channel.
It's Sim. I'm sorry. It's Sim. I said it. It's a red flag if they're playing Sim.
I will not speak. Zomba on the flank here. On Tracer. They're holding the high ground in the big 26.
They've done it. They've learned from 2016. Oh, the headshot of the Zomba from Lethal. Now this is really Lethal at his best too. On this Hanzo. Tree's been a nasty Hanzo. Lethal as well. I think Hanzo's in North America. They've got something to him. There's something there. They do make the character look different.
It's our want to be Japanese.
I hate Japan. To take hotel and the attack side. Zombie is going to get forced to recall. Lethal extremely low, but there's a Kiriko right next to him and a cat that's flying in to provide emergency aid. There is a couple of kills for SSG, with only losing Sugar Free and with no Suzu. This is Lunex and their days being fairly numbered. There it is. Cleanup's good. SSG are going to get capped.
Yeah, I think it's so tough to kind of brawl against this Mei and this Diva. All the meanwhile, the Hanzo is flanking around, hitting you from the back as well. It's a tough time for Lunex, so now make a swap over.
The fact that SSG is pretty much as
they haven't really found anything.
As Hawks Diva for the rest of the series too.
That is kind of figured out, and I think the missing ingredient here
in
is
trouble.
The North American Hanzo players. Like they just have confidence. Like they're just chads. They like run it down. Like yeah, Hanzo might not be the best hero. Guess what? I'm gonna take them anyway. Party Dragon through the wall.
Through the wall.
Hope you get something.
Why?
It can work out, you know. Never know.
Okay. I mean, on Kings especially, it's good. Killable. Okay, Zomba. Don't randomly get headshot by the Mei. They're going to use this rush really early. Zomba has got Pulse Bomb in Hotel. They're just trying to use ults here early to get an advantage, just to get positioning on this main choke. But SSG, especially with Hawk and the Diva, it's tough for them to actually do that. Sure, we can get priority on choke, but we can also just run around you and then flank. Then we'll end up going down to Storm Arrows. And Lunex, honestly, a little bit confused right now. Then look at confused kind of where to look. Zomba's holding down the fort in the front line. Zeb's going to use this Terror Surge, but Johnny, I hate to break it to you, it might just be all over. SSG pop the Blizzard on the point. Hawk gets another kill, and that will be that. No real chance for a touch, as X10 is the final one to fall.
Fuck you, Lunex.
That space station going to
fuck you, Lunex.
One more map away from securing themselves at that land.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be real. The viewers are seeing what we're saying. This has just been an absolute team gap so far. SSG just playing on a different level so far in stage 2. Was the Kitsune rush a little early from Lunex maybe? Did it allow SSG to retreat and back off? Yeah, maybe. But you're up against SSG. It's so tough. You want to make a play. You want to be the first one to drop an ult. Be proactive in your gameplay. I don't blame Lunex for doing that. But SSG feels like they're one step ahead at the moment. They disengage from the Kitsune rush. They wrap around. And then a catnap, pull in an enemy member, and finish them off in your 5 versus 4 situation to close out the map. SSG, they're just on a different level right now.
One death for Abral, one death for Sugar Free. I believe Sugar Free ended last map on 0 deaths. Could be crazy. No, not 0 deaths for Sugar Free. Last round is what I meant, not last map. So he only died once, and that was on that final round there. Crazy stuff from SSG. Yeah, one map away from going to Paris mid-season. It's looking good for SSG, and you know, even if you're underestimating the EMEA teams a little bit, you still got a lot of time to scrim, you still got a lot of time to kind of prep as well. It's what, 26 days away before day 1 of mid-season, so yeah.
Wow, you really are counting down the days. Every broadcast, you got the day count on lock. It's impressive, honestly.
I'm ready for another LAN.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun LAN for sure.
Yeah, tickets are available right now as well. Zoe already showed the barcode, but just in case you missed it, there it is on your screen. 15% off your tickets with the code OW15. God, if we got some kickbacks from this, Johnny, that would go crazy. Let's make it happen. Mid-season coming up.
Let's make it happen. 2027.
27.
You've just spoiled our negotiation tactic on the broadcast. What are you doing?
No.
We had grand plans. Oh no, oh no.
Well, it's coming up in a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks. I can't. The narrow down the weeks, I'm not sure, but I know it's 26 days away. So it's not too long. Barons is going to be a good time. It's going to be a fun. Hopefully not too miserable in the heat. That is something I'm a little scared of, but it will be a good AC conditioned arena. So.
AC conditions?
That is really important. Really important. We need the AC. Yeah, honestly. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. You never know. Look, I think this SSG team, I don't think it needs saying, but if they play like this at the mid-season championship, they will be winning maps.
I would like to see America
Champions Clash, where honestly, this
pretty
team
far
just
into
fell
like
flat,
a
looked
championship.
motivated. They had horrible scrims going into the event itself. This is just the SSG that we've been waiting to see, and they've been shining throughout this entire stage. So I'm really looking forward to actually see how they match against some of these EMEA teams. Obviously, EMEA is the better region. I think we can both agree on that still. But you kind of want to see a little bite from North America, like Dallas Fuel, SSG. You want to see them take it to EMEA, and I think with SSG putting up performances like this, it is possible.
New Junk City. Wow, we're just going back to, we're going to pretend we don't have a new map pool. Not even going to happen. This is crazy.
I mean, pros like familiarity. I will say that.
You attest to that? Is that something you like as well, or like?
Yeah, I wouldn't say you don't want to go into the unknown when the tournament life is on the line, and so there are so many maps in the pool that, like, realistically you can't excel at all of them, and so you just kind of like, you know, pick a map like New Queen Street. Just like, okay, well, we're not going to practice New Queen Street as much, but
it's already been
seems like everyone wants to practice New Junk City.
Yeah, everybody. Is the consistent, like you said, is the consistent one too? Is in the last Bat Balls in this one? So yeah, makes sense.
I don't really know Bastion was a good
and
band
Zarya
either.
ban for the other side. So okay, targeting the tanks again. Tanks are always going to be off the board in this series. I think Zeb has been a real difference maker for Lunex throughout the stage. Although when it comes to hero pool for Zeb, very, very good on the Orisa. So not having that banned here, you're smiling, all good. You can just run it back with this kind of brute force Orisa play.
I don't know if I want to run it back after what
We're
happened
hoping
last
that
time.
X10 and Zomba can kind of show up on New Junk City. Want to go to extra maps here, but SSG, it is just a team death current moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a step back here, Joss, and you were thinking like, okay, what is Lunex's win condition in this series to upset SSG? The only thing they really excel at is the brawl style, when Seb is either on the Zarya or on the Orisa. The issue is SSG and this new look of theirs in stage 2, they make way more swaps, and they talked about this in the interviews. They're just way happier to flex over to these different kinds of heroes. So you have Sugarfree playing Mei, Sugarfree playing Symmetra, Ultraviolet playing Wu Yang, Hawk, you know, playing Sigma. He's been brilliant on that hero throughout his entire career. And so you look at Lunix and you think, okay, like, if you play Brawl really good, you have a chance against SSG. The problem is SSG, they adapt so very well, and they feel like they can play so many different compositions
It's because the player
now
was
in stage
muted
2.
shit.
And realistically, it feels like they'll always have the upper hand in the compositional matchups, and that just makes for a terrible time for Lunix.
The secret weapon is finally being showcased. Zomba on the Xion. Oh, by the way, last map.
So fucking Firefox.
And it's a map I'd say is even better for the Xion, to be fair. So you're going to be pretty happy if you're Lunex. Although against the Cassidy, how are you feeling about that matchup, the Xion versus Cass? Because at the moment, the Cass does feel exceptionally strong, even with how good Xion has been.
I mean, I feel like every time we see a Cassidy on the battlefield, like the Cassidy has the opportunity to take over the game. And obviously an uncontested Xion can do so as well. But I think Lunix is going to have a tough time at finding these opportunities to really collapse onto SSG. And you can see SSG, how active they are rotating around the map here. They don't even want to give Lunix it in. The point is unlocked, and so Seb is putting pressure on it, or it's actually Zomba for the time being. So SSG will have to force their positioning here somewhat.
They were in a 4v5 that entire time. Sugarfree died super early, and Lunix was still not able to kind of collect kills, and they only get 10% as well. SSG, they just sneak the point away. Zeb's going to try and get this one going again, but Zomba's already down. Asuzu, a ton of healing off that just sent towards Zeb too. Just lethal on this cast. He really is just like, not to borrow a phrase from Emre, but he is just a living weapon.
That was kind of corny, yeah.
Oh, like, I don't understand. I don't understand hit scan players. Like, I don't understand how they hit these shots sometimes. It's just ridiculous what they're able to do here. And you got the benefit of a Symmetra teleporter just like taking you wherever on the map. It's so tough for Lunix here to set up. They have a Kitsune rush, but SSG, I think they're ready to disengage as soon as it comes out. Here they go. And Lethal finds a pick on the Zomba. 4 versus 4 versus 5 already.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dodges out of the spin, no problem. There's the Terror Surge. Oh, but he rolls back and still gets a kill onto X10.
Okay, that was kind of
a
nasty.
couple of frames there I wanted to kind of talk about as this fight wraps up. That teleport from Sugarfree, he put the TP in front of X10. X10, she backs up, she uses Disruptor Shot, and she's literally looking at the teleport while Lethal is killing Zomba. So, like, that's how much respect they're trying to put on this teleport, and if Lethal goes through, I need to pick up the kill onto Lethal, but then you're just not in the fight. And that, like, split second, that 3 to 4 seconds that X10 was doing that, Lethal just wins them that team.
Yeah, this overclock needs to go big here.
I don't think it's going
giving
to.
no opportunity for X10 really here. Sound barrier from Admiral as well. It's going to be countered though by ults from Lunex.
Yeah, Zomba kills Lethal, okay. Got this spree available too from Zomba. Hawk on the point with the It's going to wait for people to get dragged into this fight and then make it messy. Looks like the call is going to be actually just the wall, and then Zomba is going to get run down on the other side of it. Yeah, the entire team, in fact, on this side of the wall, Zomba on the other.
SSG, once again, firmly in control here. There was an opportunity there maybe for Lunex to push things, but Seb needs to regenerate his armor and health going into this next fight here in SSG. They can kind of sit back with the Sigma Shield. They got a Deadeye as well to re-engage, force the positioning of Lunex. Zomba, can you make anything work with this spree?
So, spree coming in. Oh, the TP out. Both Sugar Free and Lethal escape to safety, and Nemwai just gets
that was like
on there. That was Lethal slowly.
Oh, like what's that thing? What's something? What am I thinking of?
Powering in the corner and Lethal holding the Deadeye. Oh man, real rough stuff by.
Damn it, I can't remember. Oh, Mice and Men. That one clip where the guy sitting behind sitting behind the one guy sitting on the tree log.
And they're gonna push.
The gun to his head.
They'll make sure to get value from this Kitsune rush as well. Lunex now. Last opportunity to go contest this round. Seb's not here. I actually don't think they're going to go for it really.
Oh, they touched. Oh, someone died to a turret. Well, that was the.
That was half-hearted.
Maybe. Yeah, not gonna happen. Zombo literally got on the bike and then melted by a Scimitar.
Yeah, this has been a tough series for Lunex Jaws. This is all just glazing SSG here. Alright, Terra Surge.
What a Suzu though. Did you see that? Perfectly timed. No one lost any health for those ults.
Zeb is so dog shit, man.
They win the fight. The rotation's easy.
He fucking dirty Arissa
yeah, they
one
are living on
trick.
an easy street right now. Feels like.
I mean, at the end of the day, Seb is running into Symmetra. And as soon as you activate some of
That's what I'm saying. Like Zeb is good
the fortify gone,
at the Orisa,
the spin
but
gone.
this, like I said
okay,
earlier,
well, now this is our time to
once he plays against a team that knows how to play against Orisa in a dominating fashion, as we're watching right now,
X10.
He doesn't do anything.
With the overclock.
He's just a meat shield.
Out of the way of the rock. Good little side swipe there onto Hawk, but not able to finish up the kill. Where's the backup? Okay, eventually. X10 with the ult just gets a general railgun kill. People plays it in kind, and with this wall, you're hoping that SSG can just sit and fight behind it. The rush comes through for Z, the wall ends up fading away, so that teleport is threatened again. SSG, they've lost Lethal, they lost Sugar Free, and they're going to lose the point too, but not before they can get 50%.
Yeah, SSG amassing so much percentage. Already now in a pretty good position to close out this map as well, but Lunex got something going there after Hawk went down. Now you just have to try and replicate this, and at the end of the day, you're playing a Sojourn composition with this Shion as well. You need to find some opening picks here. Admiral's over onto the Cat here as well, so you lose some of that speed, but they're looking to make plays here with the Cassidy. I'm not sure I love this actually, but
yeah, I don't know about this.
It's been working out for him so far.
Yeah, it feels like you'd benefit more from something else, but if you're just basically flinging Lethal around and then getting picks, then, you know, if it works, it works. Sugar Free does end up going down first, though. Gotta be careful if you're Zomba stepping up like that. Yeah, the point does end up getting flipped. SSG have been doing a very good job of shepherding Lunex, putting him in the position that they don't want to be in, and then taking the space for free. They end up killing Zomba too. Zeb has got this Terror Surge, got a ton of overheal thanks to that sound barrier too, so a kill onto a Hawk will suffice for Zeb. There's a 4-player Terror Surge for Zeb, and Sugar Free ends up going down again. Eventually, Lunex are going to be able to regain control of the point, but because SSG managed to sneak this one out, it will give them another opportunity to finish this map here.
Yeah, and the percentage is actually kind of awkward here as 3 members of SSG are going to spawn relatively late. Sugar Free is going to get the touch here on the Tracer. The one thing to watch out for here is Lethal with the Deadeye. If they can get a Sky Noon going here onto Lunex, that could be devastating, but Lunex has plenty of ultimates.
Oh, straight onto X10. It's just so hard to react to. It is so damn quick. Lethal hits a heady on one, and Johnny, I think that's about it. The touch from Sugarfree and then Sky Noon was enough. That is the rush used from Z. X10 is coming back in just a moment, and she can turn the tides with this OC. But if there's just neutral kills here for Space Station Gaming, it's going to be tough to turn this one around. Lethal's already got a couple. X10 shots are just getting eaten. And even the catnap at the end for Abra.
Yeah.
That's
that one about us. About what I expected.
Against Lunex. They booked their ticket to Paris in fine form.
Can't wait to see them on LAN. This is a team that is completely different vibes from the SSG we've seen for many months now. It looks so much improved, and I love actually how the way the Cassidy worked there. It looked brilliant for them. So if you got a Cassidy in the sky against a Sojourn and a Xion, that's a pretty good matchup, and they made it work.
I mean, if you have Lethal on the Cassidy, that's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, just put Lethal
right? Exactly, or have Lethal. The end. Listen, while the outcome is exactly what you expected, the path to get there was not without some, how did you put it, random acts of violence from Lunex. Very eloquently put here, Jack. Yeah, listen, this was not Lunex's to win. I do think they still played it well. They fought back here and there, got a team fight win here and there, but overall, SSG has just been on a different level if you just compare them to the other teams in the NA region. So Lunex has probably had their eye already on the potential lower bracket run in order to make it. Now with this victory, of course, it is SSG punching their ticket to the mid-season championship.
Yeah, it feels like SSG, this stage, almost every single series has them taking a hammer to a game of battleships. Like, they just crush, they just stomp. It's been tough to really, and what I mentioned at the top of the show, is kind of analyze how strong they are on like an international level. They've said they've been scrimming EMEA teams, underestimating them a little bit, and saying, actually, they are quite strong. So them qualifying and them actually doing well in an international is where I'm looking at to really determine how good this team is at scale against some of these Korean teams, against some of these top EMEA teams as well.
I mean, I'm kind of like speechless. Like, I feel like we've said everything for the past few weeks. Just like we've endlessly been glazing this team. It's just like the way they're engaging, disengaging, the hero pools, the mechanical skill. Like, they got everything, and everything is just clicking. And so we just keep glazing this team about how good they are. And, well, they've established their dominance here in North America. Obviously, have to close things out this weekend against the remaining teams here. But this team is just unbelievable right now. This is kind of what we wanted to see, you know, going into this year with the new roster they put together here, and it's just coming to fruition beautifully.
And I do love that if you're looking at the region in general over the last couple of years, like to have like different teams dominating within this region. This time it's SSG. You know, this is a organization with a lot of pedigree, obviously, here. Like, they once dominated over in EMEA, then they had a rough start in NA, and now they're coming into this year with this particular stage, with this roster. And they've just been looking like they're on top of the food chain. So, a really great trajectory for SSG.
Yeah, I think with how well they did, I mean, I'm stretching a little bit far back here, but even at the 2024 major against Crazy Raccoon, they ended up coming third there. They lost to CR 3-0, but like, this team can punch up. They can, or this brand can get to the very heights, and I'm excited to see their trajectory moving on. I think a lot of people are going to vote for them. There's a ton of SSG fans out there, we already know, and they're expecting them to do well, not only here, but in international.
Absolutely. Now we do have Lethal joining us for a quick chat after this dominant performance. Lethal, welcome to the show and congratulations.
Hello.
You seem relaxed and chill, obviously. You guys have been so dominant all stage long, so another day in the office, I guess. Because you were so dominant, though, looking at your preparation for the playoffs, what was the focus on? Were there anything that you in particular felt like, oh, we need to iron this out heading into the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, probably like our teamwork to begin with. Our teamwork last stage was kind of disappointing. So our main focus on like today's stage and like next stage and the future stages is our teamwork, making sure our timings are good together and we're playing off each other really well.
I did want to ask you about your own power level. We just brought it up before we brought you on, but how do you see yourself against EMEA teams, against the Korean teams, because it's hard to tell a team's true strength when you are dominant in one region. I think Sugarfree was it that said struggled against EMEA teams a little bit in scrims, but where do you see yourself and where do you hope to be come international?
I mean, I agree with my teammate here. Our teammate compared to the EMEA teams is way weaker, but our mechanics seem to be like actually stronger.
I'll be back on
Some
the team
fights
like
where we win
a
and like some maps where we win
match
is
jump
just
to
based on like we shoot harder than they can.
I have been voting for this team.
All
and
right,
I will
everyone.
continue to do so
Have no fear.
throughout playoffs, I think, unless they face SSG, which they probably will at some point. But I think the team, is just as strong at this current moment in time. Liquid are slowly leveling up, but it needs to get there a little bit quicker.
Nah,
Maybe
bro.
this is
Team
the
Liquid's
matchup
gonna
we're in,
win.
But I've got fuel here.
Dallas Fuel. Yep, they are the favorite going into this one. They have to be the favorite. But
Can I gamble?
Manifesto 3-2.
No.
Maybe.
Okay,
Maybe a
let's bring
3-2.
Sage
5
together.
map banger. I'm just saying. I think it's a better Team
We have
Liquid.
it.
Look, you know the story about the person who stepped in the river and something about them not being the same after a while or something like that. This is the same. Like Liquid are different from the last time they played Dallas Fuel. Look, I'm not a philosopher, but there's something about that. Like, it's a different team. They're not the same team the last time they played Dallas Fuel. They're a new team, even though they're the same members.
That's a Swedish thing for sure.
For sure.
No,
That's okay.
this
It's
goes
alright.
back into like Greek mythology.
How about we bring up the Roman Empire again, just for the funsies? Well, guys, we're ready for this match. We don't need to look up whatever Johnny has been cooking there. Like, I don't know. We can move past that. That's okay.
So Free's already live on Twitch.
To do that, that's alright.
I'm ready to
because the winner
read
goes
what
to
Google
Paris.
says right now.
Okay, okay.
But you
Send us off with
you
that
talk
piece of
about Mid-Season
information.
Championship first,
I'm done. I just want to lean back and like
so you
enjoy
can leave
the
us.
education.
You, Johnny, need to get us in.
Johnny,
Go. Speak your piece.
The famous saying, "No man ever steps in the same river twice," comes from the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus? No, I don't know. It illustrates his core philosophy that everything is in a constant state of change and flux. The water in the river flows away, and you are constantly changing too. And ironically, Team Liquid are a different
They're
team
Liquid.
than the one that played against Dallas Fuel in week 2.
Damn. All right, okay, I like that. One of the best openings we've had for an OWCS match.
Oh, Team Liquid.
He knows his stuff.
Bring it home. Bring it home.
Mad respect. Now watch him use that like 5 more times. Every single time we see Liquid, if they make it to an international.
Oh, I'm gonna load up on Greek philosopher quotes.
And everybody's gonna be like, what is he saying? What is bro saying? All right, here we go. Ilios is gonna be the first map here. Kellen on the Winston, no shocker. There's an Ana ban for Team Liquid. I really like banning the Ana here. They actually are banning it second. Dallas Fuel banning Cassidy first, getting one of the main problems for the Winston out of the way. But Ana's going to be the big problem for the Fuel because this Malga, yeah, he's already on high ground where the Winston wants to be.
All right, so stoicism aside, I am genuinely really excited for this series now. Dallas Fuel, they're going to do their thing still. They're going to play this Winston and, like they've talked about, just focus on individual skill, trying to break down their opponents over time. But Team Liquid, they're quite challenging so far, utilizing the cat to drag the Mauga away and put pressure onto various members of Dallas Fuel. Tree here gets an opening pick onto Chronic. I think this Shion and Tracer look for Team Liquid could be the recipe for success here, Jaws.
That was a smooth kill by Tree, that second one as well. We are in Greece too, by the way, Ilios. So, you know, there's another layer to the... And it's all coming together, Johnny. It's all coming together,
bro.
The script writers are cooking. This Malgo is going to be so tough. This map in general, Kellen playing the Winston, I wouldn't be too fussed if he just played ball, in all honesty.
Uh-oh.
Chronic ends up shooting Vega around the
Oh
sky.
shit, how did Vega die that quick?
Gracefully flutters that back down to the earth. And now Dallas Fuel, although losing CJ, are putting themselves on point trying to get Cap.
Yeah, there's no healing though. With CJ going down, it's up to Lukimino to keep the team alive, but Dallas Fuel not able to do so. Team Liquid, they are the ones this time around who is utilizing this Mauga beautifully to put pressure on Dallas Fuel on the walk-up. And Tree and Zero, they're navigating quite freely with all this mobility. They are the ones who can wrap around, get the superior angles, and beat down this Dallas Fuel composition of the Reaper and Bastion.
Trying to get Bastion in a spot where he can kind of shoot the backline or just shoot Vega, but it's Infected and Vega. He is the Bastion in this instance. Look, it's the Bastion versus the Malga in the air.
Oh, Vega was gonna get his ass killed
This
again.
cage fight.
Looks like
What
a
is
cage
happening?
on the high ground too, and they're just being basically suspended in the sky so they can't even move. Tree lays down a swift teabag onto CJ after he hits the spree on him, and Dallas Fuel get team wiped.
They're dominating.
Tree has so much
Dallas
more.
Fuel at 5 ultra.
You guys see that?
And they haven't got anything going. Team Liquid, They really are a different team the way they're looking right now. Kitsune Rush available for them, 85%. Dallas Fuel going to
There's
try
no
to
chance
get
they
this touch.
fumble the
Just look at the
recontest.
aggression here with the Mauga.
Onyx already down. I mean, Sarah managed to find the pickup of the Bastion. Team Liquid will run away with this. I don't see a world where Dallas Fuel come back unless there's some sort of miracle. Catnap on the Mauga might just be the miracle they need. Although Vega takes it to Lucamino. Primal Rage for Callan is what's going to have to end this one. Has to get back onto the point now as overtime's ticking over. Sonjin ended via the bike. There's Tree and Sarah are now playing on the point. What a stick from Sarah. It's
everywhere.
By the way, but Callan
It's
just
everywhere.
get down, Mr. President. Ends up going down himself. 100 to 7%. Team Liquid.
I mean, Dallas Fuel have to be shell-shocked here a little bit. They surely could not have
something
seen
like
this
that.
coming out of Team Liquid.
It's more so the flying cat
This is,
brings, you know, like the Bastion or like the minigun man onto the
I mean, this is
rooftops,
just ridiculous what we're seeing right here.
which gives them more viability against the monkey or like the other team's fast characters.
Yeah, that was not pretty.
Stuff, it's less about the kidnapping and more about the transportation that the cat provides.
And how they like to play. We want to play Callan on ball. We don't want to play him on Winston. He's not that Mauga kind of guy. Like, he wants to play dive tanks. But now he's forced to play Mauga against Infected.
Zero's going to come out on the Vendetta?
The Vendetta's
I mean,
dangerous. I don't
we
know
usually
about that.
talk about teams not really having, you know, like a special secret composition available. Like, it's hard to surprise a team these days. But bringing out the Vendetta like this for Team Liquid and this composition right now with the Mauga and Cat.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I don't know if I would say break the meta, but it is very strong right now. But there's counterplay to it, such as simply shooting it out of the air.
Close they all want to play as well. This Vendetta's going to benefit so much from
Or
the Mauga here.
playing bunker comps kind of works as well. But
as well, landing like groups.
it is, yeah. That's, I don't know if I would use the word break.
Sarah's got decent sustain with the overhead.
Dominate,
The
maybe.
problem will be the cat Bastion, obviously. Tivis goes down though. But Chronic, he just needs to stay alive.
That's an
the
insane
important thing.
keep up for
Cardiac
Chronic.
Overdrive's going to top him up, keep him healthy. Because it looks like Infected's going to lose his life in just a swift moment.
Now, this is Team Liquid now on the back foot. Dallas Fuel, I think they're going to have an easier time here playing the Bastion on a map like this. They can kind of play back and forth pretty linearly here with the engages of the Bastion and put pressure on both Vega and Kivas as well. Obviously, no Bastion here for Team Liquid to kind of like counter or
What is that Reaper
contest
skin?
Chronic's pressure here. So Zero's going to swap over to this Reaper as well. This is kind of just admitting that we don't want to take the aerial duel. How about this composition from Team Liquid here?
Yeah, alright, Kitsune rush to the Dallas Fuel. Team Liquid have cover, they end up scurrying to artillery barrage from the Bastion as Sonjin goes down to Zera. And now the mega health pack control for the Dallas Fuel. Pretty important hit for Callan to help him stay alive. The amount of damage he's taken in front line has just been, it's been too great for the back line of the Fuel to actually deal with. Vega's also kind of running around for free.
I'm really
too.
impressed that Liquid's keeping it
Dallas,
competitive,
they just get
honestly.
half the point done, but Team Liquid, they got Cage, they got Catnap, they got Spree.
I would a Team Liquid win to
Yeah,
let
and
them
especially
wall
the way they're
into
playing right now as well. They can
the Paris
threaten to utilize
Championship
this cage
would
fight
be phenomenal.
early with the spree from
That would
Tree
feed
here
families.
as well. And so Dallas Fuel always have to be pretty cautious and be on their guard for what could be coming their way. Would be terrible news if you really have to like commit quite early here now. So really split here. Cage fight does come out from Killen and Sojourn finds an early pick on Sarah.
Big slam there from Infected from that high ground. That spree in the cage is good, but
As far as
that was
Infected
a
lived as long
knockdown,
as he
I think,
did.
From Lucamino, interrupting the spree from Tree. Managed to get the catnap on him, so cancelled the ult completely.
Dallas Fuel regain control here now. As once again, this Bastion here on the walk-up is going to be difficult for Team Liquid because they're just playing this Xion and this Reaper. Infected is going to be picked up here though. Cage fight is still available if you can find someone to isolate here perhaps, utilizing the cat speed. We're looking for it.
That's for a stomp onto the front line.
Vega.
See Vega that dies first. Now Infected with this cage. It's going to be good on the point. A point fight is what they're after right now. Zera has to Wraith walk away, so it's going to be a little time before they actually regroup again. Gives Dallas Fuel a point, an opportunity to peel back as well.
96 here for Dallas Fuel. It's a pivotal fight, and Kellan already drops quite low. Sosu is going to utilize here, keep them alive. Spree, Chronic gets a pick as well.
Okay, yeah, big picks for Liquid, big picks.
It's dominating with the cage. In fact, his cage was just straight up better there, but the Dallas Fuel, they ended up
Dallas Fuel is
saving
such a
up,
good
so
ult
it's
economy,
okay,
though.
we used to fight fine, 99%,
That's gonna be a rough one.
We should win here. There shouldn't be an issue. One bit.
Yeah, we'll see though. Team Liquid, they have the opportunity to make a play here still. With their own
Well, we do have rush. If we can rush and blossom better faster than they can, I think we win.
Towards the point here. Or if you just
no, because they're gonna have there's probably gonna be another
fight
fight after this.
Here with the opportunity to close out the map as well. So about this
It really just depends on how fast this fight goes. Yeah, the pivots. Yeah. CJ though. Oh yeah, yes. Yes, we were faster. We were faster.
A dire triggers kill onto Lucamino too. Teleport. Oh my goodness, Zera is doing it all for Team Liquid.
Zera's so fucking cool, man.
For the fuel, and they lost the fight. And Jolly, they're about to.
They just don't give flex DPS players enough respect.
Team Liquid about to close things out here. Dallas Fuel kind of scrambling to get towards the point here. They do get the touch, but this is a Team Liquid team. They're just looking too dominant.
There's no health. Vegas going to be able to get away as well. Skirts under the map almost. As Team
Let's fucking
Liquid.
go, man.
What was it, Johnny? Man who steps in the lake always comes out a different man.
No man ever steps in the same river twice, Jaws.
Damn, there it is. Team Liquid looking fresh, looking clean on that first map.
I'm just saying, the hopium was there. The hopium was there. What I think is so awkward for Dallas Fuel here is that by playing this Mauga, Team Liquid are essentially forcing Dallas Fuel to just play this engage-disengage kind of composition. You're seeing the Maugas trading blows, the overruns, the cardiac overdrives. It really isn't the style that Dallas Fuel like to play, where instead, you know, they can set up in the backline with a Wrecking Ball, with a Winston, like we expected here on Lighthouse. They're kind of playing Brawl at the end of the day, and you're thinking going into the series, well, Team Liquid, their win condition is trying to force these Brawl compositions. You know, it's New Junk City, stuff like that. And they were able to channel that playstyle here on Ilios out of all maps. So mightily impressive by Team Liquid taking Dallas Fuel on this very first map pick of their own. And look, you don't have to look further than the interview we just heard, by the way, from Lethal, who said that Lunix would actually qualify over Team Liquid. This is unexpected, Jaws.
It very much feels that way. Forcing them to get down and dirty with the Mauga. We will force you onto our level. You want to play Winston? Ain't happening, Chief. We're playing Mauga. We're shooting you. We got the cat bashing. We're shooting you some more. Like, it's a hand that Dallas Fuel don't really want to play, in all honesty. They just don't. Look at that TP as well. Woo.
Yeah, the TP was good.
Sarah. Nasty. Nasty. But that's a hand that they don't want to play with. That's the game that they don't want to play. We want to play Winston. We want to play everything else. And you know where we're going next. I don't need to tell you. We're going to Dorado for sure. If it's not Dorado,
I wonder if Liquid's
I'm not gonna do that.
I wonder if Liquid's gonna try to ban the Winston then. Just completely shut down.
No, it's Dorado. I'm putting all my talents.
Dallas's dive comp.
Boom,
bam. I got like 10% back or something. That was like a 90 to 10 pred.
Yeah, it actually was. Actually, speaking of pres, Johnny, Dallas Fuel, the chat voted 85% in favor versus Team Liquid's 15. 85% for Fuel.
Okay, always bet the underdog.
Pretty crazy.
You never know.
Yeah, seriously.
You never know.
Don't forget as well.
3-2.
We just 3. Okay. Well, we'll see if it's 3-2 towards the Fuel or the Team Liquid as we head into Dorado in just a moment. Don't forget the new Fire and Tide bundle featuring the 4 skins on your screen right now. Flame-bound Hanzo, Mercy,
no, nobody wants this bundle.
The Freya and the mate as well. Johnny, you're not that.
Even if he gave it to me for free, I don't think I'd have like wear it.
No,
you're not.
Maybe the Freya skin, like I said, maybe the Freya skin.
The
other 3 look awful.
Doesn't mean that I don't want to be fun. Like I would love to be.
The art done. The art right here looks cool.
Just rock the skin in ranked and just take over lobbies playing Freya. It's just I'm mechanically incapable. And so, but you know, when I role play, being actually good at the game and being fun, then I do like to pick Freya, and I would lock that skin with it.
Look, we can't all be lethal. We can't all be lethal. It's all good. At the end of the day, you can pick up those skins right now. That is it. That is the end of the read. I promise. But the Freya one does look a straight fight with.
Well, Dallas banned the Mauga.
Okay, is that a throw? They want to ban the Mauga so they can protect tank though. Really, if you're the
really just want to keep the Winston.
Like, we don't want Winston
Okay, but
banned
based on what you
away,
just
so-
saw, did you not actually like Liquid might just be playing Sky Mauga from now on?
Yeah, that's, you know what? Yeah.
I can see Liquid banning like Tracer or.
Man, and also Mauga, Sky Mauga,
Mid
get that out
rig.
of my game. Kind of deal. They can't ban Ana either, Team Liquid, so you're out of luck. So what do they actually ban here, do you reckon?
Ashton.
Okay, Bastion. All right, fair enough.
Okay, but yeah, all right. So maybe like we don't want to play Cat Bastion if we can't play the Mauga. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, we'll have to see how Team Liquid kind of adapt here now, because I would have felt that maybe the Mauga, you know, Cat Bastion or even the Xion Tracer we saw, like that kind of tempo heavy composition is what Team Liquid could have utilized to match Dallas Fuel's dominance on this map. But with the Mauga taking out, I think it's going to be tougher here for Team Liquid to keep that tempo up and put pressure onto Dallas Fuel, because that is really how you deal almost with the attack and the defense of Dallas Fuel here on Dorado. So like, you just gotta match the tempo. You can't stand still and put yourself in a position to get engaged on, to get outflanked, to get out-angled. And so, curious to see how Team Liquid, what kind of composition they're going to pick here in the end. You can like try and take it to Dallas Fuel, because you can't just sit back on this Dorado map.
Oh, do we just see a mirror though? Because when you think about it, like Infected's not like a slouch on the ball, on the Winston. Like, I don't think there's a tank in Infected's like wheelhouse that I'm like, oh man, this is not great. I mean, maybe
I
the
can maybe
Diva
see the ball,
is, like,
but I don't
not
know.
crazy
I
good
don't
for
know
Infected,
about
some of
that.
the like super traditional off-tanky picks. But in general, like, it's very good. We're not seeing attack subbed it either. So it's going to be Infected loaded in.
No, the
TF.
attack's probably gonna come in next map though if it's
I would
hybrid.
love it for a match. If there was one team, this is the team to do it too.
Yeah, I mean, I love the pace from Team Liquid.
And they're playing
and
they're playing the
actually
poke Sigma.
going to hint towards playing a little bit of Sigma and just slow
Wow, they
things all the
really
way down.
hate
So
Kellen.
opposite end, yeah.
They're like really walking down on Torb too.
Hey, Kellen. That's a fact. They want to make sure he can't do anything. Huge range disadvantages though for TL, I will say.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the same rule kind of still applies though, right? Even though, like, you're slowing down the tempo here, you don't have any speed or any dive characters per se. You still have to, like, move around with this Sigma composition and basically put pressure on all these different angles of Dallas Fuel as they're trying to set up at the end of the day here. Look, Amino's going to hint, playing the Alara here as
W
well,
turret
over to
POV.
Sojourn. And you can see Dallas Fuel here. Like, they want to get some poke in the backline here with Lucamino, but they're also primarily going to rely on this Winston and Genji. And so Team Liquid here, how can they kind of like move around on this defense and just put pressure on Dallas Fuel to prevent them from getting a good engagement?
Oh, that's such a good sword spin as well. The little hatchet instead of a hammer. Very good, very good. This is one way to deal with this comp. Range disadvantage, no problem. Go far. Spam rockets, punish Infected, punish Zera. You got to be careful of Tree, obviously, but it's not like Kivas and Vega are going to do a crazy amount to you.
It's all about Tree here. Can you rotate, find picks, even hit headshots? Is going to put Dallas Fuel on the back foot here. You have to be constantly wary of Sunjin. Dallas Fuel working on the front lines right now, just walking through the choke quite normally. Haven't set up that big flank just yet here, so Kellen's taking a lot of damage on the walk up here.
Yeah, has to. No nano to build though, with only the Ilari and the Kiri.
I think that's one.
Don't need to pay attention to Farah too much, although with Sonja being
You don't want to.
mega pack, you can
perfect.
You don't exactly just let the Farah walk around though.
in a really strange spot, like on a high
Farah has
up
an
angle,
insane
so
DPS
Farah gets
output.
tagged, but Tree just debating whether he should punish Sonjin further or just fight the fight in the front line. Looks like it's going to be a frontline duel. A rush swiftly used by the Dallas by Team Liquid as they run over Kellen.
But that's perfect, Jaws. That's exactly what you need to do. You drop the Kitsune rush, push forward aggressively, and Tree is just going back and forth, putting damage onto Sunjin, because like you pointed out, like if Sunjin is 50 health, have to go back to get a pack, then you're suddenly 5 versus 4 in the front lines, and Tree finds a pick onto Lumina here. Tree is doing phenomenal work right now. The way he's dealing with so many angles of Dallas Fuel at once.
You cannot be going down like that. Lucamino was on that ledge. He saw the shadow
Tree's just
of
that guy.
Fialari on top of that little ledge line here, and then turned, swung. I imagine it was a headshot into a body shot and then took him out, but Lucamino should not have died there by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, good place to captive Sun here. Flux is going to come in, but of course the Sanctuary provides the cover necessary. Zera might be dead, and if Dallas Fuel can stabilize back up after that flush use, they're going to be in a good spot. Barrage connects with Infected. No Sanctuary.
Yeah, I think losing Infected just sealed that fight.
As Kellen dives to the backline and punishes the Team Liquid players for being so far up.
It's going to be Dallas Fuel now, capping the first point.
Infected swapping on the ball.
Here. They're going to have a tough time. CJ gets a couple here. And I feel like this is a big point in the map here now, Jaws, because we've seen so many teams on the defense do a decent job on the first point, and then the second and third point, it just absolutely crumbles against this Dallas Fuel team. And so now, really important for Team Liquid to stabilize on this defense before this maps get away from them.
Bit of a classic pick for Infected now, though. On the Wrecking Ball of all things? I mean, this is a vintage Infected pick.
Going to help put pressure onto the card, pressure onto Kellan here as well. You have some high ground control here, but the payload is just moving forward at the time being. And Kellan has a Primal Rage as well. Overclock comes out. Oh, man.
Oh, what a boot. I think the boot for Infected that actually helped Chronic getting into a better position where he could two-tap Kivist. Molten Core on the high ground. Great stuff. Fortunately, didn't pick anybody. And Infected, of all people, gets chased by Kellan.
I mean, this is the snowball. It's happening. And how do you push out of this choke now? You don't have a tank to kind of help you get up onto one of these high grounds. You just have to push out now with the Kitsune Rush. Try to buy some space here with the Deadeye itself, but Dallas Fuel, look at their ultimates as well. Primal Rage up there by Kellan. They're kind of going in here, but they have Kitsune Rush advantage as this fight progresses now, Jaws.
High noon, Captain Sun coming up. There's the rush. They got a lot of ults. Kimsey's dead again first. That's the second time in a row now that he's died first. Mines deployed on the point. There's a taunt behind you guys. Hitting E on the back line. He managed to melee Chronic to death.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised
with
this still on the tour.
A teleport away comes through for Vega, but the Sanctuary comes in, and this might be enough. But Kellan's shield is going to be just such a nuisance for Tree. Rolls straight into Lucamino, picks up the pick as Kellan is forced to evacuate the area 1 meter away as Tree saves the day.
Tree literally just saved the day. I mean, that was crazy. The couple of picks he got to entry in that fight and then survives with the Sanctuary as well and just carries. Team Liquid's hope here on Dorado is Tree having a phenomenal game, and both on the first point and then saving the second point like that. 1:20 to go. Tree is giving Team Liquid a chance here on Dallas Fuel's best map.
There's not a lot of time at all. And Infected over to his third hero of this round so far, over to Diva. Sunjin with the barrage. I mean, that is what helped them secure this last point. They've got no Sanctuary. They've got a Deadeye coming up. Maybe the Molten Core. Like, this is all on Infected. It was on Tree's shoulders a second ago. Now it's on Infected to try and stop Sunjin getting away with murder. Tree trying to take an off angle. Lands a silver bullet shot, but Chronic goes down. Okay, there you go. This Infected Diva paying off, and now Dallas Fuel have one more attempt as they hit the retreat.
Infected just doing his job right now, stalling the cart, utilizing the armor and the shotgun capabilities of this Diva to just put pressure in the front line, and that buys enough time for Tree to keep flanking, keep looking for picks, and Zero in the meanwhile. Well, that was also not a fun matchup for Kellan. Now Sunjin looking to make a play here, but great chain from Vega. Oh, the Matrix is there!
What a TP as well. Matrix is good, but Vega, his TP was basically spawn capped by Lucamino. Infected gets rolled into the bank thanks to that Primal Rage. There's OT in a couple of moments then, but they've got touch, they've got the numbers. Lucamino does Guy, sure, but CJ and the rest of the gang should be able to finish this one up. Zera plays on this rush, but unfortunately, Kivist, this was too little, too late. Dallas Fuel in OT, cap second.
Yeah, rush.
It's a bit of a sigh of relief, something that Dallas Fuel hasn't really been forced to do here on Dorado so far. Minute 20 to close out the map, and this can be a tough point to kind of break down. If you don't have the snowball in place, Zero's going to swap over to the Reaper here, make it extra difficult for Kellan on this. Winston and Sunjin as well moves over onto the Genji now in these close corridors. A lot of ultimates here for Dallas Fuel. If Team Liquid could just weather this initial storm, they're in a good position to hold here.
Alright, much more efficient here is Zera playing on the Reaper. This goes quarters. Lucamino, this is a good time to go, yeah. As soon as you see that Reaper Wraith form, you want to just go in with the orbital, with this Sun even. Tree does end up going down. Captive Sun collects one. And they're just piling on the ults. They need a good time, a decent time, any time at all. Considering they entered here with 1:30 and they're getting around the final bend here.
And they just need to buy enough time for Vega to come out with the Sanctuary. And you can just fight on the point.
They're going to use the rush. There's the Sanctuary. It's been deployed. It's not an awkward one, though. So Dallas Fuel are going to be able to disengage for a brief moment. Just wait for the Sanctuary to disappear, and it's already gone. So a re-engagement is going to be decent. Asuzu, to help Infected stay alive for a moment longer, has got self-destruct, so pops it on the point. Lucamino fighting for his life on it. The self-destruct only clears the pylon, but it is Tree and Zera that are putting in the numbers. Kellan being alive, as well as Sonjin pick up the kill on the Cassidy. Make sure they can deliver that point in. No time left in the bank, but they're going to be happy with that.
Dallas Fuel still very much impressive.
A single second. My bad.
Single second.
Literally a second, yeah.
That's all you need. That's all you need. I mean, the Illari and the Sojourner just got so much value over time. But I will say, this is probably the best defense we've seen against a team of Dallas Fuel caliber here on Dorado. And so, Team Liquid still showing that they're here to play in 12-3. I mean, that just tells you the impact that he was able to have on this defense. I think Team Liquid are playing real well right now, but kind of feels hopeless playing Dallas Fuel here on their best map.
I don't think any part of that felt hopeless. I think
double-digit.
It was a huge step up on how.
Only player on his team to do so.
Hey, look, week 2.
I think where Dallas Fuel almost level up. They get stronger on defense because they can play Ana. They can have Lucamino sit all the way at the back. They can have Kellan just jostle payload. We throw nades, and then we have Sonjin also firing rockets at you. It is really tough, I think, for Liquid to deal with. They've got Ball, which is a decent counter to the Ana.
Yeah, I mean, last time Team Liquid, they essentially doubled down on playing a slower composition. And it does seem like they're doing the opposite here with Infected over on this Wrecking Ball, recognizing they can't just force the objective. Regardless how good they are at putting pressure on this objective and just trying to buy time, not even against Dallas Fuel can you make that work. And so, definitely stepping up the tempo here. Infected takes a lot of damage early. But it's, once again, Cirrus over onto this Cassidy now. It's going to come down to these cat flanks.
Infected needs to get behind them so he can just boot Lucamino onto low ground. Like, that is going to be plan A, I think, for the team. Even pressure in the Fire too has been good for the Ball. But Zera in a decent spot is going to get checked across the way. And there's the bowl over. Not sure Lucamino went down, though. No, he's on the high ground.
Yeah, 0 on Cass and
sound
Tree
so
on...
far. Good sleep. And yeah, Infected dead. Oh,
it's interesting.
Shot from Zera, though. Manages to make the most of a dire situation with Infected dying. The Dallas Fuel DPS now running all the way back. Even Kellan called out. Lucamino and CJ put so much effort into killing Infected that they couldn't deal with anybody else.
Yeah, and the way Vega's playing this cat now as well, both on Ilios, but also here on Dorado now. They're just setting Team Liquid up for success. And so, yeah, Infected goes down early, but that flank from Zera is the magic required to cap the first point here. Now, this is a Dallas Fuel team now that is kind of forced to adapt. They haven't necessarily seen this look before used against them here on Dorado. And so Team Liquid showing they put their brains together, and this is what they've come up with, and it's working brilliantly so far.
Yeah, I like the Wrecking Ball look. I really do. For a team that Infected, you got to flex the models, the heroes. Oh, okay, not quite. You got to flex the hero if you're Infected. And yeah, there you go, another kill. Pulls Kellan into a spot where he can't get away from the high noon. He has to go into the small room, and then Infected's waiting there for him. Nice stuff. They're getting the payload going. Nano boost onto Sonjin, though, of all people. One clips Kibis. Hasn't got a recall, has to play safe there. It's up again now. That nano hell did not feel worth it whatsoever. Tree and Zera come up with players. As Sonjun only granted the singular limb. And he ends up dying too to infected.
Yeah, this is a shook Dallas Fuel. Like, it genuinely feels like they're on the back foot and they're just trying to figure out what Team Liquid is doing here. Like, Team Liquid didn't care about that Nano Tracer at all. Instead, Zero pushes the high ground, puts pressure on the Ana, and they end up winning the fight after all that. Now, Infected has the minefield. It's going to be pivotal here as they try to cap the second point here. Callan forced the Primal Rage here.
Primal
it's just
gets
nothing.
High ground. But yeah, absolutely nothing gained. Back on the Alari is Lucamino. They've got a rush to play with. Zera's going to be in trouble. We're playing on the rush. And popping the high noon
Yo,
too.
very good, no.
Is already down, but Zera has the high ground. They got the positioning. The spree from Tree ends up just exploding the backline. I mean, that is just not a close
He's
fight
just
whatsoever.
bagging the shit
By
out of
any stretch of
Kelly.
the imagination. Dallas
Dude, they got
Fuel
5 minutes.
getting snuffed out, Johnny. Yeah, 4 minutes and 40 seconds, bro.
This is honestly crazy. I didn't think any team in the region could do this to Dallas Fuel. But if Team Liquid is able to close out this overtime like that, I mean, yeah, this is quite shocking the way Team Liquid are just dominating right now. And again, this is a team that just,
my God,
like we were joking about how Team Liquid got destroyed by Dallas Fuel in their previous matchup. This is such an upgraded team. Things are clicking for this team now.
That's what the name cards. Kellen's on Sigma. He's playing Sigma on Dorado. And there's another kill for Zera. It's over, Johnny.
I guess it doesn't matter, bro. Like, Zera's cracked on OWCS too.
Smiling. 85% drowning. Kellen is getting held in the mega room. Like, what can you do? They're going to send the Viking. Kellen ends up getting knocked down. They get playing around the corner, just trying to stay up. A bit of healing aura there on to Tree. But it's not like they've let up the gas by any stretch of the imagination. Sonjun, though, you know, briefly picks up a kill, but still 3.5 minutes to play with for Liquid.
It feels like Dallas Fuel finally were able to get a bit of a pause here and hold steadfast on the defense. But Sunjun goes down to Kivitz, and once again with Zero on the off angle here. This is an opportunity now for Team Liquid to close out the map.
Captain Sun, this Captain Sun has to hit this flank, but it looks like Zero has joined the rest of the team with the high noon built up. He wants to get to that high ground. That's exactly what he's going to do. Vega, this might just be him.
He's just holding Lucamino hostage.
Captive Sun gets absolutely zero. Nothing. Nada, Johnny. Captive Sun does nothing, and Zero just cleans up the rest. Johnny, where is Dallas Fuel? They're not in the server right now. Zero and Tree take over the last couple of moments of that round. 3 minutes and 49 seconds in the time bank. Going into extra rounds. On Dallas Fuel's best map with, arguably, the best band.
I mean, they're lost in the sauce. They are lost in the sauce. They just can't keep up with what Team Liquid are doing right now. The Cassidy play, all of today, first from SSG and now as well here in Team Liquid, both with Zero and Tree dominating, by the way. It was Tree on the defense and then Zero just taking over the game on offense. Like, that's also what this damage line gives you. It's just phenomenal, the hero pool that they have. And when they figure stuff out, like it seems they've done here, Team Liquid's skill ceiling is just ridiculously high. And Dallas Fuel, like, they don't have the answers right now. I thought they could actually match the offense there on the defense when they swapped over to the Sigma. They had a Cassidy of their own. Lucamino's on the Alori. That's the only difference compositionally. But not even that. The Sky Noon from Zero swept in, got a pick onto Kellan. And 4 versus 5. It's a tough going for Dallas Fuel.
And young Callum was playing Sigma, Johnny. I mean, it's not a bad pick on that third point, sure, but this is not the Fuel that we're used to seeing on this map whatsoever. They have a minute in the time bank.
And I mean, you've been so good on this map that you can't change either. Like, you just got to double down on what you're doing so well. So CJ and Lucamino are going to play this double flex lineup. So much value into the back line here. Sonjun flexes over to the Genji for the time being. But the way the Cassidy has been playing right now for Team Liquid, it's just been brilliant. It's just been great from them so far. So I have no doubt they're gonna keep flanking like this. Sarah getting the pocket required. Keep hitting these shots onto Dallas Fuel. And Dallas Fuel are just left with questions right now. How are they going to break down Team Liquid?
Yeah, Kellen's.
Oh, dearie me. And Kellen's going to get trapped in the room too. Tree hits an execution as he jumps away, dies. Like 10 seconds to go. This double flex support lineup. Lucamino's been caught off. Vega scratches him to death.
They don't even get a recontest.
Don't even get a damn touch. It's been stopped right under the bridge. That is an awkward spot for that payload to finish too. It's not easily defendable. You can kind of joggle it, like jiggle around the the high ground, sure, maybe, but like this is a 2-0. I'm gonna call it now, Johnny. This is Team Liquid going up 2 maps.
I mean, if they yeah, look. I was gonna say if Team Liquid wins this map, but it's like 99% certainty that Team Liquid wins this map now. Like Dallas Fuel has to be boomed. This is crazy. No team has really taken it to them like this. And they don't really have the answers either for what Team Liquid are throwing their way. Where the card is, you just have to be aggressive and like play the rooftops and like full hold Team Liquid essentially.
Right.
But what Team Liquid has done so well is that like they recognize that Dallas Fuel, they like to play the angles. They like to have these individuals wrapping around, and Team Liquid are just kind of outplaying them, just saying like, okay, well, we're gonna play Cat Cassidy, and we're gonna keep out angling you guys instead. And it feels like they are the ones actually hurting Dallas Fuel position and forcing Dallas Fuel to adapt, which is just not the place they want to be in. They like to have the high ground control. They like to have a Tracer lurking on the off angle. And you can see they're now positioned to try and replicate what Team Liquid are doing, but it's just a matter of like, can you do it better?
Holy shit.
And now Team Liquid are doing something entirely different, and Sunjin's caught off guard. Oh my god.
What the? This is not the same Team Liquid. It's so real. They've improved even since the last game, which I think was like a week or two ago. They've improved in an absurd amount. This is the versatility that like a team like Twisted Minds was having last series. I mean, last fucking stage.
While the rest of the team is fighting back to front. Oh, loses Meg. Okay, that's loses Meg.
So actually, Team Liquid here, they throw out a bit of a curveball here, playing this composition, and we'll see if they actually decide to stick with it here now when, you know, the jig is up. They've showcased what they can do already. Vega swaps over onto the Cat here as well. So this might be the wiser move. You think in 3 minutes, we can still utilize our Cat and our Cassidy here to do what we've already done so far this map. So this is good. This is good. You still have plenty of time here, and you should be able to get this payload across the finish line now. It's just a matter of Chronic versus Tree. Who can be the superior Cassidy in a matchup like this?
I think you've put a lot of your channel points on Tree at this point. Especially with how this map has been going so far. Taking a little bit of suppressing fire from Sunjin, but you know, it's all good. Now he can get over this high ground thanks to the Cats. He's looking for somebody, he's hunting, he's searching. Spotted somebody in the small little mini room. There's actually a farm that goes down. As Infected and Tree, well, and Vega too, ends up taking down the fire in the sky. They're just going to chase Chronic into the small room. Absolute cinema from Team Liquid. A rush to finish this off. And this is going to be it. They're just going to get rolled over. They haven't got the bodies. There's a Kellen self-destruct, sure, but this payload's moving. It's almost long gone.
Yeah, Kellen just fucking blew up.
What a showing.
That's the second he got back in the mech.
Sunjin with the last ditch effort barrage. And I'm kind of shocked myself, Joss. Like how did they improve so much in such a short amount of time?
Is Team Liquid legit?
2-0 against Dallas Fuel with mid-season championship on the line.
Mid-season on the line in this series. 30-6 for Tree. 17k damage. 17.5. Not giving the extra bit. Kellen hitting the same kind of damage numbers. Not looking nearly as impressive as Tree right now. In fact, neither of the DPS on the side of the field are looking as impressive as Tree on the cast. Really just took over the game. I mean, these kind of kills shouldn't happen. On the Alari like that, it just shouldn't happen. The Dallas Fuel on their best map go down to TL. And now what do? Where do we go? I mean, Dallas Fuel's chance to choose again. They've been very dominant, only losing to SSG in the regular season, the regular stage. Wow. It feels like I logged on today, Johnny, and I was expecting one thing. On the first match, I got it. On the second match, I'm getting the complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, the channel point percentages speak for themselves here. This is a massive surprise to everybody, really. That Team Liquid, like, okay, so some percentage of people, 15%, they bet on Team Liquid, okay? How many of those 15% do you think genuinely in their heart were like, yeah, I think Team Liquid is the better team, and I actually think that they're going to beat Dallas Fuel here? I guarantee you that almost everybody who bet on Team Liquid in a scenario like this was just like, oh, they're great odds, like good return. Like, I bet on Team Liquid because it's 10%. I didn't bet on Team Liquid because I think they're the better team, just on the off chance that they're going to win this series. Like, this would be such a massive upset, and in the way they're doing it too is so impressive. The way they're utilizing this Cassidy with the cat, it gives them so much, like, directness. To some extent, when you play with the Bastion, you're kind of locked into the cooldown cycling of the turret form at the end of the day, and obviously when you push forward with that turret form, that is when you're most kind of like that is when you have the most impact, right? Playing the Cassidy like this, you can kind of like pick your moments a bit more like specifically, like, yeah, we can push in 1 second, or we're gonna go in 2 seconds. Like, you're not reliant on the cooldown timing of the turret form. And Team Liquid, just their tactical awareness of what Dallas Fuel want to do and how they're going to counteract that, I think what they're showing right now is just beautiful Overwatch.
They're one map away. Team Liquid are one map away from locking their spot in Paris in mid-season. There's 3 spots available, of course. SSG have secured 1, and this map will decide the second spot being secured. And don't forget, you can lock your tickets in right now using that QR code.
I don't want it.
Or you can check the socials, use code OW15 to get 15% off, and come join us at the mid-season. It's going to be a blast. Make sure you drink lots of water when you're over there, though. I know EU's having a heat wave, but I said before, should be a nice, cool, conditioned AC gaming hall. All right.
Buy tickets, get AC access.
Get AC access with your tickets right now. I mean, dude, it is boiling over there at the moment. Dallas Fuel choosing King's Row, and we are seeing a sub for Team Liquid. Attack in, infected out.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, so less opportunity here for Team Liquid to kind of replicate what they already did on Elios and Dorado. I have to say here, this is looking like a Dallas Fuel team that now wants to play a bit of a different ball game by going over to King's Row, maybe a bit more linearly, maybe like slow things down here a little bit. But at the end of the day, I kind of would have said that that is what Team Liquid wants to do anyway, and so there's no great map to kind of take them to, given how Team Liquid has dominated these high ground, you know, big vertical spaces so far in this series. This is going to be a tough uphill reverse sweep, no matter where you go in terms of maps here for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, reverse sweep needed. Symmetra ban for the Dallas Fuel. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. With attack coming in, we're expecting Sig, we're expecting off tanks, whereas Infected Hero Pool leans slightly towards the other way. What is TL? But what do you think the smartest ban is here for TL? I mean, what's giving you the biggest trouble so far? Looks like it's going to be Mauga for Team Liquid.
They're going to ban the Mauga? Alright.
How do you feel about Mauga? That feels like a...
Well, I guess if Beckett's not playing, yeah, they don't really need Mauga.
I feel like they're so...
Attack is more of a remote.
They're so tactical right now with what they're playing that, based on what Team Liquid has prepared here for King's Row, they're probably just basing this on the fact that Mauga's a good hero for what we got going here right now. We want to play our game, and I think they've showcased at times, especially the last couple of series, that Team Liquid's hero pools are deeper because they have more confidence in each other as players to flex over and play all this different stuff, right? When we initially saw Dallas Fuel dominate Team Liquid in week 2, okay? Do you remember on Oasis and Team Liquid just like 5-stacked playing like a Lucio Kiriko composition on Oasis? And Dallas Fuel are just like, you guys are 5-stacking. We're playing a Winston composition. We're going to pick you apart as you walk up towards the point. This is not that same Team Liquid team now. This is a team that is showing tactical versatility as their confidence in each other's teamwork grows. And that is why Team Liquid now, they're able to play so many different kinds of heroes. And with that trust in each other, you know, they execute better as individuals as well. And so all this practice time, all these weeks gone by now here in stage 2, is a Team Liquid that has truly leveled up with all that experience with each other.
Yeah, it has been a slow build for Team Liquid, just like a slow drip into a stream, into a waterfall, you know. At the end of the day, I think with how Liquid are playing now, you got to be scared even if you're Space Station. I mean, if they end up sweeping the Fuel, if we end up this being a 3-0, like, even SSG, I mean, lethal, especially, he just said, like, hey, man, hot take, I think Lunex are going to make it. I think Dallas Fuel is a certain. Doesn't feel like it. Maybe it's a super off day for Dallas Fuel, but it honestly, even after the first map, it didn't feel that way. It just felt like Team Liquid have just gained a whole lot more momentum, a whole lot more, I don't know, teamwork, power level, and however you want to say it. They just look better. They look good right now.
It certainly looks like Team Liquid has made Dallas Fuel uncomfortable, and Dallas Fuel don't know how to respond to the punches being thrown at them. They're just like, well,
yeah.
Do we play our game still? Do we change things up? Like, how do we react in a moment like this? But what a treat this is. I mean, this is what we wanted to see from the North American region going into this year. And then in stage 1, yeah, Dallas Fuel, you know, feel good story. They were dominating. SSG, they kind of fell flat. Team Liquid couldn't compete in stage 1. And now finally, we have so many great teams. We have a top 3 here as Team Liquid takes it to Dallas Fuel. That just look like they're playing incredible Overwatch and really playing at their peak level right now. And so I'm just rejoicing at the level of Overwatch we're getting to see right now. This is what we wanted to see at the start of the year.
All right, Liquid are going to start out on defense. Dallas Fuel will be setting the pace car for this game, for this map. I love Team Liquid picking up attack. I like them picking up Kivas as well. I think it gives their roster a lot more depth. I think with how things have gone with Infected, if they do need to hard rely on like something like a D.Va, something like super heavy into the off-tank pool, I think it's been a fantastic addition, a definite level up. And the DPS have been fairly reliant. I mean, Tree and Zera, yeah, sure, they didn't look too hot throughout the stage, but yeah, last week,
I thought Trees are pretty good overall.
Good with it. All right, let's see what Dallas Fuel
Especially Tree.
To bring to the table.
There's been getting better each week though.
Sonja back on the Farah. CJ just decides where he wants to go. It's definitely not going to be Mercy. Kiri.
So a little bit here poke from Dallas Fuel. I guess this is kind of like the alternate look we've seen from Dallas Fuel. Obviously, Sonja playing a lot of Farah to begin with here. So very poke heavy from Dallas Fuel as they look to set up here on the offense. Chronic already get an opportunity here in the sky to do a little bit of poke damage. Let's see how Team Liquid respond to this, because they know they're going to be out-poked here. Well, Zero's going to respond with ending up killing Chronic here. So 5 versus 4 situation. But Team Liquid on this defense, they are the ones who's kind of forced to respond to all this pressure Dallas Fuel is dishing out with the Farah damage, with the Cassidy damage.
Our cat is behind them. Yeah, Lucadino completely caught. Well, that's definitely not good. I like the idea of the poke. I see merit to the Farah, and Dallas Fuel have made it work over the last few weeks. But I will say, the hardest thing about the Farah comps, and just poke comps in general, is that you need to not die super quick. Like, the idea for Team Liquid here is just pick someone off really fast, and then you can survive the poke, because there's one less player to kind of deal with. And if they can just keep doing that, they can keep picking up Surgeon, they can keep picking up Chronic, like, they're going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel are putting pressure under the point now, so you can see the percentage building as well. And this is where Team Liquid, they're going to be forced to contest at the end of the day. And that is when Dallas Fuel can do the most damage onto this defense. You see 70% now, like, Kellen is just racking up this percentage. Ultimates are going to become available here. CJ drops the Kitsune Rush. Team Liquid on the back foot here.
Oh, Fly Noon. Oh, Tree ends up going down to a stray rocket there from Sonjin after that High Noon. Okay, both DPS for Team Liquid already dead. Kivas ends up popping that rush. A nicely timed TP past the rock. Still waiting.
The rushes are still just so...
All right, there's the point. Tough comp to execute on the defense, though, if they want to have attack permanently stay high ground. And Dallas Fuel noted that and put Kellen on point and pressured them out that way.
Yeah, and I think it was an awkward timing for Team Liquid, because realistically, I think they needed that Kitsune rush from Kivis to contest the offense on towards the point, but Kivis was slightly behind in building that Kitsune rush, and that just gave way much percentage to Dallas Fuel. And at the end of the day, Kivis wasn't able to get it online quick enough here. So I'm just looking for a little something here. Has the barrage available? Not sure you want to barrage this, though.
One-tap Kivis. Oh, he thought, he really did think. Johnny goes, he shouldn't barrage this one, though, as Sonjin immediately presses Q. Trying to dive bomb on the Cassidy now. Zera really low. Even gets a nice little boop, too. Sonjin still connects with a body shot there onto Zera at the end. Okay, Fuel, they've still got something to them. A teleport away straight into a flux. What a perfectly timed one from Kellen. Orbital Raid from Vega couldn't come down soon enough. And in fact, it was too late. They're not going to be able to make use of that at all as it slowly drifts out of their periphery.
Yeah, now the Team Liquid hasn't been able to find anything here on this defense. You lose the first fight, not getting any value from Kitsune rush. You're not able to set up on the defense accordingly as your flankers got caught off guard there by Sunjin, who still made up for that barrage with a nice pick as well. And Dallas Fuel now on towards the third point here already. Team Liquid, this map getting kind of away from them on this defense.
Reals to Team Liquid, they've got, in theory, a better flux. Zera's on high ground, nice spot for him, but the range disadvantage here is going to be tough against the Pharah, and in fact has to just back out. Drops all the way down to low ground. Might get picked up again. Well, this time it's going to be a Sky Noon. Under the map goes Lucamino to try and escape. And no one from a Dallas Fuel end up falling over to that. A flashbang, but a little boot concussion comes in for Zera. As Chronic takes him down, a silver bullet to finish off Vega too. They spend way too long in the back line. And that spree was ambitious. I'll say that. I'll be polite about it.
Dallas Fuel here with a great opportunity to cap King's Row with 3:20. They got so many ultimates available still. It's just been the barrage, really. They've been forced to commit here. Attack over onto the Diva here now, but against these ultimates, I don't know if you can stand up against it.
Catnap as well, trying to dunk him down. Oh, attack ends up killing Lucamino. Catnap, not today.
All right, so you get an opportunity. 3 minutes here, Jaws. 3 minutes.
A beast.
This is going to be a tough defense for Team Liquid as they look to stabilize with the Diva here as well. Sunjin reacts accordingly. He's going to pick the Mei here. And Dallas Fuel quite comfortable now to slow things down as Team Liquid shifts away from the Sigma composition themselves.
Zera? Okay, how is Zera in this spot for this long? That's the easiest pick. And then the High Noon, Sky Noon. Oh, narrowly there, Vega escapes. He's 1 HP. Surely the Juno falls in a mere moments. That shield is replenishing. An execution as two players are capping the point right now. 0.36 meters away from capping. They almost managed to C9 them. Almost managed to back cap.
Just like we drew it up. Just like we drew it up. The last minute contest coming out from Team Liquid. And they're still trying to make plays here. Zero gets kind of caught early there. He gets caught again here by the Mei wall. Can't go down early once more here. They need to build these support ultimates, Team Liquid here.
Okay, they're just slowly burning up, and now Kellen has got Flux. Orbital Raid from Vega. Might be good to just pop that insta. Although without killing Sonja, maybe Dallas Fuel think better of this. Maybe they back off first. Definitely will now, after CJ is met with a icicle to the dome.
This is what I like about Attack, though. Attack is just so flexible.
Now, with 3 over onto this Mei as well. It's not really a hero that we see out of 3, but it's been able to kind of put Dallas Fuel, stop them in their tracks here. And now, Sunjin's Mei pick here now. It's not really going to do them a lot of good. You have the Blizzard available, but being able to get value out of this against Team Liquid's composition, that's going to be tough in and of itself. Can help guarantee you some room for the most part. But this is a Team Liquid has purely stabilized here. Lots of ultimates being dropped now.
That's a super early block, and yeah, Tree is going to go down. block, and then wall was used, and then instantly at the feet of them, Sonjin throws the Blizzard to isolate the kill onto the Mei. Chronic hits the flashbang on the Divas. She can't fly. Attack uses self-destruct. Ends up dying anyway. Chronic peeking around this corner. He's going to have a good sightline on the back line now as the Dallas Fuel are managing to rout Team Liquid.
Attack swaps over to the OWCS here. What things are it's just going to be to get closer to the point. All right, Attack already back into the fight, but Zero goes down already. It's now Dallas Fuel looking like they're going to close things out here.
That's a boot off the map from Attack. Get Sonjin out of there. And now the Blitz is going to come through as well. Tree ends up going down again. However, the Sanctuary is going to bathe Dallas Fuel in this red hue. Overtime now approaching still. 5 seconds to go. Attack
well, we just got a hold for overhaul.
There's the DC. They
no,
just need to finish in OT. They need to get him there.
Oh,
but
yes,
it's 0.41 meters. They get it done. But Team Liquid drain that bank down from about 4 minutes.
Okay, that's a huge win for Team Liquid. Given how that defense started and how one-sided it was there, the fact you're able to get to the 3rd point and then stall out into overtime, that at the end of the day, that has to feel good for Team Liquid. Because now you have a fighting chance on this map, especially the way they were steamrolling on Dorado there as well. And I mean, this boot from Attack, okay, like, my brain is unable to process what is happening.
It's just so much. I mean, those Chronic hits like 2 nasty headshots. Like, and as that Sanctuary hits, and they're still able to live through the Sanctuary too. Like, Attack's able to stay alive. He kind of jumps close to payload, dodges some bullets, dodges some fire, miscellaneous shots hitting him. But yeah, burning that time back all the way down. I mean, Liquid in a still very winnable spot, an admirable defense.
And that's just a jolt of good vibes immediately. Just like, okay, we held them to overtime. Now we can generate some momentum on our attack of our own. And if we're off to a hot start here, like we capped the 1st point on the 1st or 2nd fight here, there's some momentum going into 2nd. Suddenly it feels like it's starting to become a really winnable map for Team Liquid. Whereas how it started out so poorly for them on this defense. Attack rolling out on the Zarya here. So this is obviously a look that Team Liquid can't really bring out here when Infected is in the mix. But the Emre and the Vendetta, you don't see this every day.
Yeah, not anymore. Emre, Vendetta on a Zarya.
This is
okay.
They are cooking.
This is a very stage 1 type of team.
Cooking right now. I mean, it's kind of perfect for Zarya. This is kind of the old. I was going to say the classic. It's not a classic. It was when Vendetta came out. But Vendetta, Zarya, but with the Vendetta, she goes in, she just sustains, she punishes frontline, like, straight chilling. I mean, Zero does unfortunately need some help here, but the overhead slash with Attack going low, they're able to isolate Kellen. The Dallas Fuel too concerned with healing Chronic up in that fight.
I have to wait for Kellen here. There's a big pick from Sunjin actually onto Zero. Gives you an opportunity here to at least contest this 1st point after it started out so horribly for Dallas Fuel.
They're on their side of the map. Sonjin is up in this high ground. In this house area, there's a nade on the ground. Surely he dies. The wall ends up coming in. Kill this Mei. Okay, Sonjin down. Took them long enough, it felt like. And look,
what is happening there?
Why is Lucamino there? Why is Lucamino touching the spawn?
I mean, you're 2 members down. Zero's going to get a better spawn and rollout as the Vendetta as well. This should be Team Liquid stepping up now, and they're close to a rush.
Yeah, Attack's going to be super high energy too. So Kellen's going to have to play very passively with his shield, just hoping not to feed Attack too much. And then farming up himself as he's close to this ultimate suit. High ground for Tree. Now this is the god spot, unironically, for Tree here. If he just manages to stay alive and punishes Kellen's position, they could be good. Sky Noon kills Kivis. No nano opportunity for TL. Chronic gets right click. Wait, Attack just got a double right click. That wasn't even a single. A double right click from Attack. Tanks the rock to the dome. Chases down Kellen. Nothing this guy can't do. Dallas Fuel, they're losing this 1st point.
Yeah, it has to be said at this point, as Tree goes in for the bag on the 3rd consecutive map, that this is a composition that Team Liquid, they practiced so very much. When Vendetta was meta way back, you know, the preseason boot camp and all that, Team Liquid, they were one of the teams who felt really confident playing a composition like this. And obviously, Attack in the mix now here with Zero as well. But Team Liquid, this is something they pulled out from the strategy book. position that they've got so much practice time on, albeit now with 2 new members.
All right, very quick at Dallas Fuel, able to regroup here and try and force choke, but this Zarya needs to get out of it.
Holy shit.
Living weapon unlocked here for Tree. Here's the override protocol. Dome's Chronic. And this is going to be a very swift end to the fight.
It's still looking good on it, despite the fact that this team comp been nerfed pretty heavily.
Dallas Fuel, not looking
At least
so
the 2
hot.
DPS, the
You kind
support
of
is
wish
still
you
as good
finished
as
in
ever.
overtime now. You wish there was just a second on the time bank like there was on Dorado at this point. Because you definitely don't want to get into territory now where Team Liquid get an opportunity to close out the series without the worry of getting to lose the map themselves. Graviton Surge available here now. It's going to be popped aggressively. I love this playmaking from Team Liquid now.
Yeah, really proactive. Chronic ends up going down. They're not able to save Kellen either. Dallas Fuel need to bail him out, and they bail him out quick. But unfortunately, I mean, Tree is also taking over the game. The proactivity on second, you've got to, if you're the tank player, you've got to be pushing for ults. You've got to be pushing for kills, giving your team a much easier time getting around this streets phase.
Yeah, they're not letting Dallas Fuel stabilize. And that's going to be it. Not really going to go for it here. Zero pops the ultimate for good measure as well. Can't touch. Actually, they are touching for the time being, but it's going to be kind of last effort here from Lucamino.
On Lucamino is so nice from Kibis. Zera's in. Oh, doesn't quite get away. A little shocked there. Maybe Zera was thinking the same thing.
3 minutes 40.
My attack. Please don't.
Looks pretty calm. Looks pretty collected. Got a good energy. We're charged up. Feel good.
He's got a good vibe to him as well, Johnny. I'm going to be honest. Feels like he's in his lane. Moisturized. Alright, well, they're going to send Ben Nether in again. Tree dodging out of the way. Catnap for Lucamino. They grab anyone.
Yeah, it's nice seeing Vendetta get actually good play too. Well, she's fast paced and fun to watch, especially when she has Zarya.
The bubble was perfect from attack. A sleep onto Kellen as well mid-fight. That sleep was perfect from Kivis, stopping Kellen, instantly activating the annihilation as soon as he's dragged into the rest of the team in the team fight. That sleep lasted long enough for them to kill both DPS. And now Lucamino is literally under the map. Someone saved the boy.
Attack killed the Widow.
Attack killed another one.
They're just cleaning up the spawn and Lucamino's just stuck here.
Lucamino, get from under the map. Get to the rest of the team. Lucamino, please join the rest of the team. He's still touching the point. Look at him contesting. Wait, he's contesting this whole time. Up and down, up and down. Attack is still killing people in the spawn. Hang on, up and down, up. Do they know? IQ too high? Lucamino
They finally saw the cat.
They found him. Get his ass. Jump on him.
Ooh, I don't know if you can say ass on
He's dead.
on the broadcast.
Time for Stronger to get a kill. Kellen's back, but unfortunately, you're still against the Zarya, and Attack is still murdering everybody. Lucamino with a sky-high IQ, not able to save the rest of the team there. As Team Liquid finished with time, a solid 157 on Kings. That has got to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen on Kings. Look, thank you for the replay, Obs. Thank you. Look at this.
That was kind of impressive. I didn't know they were contesting.
It's like 30 seconds we saved. I don't know.
Oh my god.
That's my ranked warlord.
Yeah. You could put clown music over that and it would fit perfectly.
Wow. Going into this series, the way we predicted Dallas Fuel to dominate. Okay, I'll be honest. Going into this one. We saw the previous matchup unfold like 3-0, and suddenly we're kind of in similar territory to EMEA, where we're thinking like, oh, please, like, drag it out a little bit. Like, don't make it 2-3-0s, you know? Like, give us like a back and forth series, give us some good Overwatch. I don't think we expected a potential 3-0 looking like this.
Cinema. Where's that one of Smash? There's a Smash version of the Cinnamon meme, Twitch emote.
You know.
Cinnamon. Get that one. Someone add that to the OWCS, the Overwatch Esports Twitch Smash one. All right, well, they got 2 minutes. They got a free attack. Only need 33%. Cat Passion on the defense for the Dallas Fuel. They got the rocket perk as well. Honestly, the perfect response. If you have a good feeling that Zera and Tree are going to play this again, I don't hate the Cat Bastion. In fact, I love it.
Yeah, especially in overtime as you get those missiles as well, the perk ready to go. And now you can kind of play aggressive. You can round this corner and try to look for picks. Team Liquid, though, recognize the threat of Chronic and are going to match it with Tree over onto the Bastion. Probably not going to pick that perk, and actually isn't now. Yeah, so they're responding perfectly here. Not going to pick the missiles themselves. Oh, and Zero flanking on the Cassie as well. This has been the threat the entire series.
Kill. They only need 33% as well. Zera has managed to get one. Luca Vito down. Johnny, that's it. Surely, I mean, it's only Kellen and CJ. It's done. It's over. Team Liquid are going to Paris.
Yes.
They're going to make the mid-season.
Yes.
What was a Team Liquid slow start to the season, a disappointing start to the season. Team Liquid show up in playoffs and destroy Dallas Fuel.
That was beautiful.
3-0 to round it out.
What just happened, bro? Like, least expected result of the day? Like, yeah. What happened?
I think we've not been given the script for today's matches, it seems.
Really?
I think my pred aged like a fine raisin. That's where I'm at. Honestly, though, I'm so here for it. I just can't fathom how, like, what weird, like, training chamber has Team Liquid been.
I don't care what weird training chamber they've been in.
To improve to this extent, like, this is giving Dragon Ball to me. Like, I don't understand where we're at here. This makes no sense. Dallas looked lost. Meanwhile, Team Liquid just absorbed all the energy. Like, their DPS have been popping up left and right. And we saw the switches as well. The attack and infected, like, swapping in and out. And no matter who was in, like, it just looked good. It looked rehearsed. It looked like they had a clear idea. The comms they played looked clean. What is happening?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the perfect word to use, Zoe. I think rehearsed. I think you hit the nail on the head. It looks seamless for the Team Liquid. And I think, if you go back to week 1, I think everybody's expecting him to play like this. You know? Play with attack in. He's an experienced off-tank player at this point. Like, and Tree put up big numbers on the Cassidy. He looks like a beast. He's a freak on the cast. We all know that. But, like, this was a new Tree that we saw today.
So,
yeah,
when they dominated Cafe, 3-0, I know it was Cafe, but you get the sense when you watch this team